morning, everyone. How are you? Let me know in the chat if you can see me, hear me, all the things that we know we need to have happen before we can do a show here. Good morning. How are you guys doing on this Thursday morning? I had to check to make sure it was a Thursday. It is Thursday. Welcome in, Mod Team, Forrest and Rachel. Dolphin, good to see you guys. For those of you who are just watching and not chatting, we appreciate you. Of course, we always love you to join the conversation. Grab your coffee or your tea, whatever your vice might be. We got some stuff to unpack today. We're going to get to an update on a case we've been following, and then we're going to start unpacking some new stuff. Y'all, today is Forrest's birthday. Let's get busy wishing him a happy birthday. Happy birthday, Forrest. Get on in here, guys. Forrest, I don't have the margarita like we planned and talked about. Are you still going to have it today? I have coffee and a big glass of water. Any special plans today, sir? You're going to treat yourself to an amazing dinner later? You should. You should. You deserve it, Forrest. Oh, let me move this out of my way. We are going to, let me do this. Let's see. Where'd it go? Oh, it's over here. Look, some more celebration for Forrest. Happy birthday to our Forrest. All right, now let me do also this. Guys, I can't tell you how much we appreciate these mods. And Forrest, you've been with me from the beginning, and I can't thank you enough for all you do. All your support and all your just being there. Being you, man. Being you is more than enough. And that is why we love you, because you are you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you.
I would have sang for you, Forrest, but I don't know how well it would have turned out this morning. I kind of got my creepy morning voice going. Oh, goodness. Happy birthday, Forrest. You deserve all the wishes. And I hope you have a fabulous day. And thank you for being here this morning. If you got to peace out on us in a little bit, we hope you get to come back. Be safe when you head out this morning. I know you got to run somewhere here in a little bit. Right, Rachel? We do love and appreciate our Forrest. He keeps us in line, doesn't he? He's like our grounding tool, guys, is Forrest. He's like, ladies, y'all are getting out of hand. Bring it down a notch or two. Nah, he never says that. He lets us go. He doesn't try to control us. But he does help bring that balance. And Lord knows I need it from time to time. I'll be getting all wonky and airy. Okay. So, Forrest, you have a fabulous, fun day and celebrate all day long. All right, guys, let's get to our morning update. Let's see. I do have some things to share with you, and I'm going to read. We're going to be reading documents today, getting back to what we usually do around here. Let me get my, before y'all, I want to show y'all a picture. It doesn't scare me because I'm used to it, but apparently Florida is about to be under a heat wave. I'm like, I thought we live in a heat wave, but okay, look, swamp ass warning. I was like, man, 107 degrees in my neck of the woods. Tampa got us, Northport, eeks, ikes, don't ever want to go there. Weird people live in Northport. 112 degrees. So y'all enjoy your little bit of a cooler weather. If you're having a little cooler than what I'm having, y'all enjoy. I just hope the humidity doesn't go that high, because I might not be okay. I might have to stay inside during the swamp ass warning days. Yuck. Okay. So we all know it's hot. And I won't complain because y'all know me. I'm going to complain all winter. So I don't try not to complain this summer. But I just wanted to throw that out there for y'all when y'all are complaining about your heat. We all got the heat. Yeah, swamp ass season in Florida. It is what it is. All right. These two. Oh, Lordy. Y'all, this family, the whole thing is wild and it just continues to get wilder and wilder out there on these streets. And the rumor mill is just insane. Unverified information, being shared. And of course, that's going to happen because people are going to speculate, but they need to clarify when they're speculating, right? Now, we did a show the other day. We got a really good, we've done two, and we've gotten great backgrounds on what's going on here. We tried to talk about the fiction that's out there versus rumors and try to find out what we can as far as facts from media reports and court documents or whatever, and the press conferences and such. So last night, Jay for Justice went live and she did her first show on it because she was watching our other show. And so she did her show last night. And we watched a bit of an Anjanette Levy show. And Anjanette, because somebody in chat was like, oh, and Jeanette's confirmed she's pregnant again. Talking about Elizabeth Siders is pregnant right now in jail. Well, when we watched it, Anjanette was theorizing, right? But True Crime Mama out on Facebook is posting she's confirmed that she's pregnant in jail, but we don't know how she confirmed it. She doesn't give us any indication, source. Did the attorney confirm that to you? Are you talking to family members? I don't know where her sources are. I don't follow her. I just know the reports that are being out there right now. I'm trying to keep up with it because when it comes to me, I can try to figure out, is this confirmed or not, right? So if you're hearing that she's pregnant right now in jail, no, that's not a confirmed report yet, right? Damn well is a possibility. We know that. They were worse than rabbits over there in that house. That's obvious. So that's just a bit warm, Rachel says. Forrest, we appreciate you more than I just hope you know how much you are appreciated. Right, Simi? Get your swamp ass drawers ready, girl. You living over there in Louisiana, you ain't gonna be much different, right? It's gonna be hitting you just the same. You might as well copy and paste that and put it on Louisiana map, right? Mississippi, Alabama, we all gonna get it. Y'all come on down here, the weather's great. The beaches are beautiful. Don't leave your trash. Please pick it up and take it with you. Watch your babies. Those rip currents are unforgiving. And enjoy your summer. And stay out of my way when I go to the beach. I'm joking. I don't go down there on the weekends when y'all are out there hanging out. Okay, so I'm going to show you a document now, and I'm going to be reading them to you as we move through it. All right. So Grandpa, I've been calling him Pawpaw over here. Gary Siders Sr. There's a lot being said about his medical condition out there now, but I want to remind people, we don't know when this man's health crisis began. We don't know when the alleged stroke was. We don't know when the alleged dementia, if he has it. We've hearing that she's got the dementia, but I haven't seen no proof of that. Whatever was going on with Mr. Siders over here, we don't know when that started. Was it 2 years ago, 3 years ago? When did his health decline? Because right here, he's looking like even his wayward eye looks a little better. Must be before the stroke. I don't know. But we can't sit here and say, oh, he's been sick all this time. We don't know that yet. And that I need to find out. When did his health begin to deteriorate? And DNA tests are underway on all these children. So if you're seeing confirmed reports, DNA is back, we haven't seen that. And the prosecutor, we're going to move through what the prosecutor said in his press conference. I'm not going to show it to you because he rambles on about some stuff that's not even, I'm going to tell you what he said, but I just don't want to air it right now. We got enough to do. So I'm gonna give you the rundown of what he said. Um, that pertains to the case that matters. Now, today, Siders Jr. was supposed to appear in court on the four indecent exposure charges, but his attorney's out of town on vacation. Vacation, got a getaway. My job's overwhelming. Maybe it was already scheduled. I hope so. But that case is sealed. The alleged peeing off the porch incident is a sealed case. Go figure. What kind of Brian Koberger shit is that? I never heard of that type of case being sealed, right? And possible residential search warrant already in place when they got there for a simple arrest. I don't know. Doesn't make sense. Something not adding up there. But hopefully we'll get it figured out. When his attorney gets back in town, maybe they can get to court. The prosecutor said he wasn't aware of a rescheduling date yet. Check the docket, he said. Okay, we will, sir. We'll keep an eye on that. Okay, so what did the prosecutor have to say? William Archer, the Vinton County prosecuting attorney, provides updates. He said this is a Vinton County case, and all decisions will be made through his office. They did appoint the special prosecutors, filed motions to bring on 2 women who specialize in child abuse cases. They're either volunteering their services or they're paid by their respective counties, so they're not having to incur the cost of these special attorneys, or prosecutors rather. We know that Senior was granted bond. He was released on his own recognizances. Now, they said that when they went for the preliminary hearings that were supposed to happen the other day, that they all waived their right to, during transport, Senior fell down and required medical attention. Then they get him to the hospital and begin to evaluate him. They're like, oh, wait, he's got a serious medical condition. He's going to require prolonged treatment, basically. The prosecutor went so far as to say that he is going to require a level of care that could bankrupt the county. So they released him on his own recognizances to the hospital. If he's released from the hospital, he has to then wear an ankle monitor. Now, by releasing him, saves the county all that money, because now his Medicare, which I'm sure he was getting because they have been confirmed these 2 were getting benefits. Sure, it was Social Security. No, it has to be Medicare. That's the way of the world. Y'all Google it. Medicare will pay for all his long-term care. I guarantee you he's about to go into an assisted living facility. I don't know who's going to take care of him on the outside. None of his children seem to care, even the ones speaking out now. We didn't see them for 7 years or have an address on them. That is your brother-in-law and his wife and all their babies, and your in-laws living there, and y'all never laid eyes on them in over 7 years, but you were willing to help with water bills and a car. Make it make sense. So nobody's going to take care of this old man. The state's going to have to do it. Now, his attorney has also filed for competency testing, and we have the document on that as well. The prosecutor went on to let the community know they are safe. They are not at risk. This was not child trafficking. Okay, so like I said, the defense did file the competency motions, and we're going to look at that. When the prosecutor was asked this specific question, do you have birth certificates on all the children? He paused, he thought about it, he said, I'll say this, I don't know that we have all of them. What does that mean? Are they still trying to find the records? We don't know yet if they were all born in hospitals or not. There's a lot of speculation. We only know that they were living in Wisconsin for a while. All the rest of the times appear to be in Ohio, multiple counties. They only went over to Virginia to get married. They never lived in Virginia, because people were speculating that last night, right? Trying to figure out where all these people been. Go check all these places. It appears Wisconsin, Ohio. I'm going to try to have faith right now that the authorities are digging into all of that, right? Gotta hope so. If we can think of it, I hope they can too. because we're not putting up with this ridiculousness no more. And do not insult our intelligence, God, please. Okay, Forrest, be safe, and get back to us when you can. We understand. Have a fabulous day, sir. Okay, thanks, Dolphin. Thank you. Okay. Um, Let me pull up this. Of course, this was the bond, right? Order modifying his bond. The matter came before the court on defendant's motion to modify the bond, filed July 7th, as well as upon newly discovered information about the defendant's health. The defendant was being held on a $300,000 cash or security bond, but was transported to O'Bleness Hospital in Athens, Ohio on July 7, at which time it was recommended that he be transferred to a larger hospital for more specialized care. And it is therefore ordered that the defendant's bond is modified from a cash surety bond to a $300,000 recognizance bond, with GPS paid for at the state's expense in the event he is released from the hospital. So, we don't know the extent of this old man's condition yet. All right, let me get this on pulled up so I can read it. Okay. All right, so this one was the motion for an evaluation to determine whether the defendant is not guilty by reason of insanity and whether the defendant is competent to stand trial. Now comes counsel for the defendant, who hereby respectfully moves the court to order the defendant be evaluated by Net Care Forensics Center or other similar agency and to undergo an evaluation both to determine whether the defendant is competent to stand trial at this time. Net Care Forensics Center. Interesting. We've been unpacking those doctors who evaluate these people, right? Well, so if y'all know, y'all know. Well, not here particularly, but in some of the communities we hang out in, we've been doing that, Jay, for justice. We've been evaluating these doctors. All right. So sorry, I got sidetracked. Y'all thought hit my head. It happens. Wait, now I want to go investigate Net Care Forensic Center. Stop it, girl. Okay, see, Dolphin, there went my ADHD shit. All right. If the defendant is found to be competent, whether the defendant is not guilty by reason of insanity because he was legally insane at the time of the alleged offense. How long has he been legally insane if they determine he is? And how long had this abuse of these children been going on that nobody ever saw but the Dollar General people? Slippery slope there, defense attorney. It's a lot to sort out on that timeline, sir. You're going to be a little busy. Legally insane at the time of the alleged offense. Defense counsel makes this motion in good faith to determine defendant's mental condition at the time of the offenses charged and whether the defendant is competent to stand trial on the offenses charged. The reason for this motion and more fully explained in the attached memorandum. All right, we have the attached memorandum. Counsel for the defendant was appointed on July 2nd, 2026 to represent the defendant in the present matter before this court. The defendant was arrested on June 30th, 2026, and a complaint filed that same day, with an amended complaint filed on July 1st, charging the defendant with 16 counts of child endangering in violation of ORC and 2919.22 and all felonies of the second degree. The defendant appeared for an initial appearance hearing on July 1, at which time the bond was set at $300,000 cash or surety bond. While counsel does not have all of the facts surrounding the case, don't you like it when they say that? They come out and make big demands? We don't have, there's a lot of that goes around. We don't have all the facts, but here we go, right? Surrounding the case, and the defendant's subsequent arrest. Counsel was able to view the video recording of the initial appearance hearing held on July 1. Wow, that's all they did so far? And has been able to subsequently speak with the defendant and observe his demeanor and conduct during both the hearing and in person meeting with counsel. The defendant specifically evidenced significant struggles understanding what the judge was saying during the hearing and the legal process he is facing, and even basic questions asked of him by the court. Furthermore, during the interactions between counsel and the defendant, it was clear to counsel that the defendant exhibited significant confusion about the legal process. He was unable to describe the specific role of the various participants in the court proceedings, including even the role of counsel to aid in his legal defense, and was unable to describe even basic facts about himself. The defendant was generally unable to maintain a clear and consistent train of thought throughout the interaction and was clearly struggling to understand what is going on. The defendant's conduct leads counsel to believe that the defendant may be suffering from significant mental health issues and that competency may be an issue and clear impediment in the defendant's ability to aid in his own defense. Collateral information has seemed to confirm that the defendant suffers from significant health issues, including a decline in mental function and functionality, which would be consistent with the counsel's observation of the defendant, both during his interactions with the court and the counsel. At this time, based on limited information counsel has received to date, counsel believes the defendant's significant mental health issues would not only affect whether he is competent to stand trial, but would also have affected his ability to understand the wrongfulness of his conduct at the time of the alleged incidents, such that the defendant would not have fully understood. Now, again, we don't know when this man's health took such a decline where he didn't have a clue what was going on in that house. Now, is there obviously, if he suffered a stroke and was having a decline in health, he was not properly being cared for. We don't know. I don't know what started that household to be like it is. One thing is becoming evidently clear to me. There has to be a level of mental illness in there because normal people do not live like that filth. That attorney wanted to try to pop off and say, like, well, poor America, y'all, they're just, no, sir. Don't insult poor America by saying they all live like that house looked. That's an insult, and it's completely ridiculous. Nobody would want to live in that shit. I just don't get it. But okay, he's got major issues, which is a problem when it comes time to understanding what's happening in court. They have to understand, right? So we don't know where this is going to go, y'all. All right, this is the last part of it. So it goes, the defendant would not have fully understood consequences of his actions at the time of the legal offense. Okay. Of the alleged offense. Had such actions actually constituted criminal conduct. Counsel thus would request that the court order an evaluation to determine, in fact, the defendant is presently competent to stand trial, and if he is found to be competent, moreover, whether the defendant was legally insane at the time of the alleged criminal conduct took place. Defendant respectfully requests that this court order the defendant to undergo an evaluation to determine whether the defendant is competent to stand trial at this time. If so, to further evaluate the defendant to determine whether or not be guilty by reason of insanity because he was legally insane at the time. I don't know, guys. We understand he's got all these problems right now, right? But going back, how long were those? That matters. So I don't know how the judge is going to play on this. I don't know. What do you guys think? It's a hard one. This case is hard. It's going to provoke a lot of conversations. That's what we were discussing last night over in Jay's chat. And thank you, Jay, for your words about my show. I appreciate that last night. But it just provokes a lot of conversation. And I think we have to be willing to be open, to think about things. It's so hard at times, though, to try to be fair, and be like, oh yeah, we understand when we might not, right? And it's okay if we don't understand right now. We don't have enough information, and we can't wrap our heads around how this even happened or how it got there. So we just have to live with that for now. Yeah, Dolphin. Elizabeth's brother's saying a lot of things, though. He can throw around the word indoctrination all he wants to, but I don't know if that's what happened here. Like, that's a cult. This is a weird ass family. Her family allowed her to get married at 15 years old, signed documents for her to try to cross the state line and marry herself an 18-year-old boy from 2 houses down that knocked her up. And then what happened? The brothers I'm taking with a grain of salt because they're mad right now, right? They got a lot to say. I've seen all of their posts. But it's hard for me to sit here and blame Gary Sr. for everything that was going on in that house. Because once Gary Sr. became ill, couldn't they have stopped the abuse of Gary Sr.? That man can't even get up out the fucking chair at the moment. He can't focus his eyes. He had a stroke. He don't know what the hell's going on. He's got all the things. Should have stopped the abuse right then and there if he was the one in control. Unless the others were all indoctrinated now, and now they're just this little weird, dirty ass cult, right? I'm not buying that cult thing yet. I don't know. We have to wonder how the Siders raised their children. We have to. Their son is the father allegedly of all these kids. Their son is the one keeping a 15-year-old girl down most of her life. Fucking like rabbits. Excuse my language this early in the day. Producing like rabbits. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. I agree. I don't think it's a cult either, Karen. It's nothing like that. No, it didn't just happen overnight. This was a process. We got photos of way back in the day when some of these kids were little, and they didn't look like what we haven't seen these kids. So any of those images y'all might see out there are fake. Please don't send them to me, because I will not run with them. Some of us got good sense. But I've seen photos of Elizabeth holding a baby and other kids around her, and they did not look unhealthy. So we have to wonder when this started, how long ago, and why. Were they all mentally ill at the same time? Did everybody just fall in line with the abuser of the house? How do we know that Junior wasn't the abuser? Abusing his parents, abusing his wife, possibly abusing all of his children, and his siblings. Well, we're just going to send water bill money in a car, and we don't need to know where you've been for 7 years. Like, I'm not. Y'all stop it, family, because that's weird. If I had a family member I'm helping with a water bill for 7 years running and a car, I'm taking my ass to the house to lay eyes on the babies. Make sure that water's turned on. If I'm going to send you the money to pay for that water, I'm coming to make sure it's on. I'm sorry. I've got a large family. Maybe Junior and Senior were carbon copies of each other, y'all. Maybe they were both the male abusers in the home. That's a thing, you know what I mean? It's passed down through generations. There's not a doubt in my mind something's amiss in this family, and it probably started with the parents, right? I don't know, your daughter was sitting on your front porch a while back, And I don't guess she noticed the garbage in the house through the window that she was sitting in front of on the porch in the green chairs with the kitty cat food underneath it. Yeah, it's your house that you just got arrested in, Siders. How come that daughter did not know the filthy conditions her brother was allowing her parents to live in? Got questions for the fam. Got questions for the fam. Yeah, I'm still not going to buy that these people, Junior, the mom, the granny, Junior, and Elizabeth were all so, conditioned by the old man by the time he got too sick to do anything. They're just like, "Oh, no, I'm not going there yet." I don't know what the hell happened in there. They were all crazy, apparently. Oh, Moore's mom dog. Yes, Forrest had to take a run, well, a drive. He'll be back in a little while. Thank you for wishing him a happy birthday. He's amazing. We don't know, Karen, how many siblings. We know of at least two daughters so far because one of them's husband gave an interview, right, on TV. And then we know that this one, listen, Linda, in the middle, Linda here visiting her parents on their front porch. Mind you, that's the house they were just arrested at, but she didn't know the conditions her parents lived in. Maybe that was part of the cult. Ignore it. Maybe her house looked the same. I don't know. But she allegedly would notify Elizabeth's mother every time a new baby was born. There weren't no baby showers ever, no birthday parties for the children, no Christmas family gatherings, no big Thanksgiving dinners. Nobody asked where the fuck these children were for all these years. I'm not buying it anymore. It's hard to be nice and open-minded. Here I preach to be open-minded, but I'm like, no, there's no. I have a guest, y'all, coming in. I was wondering when she was coming. She's
Hey,
supposed to be up here. You're down there in the chat. What are you doing?
sorry. I got carried away in the chat.
She's like, oh, I forgot.
Yeah.
Story's
Here we go.
crazy. It's mind-boggling how this could even get there.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah.
but we're gonna have to keep an eye on what's happening, y'all. We'll keep up with any updates that come out. Now, like I said, there are unconfirmed reports out there. Um, well, I haven't seen confirmed reports of a pregnancy while incarcerated, but we wouldn't be surprised right at this point. All right, so we're going to move on to the next thing here. We have not covered this case in a while. Um,
Yeah.
so we have a document drops in the Idaho 4 case. And Dolphin and I have been kind of pouring through some of them. I was trying to go through this one that was really big and trying to see
Mhm.
what was relevant in that big ass document that I needed that I
Was
wanted
that
to
the
look at.
1,000-page one?
I've been looking at the one with the Sutton report. Let me see.
Oh, okay.
The one from 3326, the redacted exhibits S1 through S13, that big one.
Oh, okay.
And I was just, and the reason I went, because it was the first one up on the list, right? Because I just started at the top. But when I
Mhm.
clicked on it, was scrolling down through all the pages, the Paulette Sutton stuff was in there. And I know that's been a big thing for all the turvy people out there unpacking whatever he says, and they're like comparing it to the Sutton stuff. So I was just kind of reading through a lot of her stuff and took a few notes on some things. But yeah, there's a lot of
Mhm.
documents, and you went through a couple of them.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, let me go look at.
That one that I sent you, I don't think it's that long.
I'm fixing to. Let me get. Which one was this
I
one?
think it's 19 pages. Yeah, compared to some of those other ones. Jesus.
Is this? But what's the title of the document? Other than
There's
I
a
can't
link in your
picture.
DMs.
Yeah, but for me to
It's the
pull it
one
up,
March 14th.
Okay, there you go, because I
I
got
think
it the
it's
way
the only one from the 14th.
okay, that makes it easier to pull up the way I need to do it.
Mhm.
Now this one was had the information about what again? Tell me again what you let me see because
The
you sent me
Amazon transactions and
Oh,
his financial transactions, and I'm like, "Oh." It was a really good read. It was nice to see that they, you know,
yeah,
actually were able to
that
show a pattern.
good, 'cause there was some stuff in the other report too, and I'm like, "Finally," and there is stuff about other stuff that I'm like, "Ah, it will break my brain," but
Mhm.
y'all know I've been screaming, "Give me the goods on this guy," so we're gonna look at the goods on this guy first. That was 2020 a 2025 document, right?
Right, March
Okay.
14th,
Oh,
2025.
let me scroll down and get that.
It says, oh gosh, this title is so long and it's not in the beginning.
I'm almost to it, I'm going down the dates. Oh, would it be the
Redacted
redacted
exhibits
S1?
S1 through S4.
Got it.
To states amended. Yeah, 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 you got
Yeah.
it.
Shane Cox disclosure?
Yes, yes, that
Alright.
is Amazon.
Oh. Oh, wait. No, this. Okay. Let me change my banner, guys, because so hang on. We will get back to Forrest's birthday when he comes back because I don't never know what I'm going to read in an Idaho 4 document. So let me get that up there. Disclaimer. Everybody be nice. Chat's usually nice. We don't usually have any issues. Space
Oh, this is
Needle.
so weird. Small screen. Ugh.
Hang on. I haven't fixed it yet. Hang
No,
on.
I'm not talking about yours. I'm talking about my laptop screen
Oh,
because
thank
I
you. I
have
was like, wait a
chat like
minute.
tiled to the right and
I,
your window to the left, and I'm like, oh God, I can barely see that document. I
I
think I'm
forgot
gonna
you
get my
were on there.
tablet. Yeah, I'm roughing it on the laptop.
Yeah, I forgot. I was thinking about you a little while ago. I was like, I wish I'd go help her. Like, we could move the computer for her.
I can barely even pick up my desktop computer, and that
I know
monitor
that's
is
why I'm like,
like
I'll come help
can't
you.
even touch that. That thing's so big, you know.
Can I like red eye out to Atlanta real quick and give you a hand?
You know what? I actually had a second monitor that I bought, and it's in the closet. It is smaller. It's like a 27-inch. It's still in the box, right? And I was like, "Oh,
Girl,
should I go
yeah,
get that and bring that to the hotel?"
yeah, yes, do it. You're gonna be there a fucking minute. Do it.
Yeah, yeah, I might have to.
What
But
did you
then I'd
say
be
about
afraid to leave it, you know?
Jet says, who mentioned the Space Needle?
I don't know. I
You
think
can
maybe he
barely hear
misheard something.
is she says, I can barely hear you because this bus is loud. What bus? Oh, I didn't mention the Space Needle. You must have misheard, Jet. I'm sorry if my words went together and I don't know what I said. Okay, so we're going to get to unpacking this document. Y'all, at the top of the show, we unpack the update on the CIDR's information there. We'll see what comes up and what happens. Interesting to see. I'm interested to see what this happens with that 4 counts of whatever he was doing out there in the yard that we
Oh, yeah,
got
for the,
arrested.
search warrant? Mhm.
Yeah, can't figure that one out yet. It's all under seal. It's weird. Okay, so that attorney's out of town. He'll get back to us when he gets back. He'll get to us. He'll be back when he's back. All right. Them attorneys got all those terabytes to push through. They got to take vacays. Hey, I wonder if Ann Taylor took a big long vacation after the Idaho 4 case ended.
I
She,
would have if I were her.
I swear to God, she probably went to a beach and got her a big ass drink. Said, phew,
Mhm.
shit fire. It's been a long one.
Yep.
Okay. So this, guys, is one of the documents that they're unsealing the documents, right, from the Idaho 4 case. We all know it's been a done deal. Koberger took it's been a year now
Yeah.
since
Yeah,
he,
it's coming up on
coming up on a year, isn't it? That
Yeah.
um, had the plea hearing or took the plea deal and
The
everything in
sentencing was what, towards the end of this month?
20 something.
Mhm.
In honor of it, we'll have to play Olivia's speech again.
Yeah.
We will. Okay. So this is they're unsealing documents slowly but surely. Sometimes they'll unseal them, put them out, and they're like, "Oops, take backseat, we messed up," and then takes them a long time again to get it going. So here we are. All right, so this would have been Exhibit S1, amended supplemental expert disclosure from Shane Cox. And what we've been waiting on, guys, is for them to give us some insight into Brian Koberger and in the investigation stuff that they did uncover. Because we didn't get to
Mhm.
go to trial and see any of the evidence against our boy, right? Which is not cool because we wanted to see it.
Oh,
Um,
yeah.
Rachel says we would all be there helping you, Dolphin. We would. Rachel, you and I'd be the
Oh,
first
thank
in
you.
line. Like, we'd be fighting. Like, get out of the way, Rachel. She's like, no, get out of the way, Salty. Dolphin be like, calm down, girls. Making my dog get mad. Okay. So, Exhibit S1, the amended disclosure of Shane Cox. The Idaho State Lab has previously disclosed Shane Cox litigation and regulatory manager to Law Enforcement Response LER for Amazon.com. The state, now remember, guys, he purchased his K bar over on the Amazon and then
Mhm.
got his replacement sheath from over there. His defense attorney tried to suggest that the algorithm made him purchase his K bar. But anyway, that algorithm over there will get y'all at the Amazon. It makes you buy shit you do not need. The state incorporates its previous response and attachments filed on December 18th, 2024, and is hereby supplementing that response as follows. Cox can summarize records obtained from Amazon.com for Brian C. Koberger as follows. The Amazon account is registered to customer Brian C. Koberger. I
Yep.
always want to say it in Fry's name. Brian C. Koberger has been arrested using the email address.
Which this is very important because they tried to say, "Oh, it's a family account."
Yes,
No, it's his account. His family members have addresses on this account. That's it. And
right.
credit cards on this account. But it's
Like,
his.
because they were saying anybody could have made the purchase in the home, suggesting that the defense did because it was purchased on the family account or whatever kind of thing. Um, that was a big thing in the Casey Anthony case, and people may
Mhm.
forget about that. So the minute Ann Taylor brought that up, I was like, "Oh hell no, 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 not the Casey Anthony effect," right? And
Mhm.
but she did, but they countered that really well. So like Dolphin said, is he has his own account there. Amazon.com account is registered to customer Brian C. Koberger using the email address Brian Christopher 1994 at gmail.com. Brian C. Koberger account. The account records show that Brian C. Koberger has been a customer since October 23rd of 2017.
Hmm.
Well, I'd have to go back. Well, never mind. I'll do that later. The address history for Brian Koberger account list 119 Lambston Drive, Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, as the address for Brian Koberger. This address was added on October 23rd of 2017. The other address listed on the account for Brian Koberger is 1630 Northeast Valley Road, Pullman, Washington. This address was added July 11, 2022.
Mhm.
Wow. Okay.
Mhm.
The phone number that is lit. So remember, he came in the beginning of July, right?
Yep. Mhm. I think they started driving at the end of June
At the
or
end of
whatever, but
June.
you know.
Yeah,
Mhm.
he would have gotten there right around the 1st of July, first
Yep.
couple of days of
Yeah,
July.
because I think the hotel stay was like June 30th to July 1st or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Right? Okay.
Mhm.
The phone number that is listed for Brian Koberger for the address is 57. I don't have it redacted this time. The
Yeah.
5889 number that we all know to be Brian Christopher Koberger's. The account also lists 119 Lambston Drive, Albrightsville, Pennsylvania.
Actually, hold on just one second, because I
Okay.
didn't get to double check this. That number ending in 5889. Isn't that different than the number that was in the PCA and everything? I thought his number, the last four were like 86 something or whatever,
No, I think
8658 or something.
hang
Remember, I kept saying I think he has two different numbers.
hang on, let's you wanna pull it up and look?
Yes, please. Because the what do you
I
call
can't
it?
remember.
I
Hang
thought
on,
it was
you're
like
wait,
the
there was a
8658 or something.
8686 hang on, let's get it pulled up.
And I
'Cause it's
didn't
been
get a
a
chance to look last night.
you
But I
know,
was
it's
like, "Wait a minute, 5889." I was like, no, 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 no." And he got the new phone number, remember? June 23rd,
June
2022.
23rd.
He got his new
So it
number,
would
and
be
I
all
said,
the way
"What
there.
happened to his old number?"
Wait, that would be Latah County, 2022. Hold on. Okay, here we go.
Mhm.
Probable cause order. Oh, it's been a minute since we've seen this. Wait,
It's, 8458. Is that what it is? I think
criminal.
it's 8458. 'Cause usually I remember these numbers, really well, but I've been stressed. But I looked at that number and I was like,
Wait, where
"That's
is
not
it?
it."
Where's the affidavit?
Yeah, Rachel is saying there is something different.
Okay, here we go. I got it now.
8458?
Pulled up three things before I got to the right thing. Okay. Exhibit A, Brett Payne. Let's just kind of,
Okay, because I think what first they start off talking about the night of
yeah,
the murders, right?
yeah.
And then somewhere in there they're going to,
Start listing that phone number.
yeah, list his
There's K
name.
bar suspect. Okay. All the initials. Da da da. Where did it go? It's the DoorDash. 4 a.m.
hmm
DM. Oh, good lord.
Oh, her statements.
Girl, you got some more splaining to do, but I don't
Yes.
know.
hmm
Jesus with that one.
I think
There's willing to drive stuff.
suspect vehicle one. I really do think it's 8458.
Okay, here we're getting down to the
Okay,
movements
the
of the
Elantra.
Elantra. And there's screwy map. Okay, it should be starting to come up in here. There's the license plate was 8649. Uh,
Okay. Hereafter Coburger. Yep. Yep. Trying to remember because they did register. Okay, AT&T. Yep, 8458 number. Bam. This is his second phone number.
where's the other phone records?
It's
See? Yeah.
yeah.
Koberger provided. So when he got that was during the stop, remember?
Mhm.
Because he was driving the white Elantra, the white 2015 Elantra with his Pennsylvania plates, and was set to expire the 30th. During the stop, which was recorded via law enforcement body cam, which we've all seen now, Koberger provided his phone number as in the 8458. So that was the new number.
Mhm.
And then the 5889 would be the old number that he had the Amazon account under.
Yep.
Okay.
I would love to see those records.
I know. Waiting on the Heather Bernhardt. I'd love to get her over here and pick her brain. Okay, so let me pull the document back up that we were looking at, guys. That was 2025.
I don't know if he necessarily got a second phone like the device,
Or
Rachel, but he definitely got another number on June
yeah,
23rd, 2022.
and normally you wouldn't switch.
Nope, you
You
sure
wouldn't
wouldn't.
change your number, right?
Mm-mm.
It's even if you moved, people keep their
There's no
old.
need to.
Exactly. What were you trying to do, sir? Was one a burner account phone? Hmm. Okay, so we were at
It's right
let
below the phone number. You were at
what
the
was the date of
address.
what was the March 14th? Let me get back to the document.
Mhm.
I was in the wrong section. Okay, the S1, and then we were at, let me get down to where we were at.
You were on page 1, I think, still.
Yeah.
And you had just said that the phone number that is listed for Brian Koberger for both addresses is that number 5889.
Okay, now we're right where we need to be. Let me pull it up. Okay, so the 5889. The account also lists 119 Lambston, Albartsville, Pennsylvania, as the address for Michael Koberger, and that's his father.
Mhm.
For all of you who don't know, you need more coffee, Rachel? Me too. I need to reach over there and get a cup. I'll get it in a second. Do I? Maybe not. It might be empty. Okay. I might need to make more in a little while. Okay. So the account list also lists his father. The account also lists the address as the address for Michael Koberger. There are 6 separate credit cards on file for this account. 3 cards issued to Brian C. Koberger. Visas ending in, of course, they have those redacted. 2 cards issued to Michael Koberger.
Yep.
And then 1 credit card to Mary Ann Koberger. That's his mother. On March 20th, 2022, the customer purchased an electronic Amazon gift card for $130 using the Brian C. Koberger account. So, for a half genius, he's half stupid.
Yeah. He is a doofus.
You know what
Yeah.
they say about those really intelligent people? They can be so no common sense whatsoever.
Mhm.
Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
So we know that he made some purchases with his little gift card that he bought for himself.
Mhm.
Weirdo. Okay, so he's buying a little gift card for himself for $130. The billing information for this purchase was Brian Koberger, 119 Lamston Drive, Albartsville, Pennsylvania. The billing phone number listed as 5889. The credit card used was the Visa ending in redacted numbers there issued to Brian Koberger.
Yep.
So he bought the card himself. It wasn't a
Mhm.
family purchase. On March 21st, 2022, the customer purchased a K-Bar 9926 sharpener.
If you notice the time, that's just a few hours later. It was
That's
like midnight
so
UTC.
midnight, yeah, and then this is 28 minutes later.
Well, now,
So wait, hang on,
8
let's go back
PM
up. 8, it was
UTC.
8, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
gift card.
8:04. So at 8:04, he's purchasing his gift card, and then at 12:28 AM, he's
Mhm.
purchasing his K-Bar sharpener.
Mhm. With the gift card.
Yeah.
You
With his gift card.
dummy!
He's covered. He might have known to use those forensic data wiping tools, but he don't know a damn thing about. Remember wonder when he decided to stop using the debit cards. Remember he went to using cash.
Oh,
When did
it's
it
in here.
dawn? When did it dawn on him to do that? Right? Like,
Mhm.
oops, I made a bit. Might have made a second big boo boo. First was leaving my
Mhm.
sheath. All right. So he buys his sharpener for $23.40. Jesus, knowing what that damn blade did. The little tool to make it sharper was $23. Using
And
the
they never
Amazon.
found the sharpener.
No, there's a lot of things they haven't found yet.
Mhm.
$23 using the Amazon electronic gift card through the Brian C. Koberger account. On the same day and time, the customer purchased a K-Bar full-size U.S. Marine Corps fighting knife straight for $86.15. So his murder weapon, $100. I got me a knife and a sharpener. Might need me a sheath to leave behind later. The billing information for these purchases was Brian Koberger, 119 Lamson Drive, Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. And again, it has his phone number attached. The items were shipped to Brian Koberger at the Albrightsville, Pennsylvania address. So then on March 21st, what is this, 2,
That's 3 p.m., 3:25
3:25?
p.m.
Not 2
And
p.m.
that's Greenwich Mean Time. So you'd have to back it up like oof, what? I think they're 5 hours ahead of us, the East Coast, on certain times of the year. So that would be probably like 8 or 9 hours behind, depending on what time the time differences of that time of the year.
Okay.
So basically at 3:30 something p.m., that means it was sometime in the morning. Actually, you know what? Wait, he was on the East Coast.
Yeah,
So it
he
was sometime in
was.
the morning. Mhm. He did that.
Okay. The customer purchased omega 3 vegan DHA supplements Garden of Life for a total of $44 using the Brian C. Koberger account. $20 of this purchase was purchased using the gift card.
Mhm.
The left That left a balance owing $24.33, which was put on the Brian Koberger Visa. So he had to get his little Garden of Life vitamin supplements. Got to stay strong.
Yeah, buy your murder kit
And
and your your vitamins, right?
weren't the vitamins in the trunk of the car?
Mhm.
He really needed those. Well, with the rest of his kit was probably at one point on a possible shower curtain, allegedly. I don't know.
Yeah, I would have loved to have seen how many times he had to rebuy shower curtains.
Right?
Mhm.
Okay. So then he purchases the remainder with his personal credit card because his gift card ran out of money. The billing phone number listed for the purchase was the 5889 number. The item was shipped to Koberger at the Lambston, Pennsylvania address. Amazon.com click activity associated with Brian Koberger account shows that the customer viewed pages associated with K-Bar knives style knives on Amazon.com on March 20th, the same day the customer purchased the Amazon electronic gift card, and on March 21st, the same day the customer purchased the K-Bar knife and sharpener. So he's already, was we were wondering when he decided to do what he was going to do. Was it before he ever went to Washington? And of course, now he's out here in Pennsylvania buying this K-bar before he ever leaves Pennsylvania and heads out to Washington.
Before he even graduated too.
Yeah. So he already has something in mind.
Mhm.
He already has these demons swimming around in his head saying, "You want to do this. You you want to do this." Um, what I always wondered for a couple of years now, and Dolphin knows this, we have wondered. So when you're sitting here in Pennsylvania and you're getting ready to go to college all the way across the country out there in Washington,
Mhm.
do you start Googling the college, the surrounding areas, the things to do near me, restaurants, vegan? I'm vegan. I got to have some vegan food. Do you stumble across a bunch of hot girls in the process? Does that lead you to think one is, "Oh my god, look at that one"? Does that lead you to
Mhm.
find her name and start following her on social media? Was it planted in the head before he ever left? That I don't know, guys. It's a speculation. Um, always wondered that. Did he come across his targeted victim? Still don't know who that is. Probably Maddie, just because I think she was first, and that's the room he went to first. I feel like if he was targeting Kaylee Gonzalez, he would have had to have known she was in Maddie's room. He would have went to her room first, but he didn't. He didn't go to Xana's room first. He didn't go to Dylan's. He didn't go to Bethany's. He went straight for Madison Mogan's bedroom. So I don't know when he got the idea or when he. And plus, we also noted from Dolphin, I don't recall which special it was from, but even when they did the browser search history, was it the Dateline leak? That's what it was, the leak stuff. Um,
Mhm.
there were images of hundreds of girls on his browser history
Yep.
from all the college girls from the area. So he
Yep.
was obviously looking at a lot of potential victims, in my opinion. And
Mhm.
we have the reports out of Washington with the girls saying, hey, there was somebody outside the window. I needed to get walked to the car. I feel like he may have been looking at other victims in that area too.
Mhm.
But none of these houses were going to be easy to get in and out of, sight unseen, as that one he stumbled across over there in Idaho. I don't know. Well, so crazy. Maybe Dr. Catherine Ramsland will get some shit out of him one day.
Yeah, and we never found out whether or not he went to go look at the campus in person before going to school. Because I
It's
mean, anybody
right.
who goes out of state, you generally go visit the school,
You'll
you
go
know,
visit. Uh huh.
before you start.
Maybe him and Daddy flew out there for a pre-visit. You know what I mean? And we
Mhm.
haven't don't know about it yet, because I feel like Daddy would have escorted him. Hell, he's out there trying to make new friends for him the minute he's in town. So no telling. All right. Guys, Brian Koberger was never on his own until he went to this new state all the way across the country.
Mhm.
Always lived with mom and dad, and they helped him with everything. Until now. Turn him loose. Look what happens, mother. She was worried about him going all that far away from her too. She wrote about it in her little Reddit group. My 28-year-old, what was he, 27 then, wasn't he, Dolphin?
He was, and that's what I was just thinking about because I know this is unrelated, but you've heard of the 27 Club, right? All the
Mm-hmm.
famous musicians who died at 27 and whatnot. I
Right?
just was thinking about that. I wondered, something like that enter his head too, as like the age, let me do this now. Or was that just like a coincidence?
Probably a coincidence, but you would
Hmm.
what you and I both theorize, this was been building in Koberger for quite
Oh,
some
yeah. Oh, yeah.
quite some time.
Hmm.
I just don't know when his mind triggered him to act upon it. Like, what makes these killers act upon their thoughts, right? These types of killers, um, for no apparent. Y'all know how, oh, the elimination murder for financial gain, the I'm mad at you, I robbed you, or I beat you up, or killed you in the bar fight, whatever. Is this different when they go in and have no rhyme, no reason for what they're doing, which never makes murders never good, or the thing to do to solve your problems. But y'all get the gist of
Yeah.
what I'm saying there.
Once he left his parents' house, he was off his leash, so he could do whatever he wanted to do, without having to answer to anybody, or
I
explain anything to anybody.
definitely, that little bit of control he might have had
Mhm.
wasn't there anymore,
Yep.
right? And nobody can see me now, and they don't know what I'm doing. So I wonder if he chose to go to Washington because it was so far away from Pennsylvania.
Mhm.
I often wondered that.
And the connection to Bundy and other serial killers.
Right. Well, fascination dude over here, fantasy land. He lives on Fantasy Island. Okay, so on March 22nd through the 27th, the Amazon click activity for Brian Koberger account shows each day that the customer was viewing pages associated with the shipping progress.
Mhm.
Lord, like, when is it going to be here? When is it going to
Mhm.
be here? How is it got to the
Yep.
next post office yet? My God, dude, calm down, Koberger. So he's tracking it. On November 15th, 2022, the Amazon click activity for Brian C. Koberger account shows that the customer navigated to a page related to the deletion of account activity. Oh, he thought about it. See, he's like, I've got my forensic.
Mhm.
Maybe I'll get forensic data wiping tools on my phone one day, and maybe I should delete my account history here. Hmm. He probably should have. He probably should have took a course on phone data. Like, well, he wanted to go be a cop intern and teach them how to do data, right?
Yeah, he supposedly had a cloud experience with the cloud and stuff.
Yeah, let me come show y'all how to store all your digital data, because I want to be able to see it when you get it.
Mhm.
So when I act upon these thoughts in my head, I can have access to what's happening. I think that's why Brian Koberger was trying to apply for those positions, even with WSU.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
And here's another thing. I would have loved to have been an attorney, like the states on the state side for this. The checking between the 22nd and the 27th. You're checking every day, looking for this knife. You're like so anxious to get this knife, right? That then afterwards, like what, 8 months later, there's no sign of it. 9 months later, nobody can find this. So you lost something that you were so anxiously awaiting, you
Right.
know?
Yep.
Yeah, mm-mm.
Karen, you nailed it. Mama bear always knows when her little cubbies aren't right. We do, don't we?
Mhm.
We like, "That's our special one, leave him alone." Yeah.
He can't help it. That's what they always say, right?
But he better get some act right real quick. We ain't putting up that nonsense. That's Oh my gosh. Yeah, mothers know. Um, she could pretend she don't. Welcome back, Forrest. Welcome back. Morris Dog Mom was in here earlier wishing you a happy birthday. Don't know if she's still here. I could be wrong, Jet says, but I think Washington College is one of the only few that was accepting him into the program. He did get accepted, but we wondered if he purposely sought that out, though,
Mhm.
because he
Oh, I
could have went
definitely think
anywhere.
he did.
Yeah,
Mhm.
he could have went to a lot of places to further his criminology career, but he was referred to the program, right, by one of the professors, and or she
Yeah.
signed off on him basically, and she's never done that.
Yeah, she
Or
gave him a reference,
yeah,
and she had only done that for 2 students,
for
him and
2
somebody else.
students. Yeah, him and one other person. So,
Mhm.
the guy the guy had the academic credentials, but well, I don't know if he had street smarts.
None
Had some
whatsoever.
No, he was practicing sitting up in that tree and dropping those, candy wrappers that one
Yeah.
time.
That
He's
would
like,
have had his DNA and fingerprints all over, but
"Note to
yeah.
self, when I stalk
Mhm.
my victims in the future, don't eat candy, take dog treats instead."
Yep.
Okay, so on November 15th, the Amazon.com click activity, this is the 15th of 2022, so this is after
2 days after.
2 days
Mhm.
after the crime. I gotta watch my words, y'all. YouTube be getting crazy. The unalived word, they want me to
Oh,
be
yeah.
chopped. The unalivings occurred 2 days prior to this date, on the 13th. So November 15th, on the Amazon.com click activity for Brian Koberger, account shows that the customer navigated to the deletion of the account page. So after he commits the crime, now he wants to delete that all the account activity that could show he purchased that K-bar knife.
Yeah.
I
Who does
wonder,
that?
well, I'm gonna see how the pro burgers spin it, and now
Oh,
I'm gonna
they're
be
not even gonna look at this document
oh,
probably.
fuck that, we're gonna post it.
I mean, and
I
they
usually
glossed
don't.
over this when this was said in court,
Yeah,
ages ago. But
I
they
know.
were just like, "Yeah, there's no proof of that, da, 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 da,"
Yeah,
and all
well,
that. And I'm just kind of like, "What does
well,
this look like to you?"
why else would the guy purchase a K-bar? Coincidentally, he happened to buy a K-bar himself,
Mhm.
then try to delete the count activity 2 days after a crime that he didn't know
Mhm.
about yet had been committed with a K-bar. That's another coincidence. I thought
Yeah,
they're in other cases, they'll tell you coincidences don't happen,
right.
but all of Koberger's stuff is all a big coincidence. I
Yeah.
usually don't pick on them pro burgers, but y'all, come on, you can we use our big girl brains?
It's called willful ignorance, you know?
Thank you. I'm searching for the right word. I'm trying to be nice.
I didn't even I'm telling you, as long as I've been a member of Amazon, which is way longer than him, I never even, knew that there was a section in the, back page that like you could delete specific account activity. Because of this case, I was like, "Wait a minute, let me check." I looked it up and I was like, "Oh, yeah, I guess you can. You have to dig through it a little bit and then you can find it." This is stupid. That's crazy.
Who does that though, right? Who's gonna like, you know what? I think I need
Nobody
to
does
delete.
that.
Right.
Mhm.
Like, oh, I need to delete my was he tired of his algorithm showing him K bars?
Mm. Unless you, bought something for a gift for somebody in your household
Right.
and, it's a shared account and you don't want them to see it, I could see then maybe you're like, "Oh, here, let me just delete this activity," or whatever. But he bought that thing in March and then goes to delete the activity like 9 months later, like
Yeah,
8 months later. Like,
2 days
come on,
after the
dude.
crime.
2
Yeah,
days after crimes like that. Yeah.
yeah,
And he lived in another state than the one where the crimes happened. Come
yeah,
on.
right, exactly. It may have been just a few miles away, but by God, it was a whole ass other state.
Mhm.
Alright. Alabama's a few miles away, but it's a whole ass other state, I promise
Yep.
y'all. On November 23rd, 2022, and December 6th, the Amazon.com click activity for the Koberger account shows the customer was viewing pages associated with K-bar style knives with sheaths from the Amazon.com account.
10 days after, he's back on Amazon looking for a new one.
Right after his birthday, too, huh?
Mm,
And sheath.
yeah,
I wonder if he damaged that K-bar during the 4 attacks. Like the tip,
I don't
maybe
know.
even bones. I don't want to get too graphic, y'all, but
Did you
uh,
ever see that video that we found that, where the guy was, like, out in the woods, like, chopping up wood and,
oh, I've
at
seen all the stuff.
attacking a cinder block with it? Those things
Oh,
are
yeah,
really strong.
I know. I've
Mhm,
seen all the videos on what they're capable of doing. I remember with Joseph Scott Morgan, this case happened. His wife knows him so well.
mhm.
She went and ordered him one and didn't tell him.
Right.
And then it came, and he's like, how massive it feels in your hand, right? He's like,
Mhm.
it's just, it doesn't do justice till you actually hold one, you know?
Right,
They can
right.
show it to you all day long. And he showed the real one that he got off, that his
Mhm.
wife ordered. But
Yeah. I've
it's,
seen him
it's,
waving it around, but,
he
I don't think it broke, though, because there was
I
no,
doubt it.
X-rays, remember? Nothing was found in the
Nothing was
X-rays.
found in the and yeah, to indicate that it had broken.
Mhm.
Um, now, did he want to preserve that one for his
Yep,
trophy section,
maybe.
or did he bury
Mhm.
it with the rest of the stuff?
Mm,
You know, probably didn't want to keep it on him in case that sheath, like something happened. You never know. Like my DNA might be on there. If I get to have a K bar in my possession, they might say it was mine.
mhm.
So there's a chance he got rid of the K bar. We don't know, but trying to get a new one.
And the sharpener.
Yeah,
Because they searched 2 homes, never found the sharpener either,
yeah.
and his car.
They found shit in that car, which that's a big plus for the pro burger people, but not
Mhm.
for me because he's
Yeah, he had 6 weeks to
had
clean that
6
car.
weeks. He had
And
6
by
weeks.
clean, I mean sanitize it, because everybody's
And
like, "Ooh, it looked dirty to me." That's not what I'm talking about.
this guy's a criminology major. Come on, he's out there doing things we're not even thinking about doing to that car. And don't think he didn't pre-prep that car. Anybody thinks that Brian Koberger did not pre-prep that white Elantra, think about things for a minute. Seat
Mhm,
covers are a dime a dozen and they're cheap. A tarp to cover your entire trunk floor is cheap.
mhm,
A quick way to throw everything
and
in and
disposable.
wrap it all
Yep,
up and throw it in a hole somewhere out there at Johnson
yep,
Bar Campground, maybe allegedly.
mhm,
What about the Low Mountains? Maybe allegedly, I heard. I don't know. It could be anywhere. That car was pre-prepped. End of story. I mean, he's over here deleting account stuff and forensic wiping tools. And y'all don't think he pre-prepped that damn car? Come on. Suspect vehicle one was ready to commit a crime.
yeah, and, later in this document, you'll see with his financial transactions when he switched from using his debit card to cash, that was, like, 3 days before,
Remember that one time that
so
one
you
girl
don't know
said,
what he bought. Mhm.
because of phone records, it looks like Brian Koberger pulled off into an abandoned home somewhere and
Oh, yeah,
turned on
yeah,
these big
the
giant
shack and took time
battery
to clean
powered
and the
lights. Yeah.
yeah, mhm,
Big
yeah,
giant battery powered lights and cleaned that car. Like, girl, where'd you get that information from?
mhm. Yeah, but here's the thing, Rachel. Rachel said 6 weeks is a long time, and I still believe he covered up everything in that car and then got rid of everything. True, but let me tell you, he didn't even have to cover up everything in that car. If he got something, like tracked something in that car, like say red stuff, I hate to have to do this, but yeah,
No, you're
red
fine. You
stuff
can
in
say
that car,
yeah,
he could have, cleaned it so visually you wouldn't have been able to see it. But literally, you take a steamer, blow
mm,
steam on that. Steam destroys DNA. So they could have found the red stuff in the car, but they would have never been able to tie it to anybody because the DNA would have been destroyed. So,
it would have been diluted to the point
mhm.
where they wouldn't have been able to make a full determination as to whose it was, and if it was a mixture, that always throws another curveball in. If it's super diluted, they're never gonna know exactly whose it was, so you can't even come into court with it, right? At that
Yeah.
point. You can't. Um, but yeah, there he pre-prepped that car, and then he did when they when he was being surveilled. Once he left Washington and went back to Pennsylvania, court documents has shown when they were surveilling him, he was still cleaning the car. So, dude was making sure. And they tore that car to pieces, guys. We have the photos of how they did that car. Um,
Mhm.
whatever he did, he did. And I don't think it took a lot because even though this is what he did was horrific in those rooms, the spatter back on him had to go on to some whatever he was wearing, right? Once he say if he had seat covers on the car, maybe he I don't know what he could have done to the flooring. Maybe he threw a tarp in there and was I don't know, sitting all over a tarp in there. Maybe the trunk had a tarp. That would have all blood and anything would have gotten onto the tarps at that point and not all over the car. It would have been confined to where he was sitting, maybe dripping and who knows. But I feel like we all know he did something. Could he have unclothed? Well, Dylan
Yeah,
didn't,
that's what I think.
right? Do we also speculated that? Um, was there a backpack sitting right outside that back door where he snuck in and dropped his backpack and then grabs it on the way out because now he's done stood there and unclothed? Although we don't see any blood right inside the home or right outside the door that indicates he could have stripped down. But did he throw a tarp down and stand on it and strip down and bought? We don't know how the guy got away with some of this stuff. But in that Sutton report, we'll see some of the stuff that he was doing around that house because there was evidence of crime throughout the house. People are like, there was such a clean crime scene. Da, 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 da. It wasn't that damn clean, but it wasn't outside of the bedrooms. It was not as horrific as what was inside those bedrooms. Period.
Yeah. I just wish too a lot of people would look at that case. Like I said, the one with the little boy who, did in his mom, and the little sister was in the crib next to it. You saw that on camera because she had a camera there
Hmm.
in the room or whatever, like the baby monitor and I don't know, whatever else. But then you also saw him because they had cameras outside of the apartment. When he came out, that kid didn't have anything on him, and he,
No.
used a big old kitchen knife, like a butcher's knife or whatever, and stood right, came to the side of the bed, just like, you would think Koberger had to do for, Maddie and whatnot. And there was nothing on this kid, you know, he was still
Hmm.
sitting there in the interrogation room, like, later with nothing
Yeah.
on him. So, it
Well,
doesn't,
yeah.
everybody needs to get the, you got to look like Carrie from the horror movie, out of
No,
their
I mean,
mind.
well, they haven't been in true crime long enough and
Mhm.
seen enough then because you don't have to be covered head to toe in it.
Mhm.
You just don't. It may not even get on his face at all, and according to the description, he was only thing you could see was his eyeballs anyway, so anything would have went not on his skin onto whatever he was wearing, his balaclava,
Mhm.
whatever clothing he had on. We don't know. We wish we could find out more, but yeah, this guy did some stuff in that house, and there's
Oh,
evidence of
yeah.
it throughout the house. So this is S2, an amended supplemental expert disclosure, redacted name. The state of Idaho has previously disclosed redacted forensic accountant for the Federal Bureau. Is this Shirley?
I don't remember. I think Shirley was for this. Yeah. I don't know why they redacted it because we've seen it
Mhm.
somewhere else before.
Yeah,
I'm like, okay.
he was the one that was retired there in Idaho. They called. Okay. So, yeah, I gotta hold on. I'm alive, and Agent Shirley's calling me. I'll be back. Good Lord. Thank God some of them crazy people's gone from this space. All right. The Idaho State the state of Idaho has previously disclosed forensic accountant for the Federal Bureau of Investigations. The state incorporates its previous response and attachments filed December 18, 2024, and is hereby supplementing that response as follows. Anticipated summary evidence testimony. All right, so redacted will testify and answer questions about summary exhibits pursuant to Idaho Rules of Evidence Rule 1006, which mirrors the federal rules of evidence. A significant portion of redacted's testimony will relate to the presentation of summary evidence pursuant to IRE 1006, allows for the introduction of summary evidence to aid the jury in the examination of testimony or documents in evidence. The rule provides the proponent can use a summary, chart, or calculation to prove the content of voluminous writings, recordings, and photographs that cannot be conveniently examined in court. The proponent of summary evidence under the rule must make the originals or duplicates available for examination or copywriting or copying or both copywriting. What is the proponent of summary? Is this, I don't care about all this. There's way too much to read the stuff that's not important. Da, da, da.
Oh, yeah, I would skip over all that stuff.
So anything more in this document particularly?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Which
His
part?
financial transactions are in here.
Okay, so let's get, while reserving its right to revise. So this is going to concern state's
Go
initial
down to,
response.
yeah, right there.
Okay. While reserving its right to revise the subject matter of redacted testimony, the state anticipates that redacted can provide summary testimony regarding the following. Can summarize information from accounts in the name of Brian Koberger received from crypto.com. For well, he done got Nancy Guthrie. Oh, God. Lord, I can't even with that case right now. Washington Trust Bank and Pennsylvania State Employees Credit Union. His summary of the financial data can be broken down to by post date, location, amount, transaction, and payee or payee name. Payer or payee name. His analysis of the bank accounts covers the time frame of January 1, 2022 through December 15th. So he came to Washington, guys, what was it, July, the beginning of July of 2022. So this runs from January through December for the whole year of 2022, noting that the WTB account was opened on August 26th of 2022.
Okay.
So that was after he moved. Redacted can also refer to signature cards and other documents used to open the below accounts. So Pennsylvania State Employees Credit Union, he had an account, Washington Trust Bank, and Forex Dax Inc., DBA, Crypto.com. I need to have your crypto wallet number, dude. You got some crypto sitting in a wallet, dude. Do you? All we need is your wallet number and we can go look. For reals. For the Brian Koberger accounts, I didn't skip a page. Okay. For the Brian Koberger accounts, redacted can discuss certain transactions, particularly automated teller machines, ATM, withdrawals occurring in the month of November of 2022. That would be the month the crimes were committed. Redacted can also describe a transaction payable to the Washington Department of Licensing, and he can explain that he observed photographic footage as provided by the financial institutions linked to Brian Koberger's account. So the Department of Licensing is when he was switching his license over right, from PA to Washington. And he waited till after the crimes to do so.
5 days after. Did it on November 18th.
Birthday was coming up. For example, he can explain he observed Koberger, the account holder, in a white vehicle making these ATM withdrawals. He can summarize information from accounts associated with the Bank of America, Bank or Banner Bank, Discover. Look, remember all the, search warrants for
Mhm.
all the financial institutes and everybody just so here this is talking about some of those. Um, Bank of America, Banner Bank, Discover, Idaho Central Credit Union, and Numerica Credit Union, PayPal, Venmo, and Wells Fargo. These are accounts set up in the names of the victims, Madison, Kaylee, Ethan, and Xana, Bethany, and Dylan in this matter. Redacted can summarize records obtained from Amazon.com for Brian Koberger. He can discuss Brian Koberger's Amazon purchase history, gift card purchases, click data, and customer information for his account. He can specially outline Brian Koberger's Amazon records as follows. The Amazon.com account is registered to Brian C. Koberger using the Brian Christopher 1994 Gmail account. The account records show that Brian Koberger been a customer since October 23 of 2017. The address history of the accounts.
Oh, did you skip back?
No, I'm on
Oh,
page
okay.
7.
7? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, reading through what this person was going to testify to, which I didn't like. I'm trying to find the good stuff. Um,
Okay.
so yeah, I know what all they're going to testify
It's
to.
coming. Let's see.
Yeah,
You said you're on 7. Yeah,
yeah,
so
I'm on
that's
page
his
8.
Amazon account, his address history, all that.
Yeah.
Yep, yep, yep.
So then they go back into the March 20th purchase of they're about what all they're going to testify to. So I'm just skipping down through that stuff because, like I said, there's a lot to read, and I don't want to read stuff that this is repetitive right there. Okay, so here we go. This is different. What is this? Okay,
About page 11.
okay. So now they go into about the purchase. All right, now this is on November 15th. They're still talking about his testimony. What would it be? So the 15th, the Amazon click activity, the 23rd through the December 6th activity will be discussed by this expert. And then under the code,
Files.
there's all
Yeah.
this. So here's all the description of the discovery. And it's the Amazon records for Koberger, the crypto.com, the Dick's Sporting Goods records for Koberger,
Mhm.
the ISA Band and Trust records for Koberger, Marshall's records for Koberger, the Pennsylvania State Employees Credit Union, Ross records for Koberger. And
Mhm.
everybody was
DMC.
speculating that the girls were the ones inside Marshall's and Ross. Remember the shopping center right there at Farm Road,
Mhm.
at where he got stopped at?
Yeah. Mhm.
Marshall's and Ross are both right there in that.
Right.
Um, so he was obviously in there also in those stores and his Target records. So
Mhm.
he did his.
PayPal.
We heard that shopping's better in Moscow.
Right, right.
Good Lord, where you at, girl? Under Armour records for Brian Koberger. The Venmo records, his Walmart records, his Washington Trust Bank records, and his Winco records.
Okay, now here's where the anticipated expert testimony,
Yeah.
that's where they start talking about his spending and the way he was moving with money
Okay.
in some very nice specific detail.
Okay, so anticipated expert testimony. Idaho Criminal Rule 167 requires that the defendant's request the state must disclose the information for any testimony the state intends to use at trial pursuant to IRE 702, 703, or 705. The summary must describe the witness's opinions, the facts and data for those opinions, and and the witness's qualifications. We know that takes a lot of time in the courtroom, but we get it. 2017, redacted has been employed. Or I don't want to read all of it. Okay, Salt Lake
You're
Division,
not.
forensic accountant. Before he joined the FBI, he worked for nearly 4 years at the Idaho State Commission, Tax Commission, fraud investigator, all these things, all these things. At trial, Redacted will primarily testify to his analysis of the financial records and the purchases made by Koberger and interpret the bank documentation. Provide analysis of Koberger's transactions leading up to and after November 13th of 2022. That was the day the crimes occurred. These opinions will provide context and help the jury understand the nature of the financial records, spending habits,
Mhm.
and the transactions and that are including. Okay.
And here we go.
All right. Y'all, someone's at my door. Can y'all hang on 1 second?
Mhm.
Hold on 1 second. All right. Let me mute out my mic. I'll be right back, guys. I'm sorry. Dolphin, uh,
Mhm.
chat with the peoples, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions so far? Mhm. I tell you, I would have loved to have seen this in trial because what she's getting ready to read, totally goes through his spending habits. And it's just like people are creatures of habit. If me, for example, I don't use cash for anything. I don't ever have cash on me. I'm always like put it on the credit cards, because I get points off of it, from the transactions. Or very rarely do I use my debit card. If I have cash, I used to go to lunch with a friend and, we'd split the bill and she would just give me cash because she always had cash. If I all of a sudden, like let's say I committed a crime and all of a sudden I go to ATMs and start withdrawing money and whatnot and don't ever use my cards again when, I have this pattern of using my cards for like years and years and years, like that's suspicious. And basically what they're getting ready to show in this document is they showed us like significant change in the way that he did things. And also think his age, somebody who's 27, people just literally use their cards all the time. Who do you see running around? Oh, hey, butterfly, you're on your lunch break. Okay, running an errand. Oh, nice. Oh, that's sweet. But yeah, what was I saying? uh Yeah, especially people that age, you're into your tech or whatever, and you're into just tapping and paying, which means you've used some sort of card, like a debit card, credit card, whatever, to pay. Everybody wants to do things, as fast and efficiently as possible. Nobody is, sitting here with cash hardly anymore. So, yeah, I don't know, it's gonna be interesting to see how people try to explain this. "Oh, maybe he just wanted to maybe he needed money." What, for tipping the valet, the non-existent valets in this town? Like, give me a break. So, yeah. Oh, I was like, "TCB?" Mara must be on a phone or something. Or Moira, sorry. Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you find cash in your wallet. Oh, totally. I do not use it. Like I said, unless I have valeted somewhere and I need to hand somebody a tip or whatever. Um, that is like the only case, situation where I would have cash. Although my parents did used to say, you should always keep something on you in case of an emergency, in case you're, out in the sticks or whatever, and you can't find, I don't know, somebody doesn't have a credit machine or whatever at their mom and pop location. Yeah. Oh, okay, butterfly. Just stopping in. Supposedly YouTube is working on tagging on phones and tablets. I wish they would get that fixed. I mean, you should just be able to tap the person's name. Like just like I think if I tapped you on the phone, you'd have that option to report you or block you, I think. What are the options? Yeah, they really do need to fix that because that's pretty lame. Let me see. Oh, really? That's using cash to me is so old school. Yeah, report or block are the only options right now. But it has your message up at the top of the window, so you should just be able to tap that and message you back. This is so stupid. But anyway, Yeah, it doesn't work. I see that. I mean, honestly, think about it. Who carries cash? People, the elderly, because they're living in the past. Um, who else? Uh, People, like I said, who need to, know that they need to tip someone. Just hand them a tip. And then probably, I don't know, rappers or gangbangers or whatever who want to walk around with like a big wad of bills to like show off. And then also exotic dancers, I guess. I was gonna say strippers, but whatever. Because their business is, cash. And actually service people would have like, well, probably a lot of cash, like waiters, waitresses, and all that. Oh, Butterfly sent Salty 5 memberships.
Oh,
Awesome, that's so
nice.
sweet.
Hey, I just got back from sorry, guys, I had to the delivery came, I didn't know it was coming. Oh, thank you, Butterfly, appreciate that. Um, Thank you very much, and have a great rest of your day. Thanks for stopping in and saying hello to us all and wishing for us that happy birthday. And Dolphin, you're right, not many people carry a lot of cash anymore,
Mm-mm.
and you don't switch all of a sudden from
Nope.
all of a sudden I'm gonna go, carrying cash when the world's trying to go cashless,
Mhm.
whatever. But yeah, it's definitely a pattern, right, that emerged that
Oh, yeah. I
doesn't make
prefer
sense.
I prefer using a card because you can track your spending better than
Mhm.
with cash?
But I have to stop and get cash for certain activities I'm gonna go do. Like, if I'm
Mhm.
gonna go out for the 4th of July, I wanna have the cash on me, or if I wanna go to the races, I might wanna have a little cash on me.
Mhm.
But a lot of places just take the card, but I rarely have cash. I have to stop and get it if I need it, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's
Mhm.
I think we all experience that these days, most of us. Alright, so Coburger's over here, though, gonna like you said, the the spin will be amazing. So we'll see
Mhm.
how that goes.
Oh, yeah, I
Um,
can't wait to hear this.
Remember we were like last night, we were like, or yesterday we were chatting. I was like, wait, when they realize these documents have dropped, especially the
Mhm.
ones on old Dylan over there, they're gonna have a field day with those.
Yeah, yeah.
Which is hard not to have a field day with those. I have to be honest, I cannot lie.
Mm.
My problematic witness over there, girl,
Yeah.
you're so problematic. That's not even the word. I don't even know what the right word is anymore. All right, we're gonna concentrate on getting the goods on this guy though, because
Yeah.
Idaho loves to give us the goods on the surviving roommate. All right. Knowledge of bank information. The state intends to ask Redacted to render an expert opinion based on his experience and knowledge of the banking industry. People have to, they got to explain everything for jurors, so just in case by law someone didn't understand. All right. So y'all will all get, well, you would have gotten an education in how banking works. We would have gotten the trial. So we're going to have to read about it. All right. For example, he can describe the process of opening bank accounts online and the information collected during the application process. He can also discuss ATM withdrawals and the collection of video and photographic information. Um, and I guess, the jury needs to understand that. So when the defense comes in and say, well, because you have made a mistake with your metadata.
Oh, no.
No, we did not. And here's why.
Yeah.
Okay. Collections of video and photographic information received from the financial institutions. Analysis of spending habits, debit card purchases, and ATM withdrawals. The state intends to ask Redacted to provide an expert opinion based on his experience in reviewing financial records as part of an investigation. Redacted can discuss the spending habits, debit card purchases, and ATM withdrawals he observed in the WTB and PSECU accounts both prior to and after the dates of the homicides in Moscow, Idaho. Redacted will state that Brian Koberger's WTB account was opened on August 26th with a deposit of $50 on August 30th. Better throw some money in there real quick, $50 in there. Okay.
Yeah, so for yeah,
So
opens on the 26th for 50. And then look at this.
he needed a whole new account to start up with. He was gonna try to close all of his old ones down, I wonder. I
Oh, no,
wonder
I think he left them open. I don't know. I I
Yeah,
think
he
they were
left
all
them.
open.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but I wonder if that was something he was considering. Redacted observed a $2,000.23 ACH deposit in the amount.
On August 30th. Mhm.
That was the August 26th, he opened it with the $50 deposit, and then on the
In
30th,
Washington Trust. Yep. Mhm.
he added a $2,000
Mhm.
deposit. Where'd he get that kinda money?
His his
His TA thing?
grant money from, yeah, for the
Yeah.
PhD. They do. I kept telling people that y'all don't realize how much money PhD students get,
Yeah,
and
he would
everything.
yeah.
Because
Yeah.
my brother was a PhD student and he
Okay.
had a whole bunch of expendable cash,
Right.
So yeah.
Yep. Okay. No wonder they are all shady over there at WSU right now. They're like, "Ugh, we ignored it. We're a criminology
Hmm.
department. Shit, we look dumb." All right. The account was inactive until November 2022.
So he opened this account, yeah, puts a whole bunch of money in it and let it sit. Okay, until November. Yep.
Until
Hmm.
November. So then on November 13th and forward, Redacted observed 8 ATM withdrawals from that account. Redacted will explain that the first ATM withdrawal occurred at 10:49 a.m. on the 13th,
Hmm.
which comports with the date of the homicides in Moscow, Idaho. He didn't want his other accounts having activity after the crime?
He parked that money, yeah,
Yeah,
basically, and waited
yeah,
a couple of months until
right,
the homicides.
and started
Hmm.
pulling out his
And
cash.
that morning, that was one of the things that they had him on film running around doing.
Between calling mother,
Hmm.
sending the thumbs up picture, call mother, talk to mother while driving toward Moscow.
Yeah, this is after all of that. Hmm.
Yeah,
Right after that. Hmm.
yeah, right after that. So November 13, which comports with the date of the homicides. On that same day, Redacted can discuss the images he reviewed of Koberger in a white vehicle conducting this ATM transaction. Because we've been curious about what all his movements were that day, that morning. Redacted will note that while that the white vehicle in the ATM transaction footage did not have a license plate visible from the front as of November 13th. Redacted
Hmm.
will discuss. So he, as of the 13th, but it
Right. So basically, they're saying on November 13th, they have proof that his car did not have a
didn't
license
have it.
plate
Right.
because of all this ATM drive-through
Yeah.
activity that he did. So yeah.
And the car never appeared to have
And
one in the grainy footages that they
right.
had. And at the time, it was, they didn't require the front plate in Pennsylvania, right?
Right.
But Idaho did, but he still was carrying that Pennsylvania plate at this time.
Hmm.
So there
Idaho
wasn't,
and Washington. Yep.
right.
Require both. Hmm.
So he didn't have a front plate visible.
Hmm.
Okay, which we've always known that.
Right.
Redacted will discuss another ATM transaction where he observed Koberger in the same vehicle, but now with the Washington plate visible from the front as of November 22. That's when he switched everything over.
Hmm.
He will explain he observed a financial transaction made payable to the Washington Department of Licensing on November 18th. Now
Hmm.
we reviewed the video here of him
Yep.
entering the DMV and
Yep.
chatting it up with the lady there.
He was chatty Cathy. Hmm.
And Atlanta Truth and Transparency interviewed her.
Oh yeah. Hmm.
Mhm. Redacted and she said she wasn't flirting with him.
Hmm.
Okay,
Yeah.
girl. I'd say that too now. At the time, you sure seemed friendly, ma'am.
Hmm.
All right, we're not judging. Redacted can discuss his analysis of the PSECU account, stating that he did not observe ATM withdrawals during the dates of January 1 through November 30th. Instead, Redacted will explain that Koberger largely used his debit card to make purchases, including purchases in Moscow, Idaho, as well as Pullman, Washington, where he lived. Redacted will also speak to transactions occurring in Pennsylvania before Koberger moved to the Pullman, Washington area in the summer of 2022. He will state that he observed Koberger used his debit card at stores located in Moscow in the months leading up to November 22nd or 2022. Sorry.
Mhm.
He will state that Brian Koberger's last known debit card purchase in Idaho took place at the Target and the Marshalls on November 10th,
Mhm.
3 days before the
Yep.
homicides.
Switches from credit or debit card transactions to cash. Out of the other account that he parked money in.
Yeah. All right, dude. Redacted can state that the WTB and PSECU financial records reveal that Koberger conducted ATM withdrawals only on and after November 13th, the date of the homicides. The review also indicates a change in spending habits and that Koberger's debit card purchases in Moscow halted after the 10th, just days prior to the homicide. Didn't want to leave that paper trail.
Mm.
Everybody was like, "Why would he take his own car?" I'm like, "Well, was the fool gonna rent a car and leave a paper trail with a rental car?"
The fool was leaving paper trails all over the place for
Right.
other things, so
The
yeah,
shit fire. He done made
may as
enough
well have rented a
mistakes.
car.
That would have been another huge mistake. Taking the phone was the biggest, besides the
Mm,
sheets accidental
mhm.
left behind situation. All right.
Yeah.
The
So,
re- the review also indicates a change in the spending habits. Okay. So he's going to go from using debit cards to now getting cash out of his secret account with
mhm.
$2,000 stashed away in case I got
Yep.
to run to mommy.
Yeah, so
Exhibit
that's the
S.
end of him.
Hey, that might have been his shit and get money just in case.
Yeah,
Just in case I need to shit and get.
maybe, right?
Yeah, you don't ever know how it could. I don't know why he thought going back to or to Pullman or freaking Pennsylvania would be the best plan
I
instead
mean,
of
that
trying.
was for the holidays, though.
I know, but I guess he wasn't scared about getting caught. Hell, Canada's right there, dude. I mean,
Remember they said he was
or,
paranoid and he was looking up stuff about
well, yeah. I mean,
wiretapping and trying to
that's
sell
why
the
I'm.
car, you
Well,
know?
that's I understand. That's why I'm curious why he thought going back to PA was the best idea. He's already worried because he knows he left the knife sheath, right?
Mhm.
He's known since he got the car and beat himself up over it when he went to go throw everything away. Oh my fuck, where's my knife sheath? He lost his shit. So I mean, dude, a lot of things he's not making sense here. He's
Nope.
weird. No, Koberger, what are you doing? Um, I'm just surprised he didn't try to leave with if he really thought they were onto him. I wonder if he would have bolted from PA though,
Mhm.
thinking they're coming, right? He's paranoid, staring out the back window. We saw that or read that in prior documents and stuff. So
I
I
think
wonder.
that, I think, because he was telling his coworker, that his male coworker that he was planning to, fight what happened at school or whatever. He supposedly told his dad the same thing. I'm wondering if he's looking at the news and where they're like, "Oh, we don't have a suspect, blah blah blah," or whatever, and is thinking, "Let me just go ahead and get rid of the car," or whatever. I'm
Mhm.
wondering if the fool would have gone back if they hadn't arrested him. I'm wondering if he wouldn't have gone back to Washington thinking that he could, appeal the school's decision, you know.
I think a part of him probably would have, right?
Mhm.
That need to be right, that need to be in control kind of
Mhm.
thing. Because we heard that he was going to go back to the old dealership where he got the car. That's in some of Ann's filings.
Mm.
We learned about that. Was he going to try to get rid of the Elantra and pick up a new car and head back? If he thought, was he waiting for the holidays to pass to see how things played out? Right? Because
Yeah.
he's
That's
already
probably
done
why he was
this.
cleaning it too, also, or trying to clean it because he was getting ready to sell it.
Yeah, he was going to try to get rid of it. So
Mhm.
okay. And then he might have tried to acquire a new one and took off in that one if he really thought they were coming. But if he thought, hey, they don't have a clue, he's over there chilling out in the Facebook or the YouTubes watching stuff. Um, so a part of him might have felt comfortable enough. Well, hey, maybe they don't have any idea, you know. But that sheath would have never have left my mind, and I would have always wondered, did I clean all my DNA off of it? I better not go back. But this guy, you never know. I think he thought he might have cleaned it well enough. He didn't expect
Mhm.
them to use IgG during an active investigation because it had never been used. I doubt that ever crossed his mind. It may have once he realized I left that sheath. He knows he's not in CODIS, right? So he didn't have to worry about the
Mhm.
DNA matching a CODIS hit to lead to him. The only thing that got there was IgG. So, the state has previously disclosed Lawrence Mowry, forensic detective for the Moscow Police Department. The state incorporates its previous disclosures. All right, let's skip down. Um, so, Mowry filed December 18th, 2024, and January 7th in this response. It is anticipated the state will call Detective Mowry to testify generally as an expert. I hope they prepped him better before the non trial.
Yeah. Mallory was a clown.
Dude, come on, man, it's hard to get behind you at the moment. You're sounding like an idiot up there.
Yeah, he didn't save his files. I when I heard that, I was like, "What?"
He's like, "I don't know what to do, man. You gotta go ask that FBI guy. He's really the one in charge. I'm just supposed to say it's me so y'all don't ask for the records."
Mhm.
Mowry testified generally as an expert in the field of digital forensics. Mowry, Koberger was coming for your job, dude. In addition to testify in the areas not, maybe this is all about you, Mowry, requiring special expertise such as search warrant applications. The expert testimony anticipated by Mowry is the expertise necessary to extract the contents of previously disclosed devices. The remainder of his testimony will be factual testimony. I hope so, based on his review of
Yeah,
the data
really.
provided from the extractions. Provided the data provided from the extractions by the CAS team. It is anticipated that Mowry will provide testimony that during his review of the following devices, he did not find any connection to Brian Koberger. Kaylee's Mac Air book, or MacBook Air. Dylan had one. Xana had one. Madison had one. Madison also had a Dell Latitude. Kaylee had a Dell Precision, including but not limited to Extreme Network account information, an iPad belonging to Bethany, one belonging an iPhone, excuse me, to Dylan, an iPhone to Bethany. Those elusive phones of those girls. Yeah,
Shoot, all these kids had iPhones.
yeah,
Mhm.
they all don't they all? All my
Yeah.
kids do. I'm the lone wolf with my Samsung.
No,
I'm
but that's okay to be a lone wolf. 'Cause
oh,
I
I
used to
know.
have an iPhone. I switched like 14 years ago.
Yeah, I'm good being the lone wolf.
Mhm.
iPhone belonging to Ethan. Eric Gower also had an iPhone. Kaylee, Madison, Xana. Eric was the Uber driver,
Mhm.
rideshare driver, whatever label you want to slap on him. He was the driver from the grub
Mhm.
truck to the house for Maddie and Kaylee. Emily Alant, which was their friend and neighbor that was called over that morning. Jack DeCour, Kaylee's ex boyfriend. iPhone, Apple iCloud accounts belonging to Bethany, Dylan, Jack DeCour, Kaylee, Madison, Ethan, and Xana.
And the
AT&T
defendant.
records. Now, yeah, um, well, it says belonging to defendant, yes. Bethany, Dylan. Now, notice the name Jack is in there,
Mhm.
um, because reality would tell you that he's probably going to be looked at in the very beginning of this case.
Mhm.
Because one of the victims in that house he dated, and he was literally dead at the end of the street, right? Maddie's boyfriend was in a whole other location, and that
Right.
would be easily proven. But Jack was a little different, and you can't. We would cry foul if they didn't look at him in the beginning. Same thing with the roommate. When you're first told you got an 8 hour gap, as a cop, you're going to go red flag. I need to investigate this further, right?
Mhm. Plus 2 of the victims called him.
Right.
What, 6 times?
Right.
So, yeah, they would have wanted to see his phone for messages, texts,
Exactly.
anything.
You know
Mhm.
that had to be highly suspicious when they were realizing these girls were calling this particular person multiple times leading up to their murders, and yeah, what was that about, right? We all wanted to know what that was about, let's be honest, when we were hearing about it back then. Um, AT&T records associated with the defendant, Jack Showalter, who was the guy who walked Maddie and Kaylee from the club, corner club, down to the grub truck. Madison Mogan, Xana, and Madison Mogan. Those are the AT&T records for Showalter, Maddie, Xana. They got Maddie listed twice.
Hmm.
Google Gmail accounts belonging to the defendant and Kaylee. A Google geofence. Oh, we got some geofence stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Geofence for latitude, longitude points. Oh, I need to
I'm
hang
doing it right now.
okay, okay, thank you. We are
Uh-huh.
we're so much alike with some of this stuff, we ain't even gotta say it. If
Yeah,
y'all
because
ever
I
hear me
didn't
and her,
bother
like,
to.
yell at each other, ignore it. We're like sisters. We just like,
Oh,
"Shut up a
yeah.
minute. You're making me lose my train of thought. Shut up." Okay. Um, so Google geofence for latitude, longitude points, and then they give the points, obviously. Um, DoorDash records associated with Ethan, Xana, and Molly McMichaels. Of course, Molly is the DoorDash driver that delivered Xana's food that night or that morning. The match Tinder accounts belonging to the defendant, Kaylee, and Madison. The defendant. You got good birthing hips. The fuck? Meta accounts belonging to Bethany, Dylan, Ethan, Madison, Xana, Jack, Decor, Kaylee, and then the Snapchat accounts belonging to Madison, Xana, and Kaylee, Ethan, Jack, Dylan, and Bethany. Oh, those Snapchat messages. Y'all better get everybody in towns. We heard some stuff. Um, TikTok accounts belonging to the defendant, Madison Mogan, Kaylee, Xana, Dylan, and Bethany. Guys, Xana just had a birthday. So happy heavenly birthday, Xana. And today is Forrest's birthday, but it's also my oldest daughter's birthday. So I miss her dearly. She knows it, and shout out for her birthday as well. Um, our little cancers, man. We can't live without them. All right. T-Mobile records associated with Dylan Mortensen, Kaylee. Tower Dump records for Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile, and Inland Cellular. Um, redacted 2567 account records associated with Molly. So there's more Molly stuff there. Reddit accounts belonging to Kaylee Gonzalez, Uber records for Eric, the Verizon records of Ethan, Bethany, and Jack, Yahoo accounts for Kaylee. Anticipated that Mallory will provide testimony that during his review of the following devices, he did not find any references to Kaylee, Madison, Ethan, Bethany, Xana, or Dylan. Reddit accounts belonging to the defendants. And they went through all of the accounts of the victims and all of Koberger's accounts. They couldn't find one thing that would connect him to the victims. So whenever they looked up his browsing
Yeah.
history, right,
Mhm.
the browser history where all the other images of all these girls were, there were none of the actual victims. So
Yeah, I think there's a reason for that, though.
I think it's yeah. This guy's like his mind is one of those twisted places to be. So the Reddit accounts belonging to the defendant, the Amazon accounts for the defendant, the Dropbox for the defendant, the Microsoft One accounts for the defendant, the Strava account, the Twitter accounts for the defendant, the Yik Yak accounts. Well, Yik Yak has a lot of stuff on it. YouTube accounts belonging to the defendant, computer tower seized at Northeast Valley Road, belonging to defendant. Samsung records belonging to the defendant, the SIM card for him, his Intel 5 12 gigabyte hard drive, his Seagate Barracuda. Those came out of his parents' home, didn't they?
All of the drives, yeah, I think,
Yeah,
like, all the extra
the
SSDs.
Seagate.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah, the hard drive, the Barracuda, the Seagate Barracuda, the Samsung model EVO, all the Acer laptop, all that came from his parents' house in Pennsylvania. Data
Just the
acquisition,
desktop was at the apartment.
yeah, just the desktop. Data acquisition from the Hyundai Elantra. Can we please get that? Because we've all been wanting to know.
Yeah.
I mean, how much time was spent just on that alone, Dolphin? Butterfly, well, you're not here anymore. You know, we've. Oh my God, a lot of time was spent trying to figure out what is his Elantra going to tell the world. What does it tell in this data acquisition? Hmm. Yeah, very close to Canada. 200. All right. Maybe one day those reports will become unsealed and not heavily redacted still. Y'all being sued, I'd be careful on those redactions. And I heard Big City Crime talking the other night, just
Mhm.
appalled that Derek Colella's plea deal thing is sealed. They're like, "Have you ever heard of this before? You heard sealed documents?" I'm like, y'all are retired law enforcement. Y'all don't understand sealed documents. You think it's just Colella's case? Welcome to Idaho 4, the biggest sealed case in the universe of history, in the history of the universe. I said that backwards.
Yeah.
Quit putting out misinformation, coppers. We're used to sealed documents over here in the true crime community. Y'all need to get with the program. Quit making it
Okay.
special
I sent you
for.
all 4 chords. That second one looks like it has a typo in it, so it had, like, an extra 0, but I got it.
Oh, okay.
But go ahead. Mhm.
All right. So, oh, there's Urig's stuff. Urig was out of the when he had a Coeur d'Alene's office, he was the digital one of the digital guys.
Yeah, I think he was. Mhm.
Okay. Oh, Post Falls. It was Post Falls. The state
Yeah,
previously
somewhere up there.
disclosed Urig, forensic examiner, Sergeant, Post Falls Department. Yeah. So he was also going to come testify on the digital stuff. He handled a lot of that. Um, is that the last page? Yeah, that was it for that document.
Mhm.
Okay. Now let me see what you.
Yeah, it was just those chords. If you just wanted to see the 4. I didn't know if you wanted to show them or whatever, or if you just wanted to see them, but for the geofence.
Hang on one second. I gotta respond to something.
Okay. Do, 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 do. Yeah, basically, it was just the Amazon and the financial transactions that I thought was, nice to finally see some concrete proof that it was not his parents' account, it was his account.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, I get people out there are made to still not believe it, but yeah,
And just
yeah,
showing all the shady stuff that he did with the
okay.
Amazon
It's an
transactions and his financial transactions.
Yeah, and because Ann Taylor herself stood there in a hearing talking about the Amazon purchases and the possibility of the family stuff, and
Mhm.
the shared accounts and all that stuff. And like,
Mhm.
ma'am, what are you doing here? He did it all with his, unless his, are you going to blame his sister stole his, um, his stuff to get back at him for her phone, and she really purchased the K bar? I mean, what are you going to do there with that shit?
Yeah, and they're not even listed on the account too. Did you notice that? The one
Yep,
that
they're
still
not.
lived in Pennsylvania, she's
Yep.
not even listed on the account.
She's like, I
Mhm.
got my whole separate stuff. I know I'm gonna be just weird, bizarre stuff. Mom and Dad and Brian. I don't blame her. Okay, so let me. What did you send me?
Oh, those are just the links for the in the DM for the
I
coordinates.
gotcha.
You can look
Okay,
at that later or whatever. I just was
yeah.
like, oh, let me pull these up.
Oh, that one's near the A and W. Oh, it's Taylor. Oh, it's right there on the corner of Taylor leading to Walenta.
Mhm.
So just lining up his movements. Okay. Now the I think it was the March 3rd, 2026 document that's like it's like over 100 pages long, but not all of them are worth reading, and there are some pages that are redacted heavily because it's showing images of the bedrooms. And in the Paulette In that particular one, it starts like page 6, has exhibit report explanations of Koberger's movements and phone tower activity, a little bit about
Mhm.
that. On page
Mhm.
19, male B, D, and A DNA is discussed. What they did and didn't do with those samples. Um,
Mhm.
then Paulette's report comes in. They talk about Kaylee's diluted blood on the beer pong table, which it tells you that K-bar came right down past that table with her blood. That would have shown that he came from the first floor. He would have had to have harmed the girls upstairs first to transfer that blood to the table, and then he went on to Xana's room. Um, they talk about that. Ethan's blood on the half wall is discussed. Stains 27, 23, and 24, which were in the stairwell leading from third to between second and third floors. Um,
Are you
and
looking at something?
No, I'm reading it and telling you what it says. I have not pulled it
Oh,
up yet.
okay.
I'm telling you
Mhm.
what this particular, because I didn't know if there was another one you wanted to look at too, because
Oh,
you went
no,
through
no,
a
but
couple
pull up
other
whatever
ones.
you
But
yeah, we're
this
gonna
one
pull up
is the
next.
one that
Mhm.
I was looking through last night, trying to look through and see what was in there, because it was such
Mhm.
a long one, because there's a lot to move through them. Um, they may not all be that long. I don't know, but one was over 1,000 pages long. So
Yeah.
I was just trying to go through them and see what was there. So let me pull this up.
There's a 10-page text message. 1, 2 oh, no, let see. No, 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 no,
Yeah,
no, no.
this stuff with
Yeah.
Dylan. Yeah, that
Mhm.
girl. My God, fucking give me a headache. All right. So let me get this and show you guys. Screen. Okay. So a lot, like I said, not all of these are going to even be worth going over and reading, because a lot of this was in other documents, but then they took it and they've added stuff that more unredacted stuff. But this was going to be Jenny Ayers' declaration or supplemental disclosure for her expert, and she was with the Idaho State Lab. And these are just her responses that were filed in December and February after Anne kept asking for more. She did the latent print evidence, right? And she just talks about how it's developed and how she collects it and all this. She will also testify about the DNA. Is it genetic material contained in human cells? She's going to explain to the jury what the DNA is. So I'm not reading all that.
This
Um,
is the one that's 1 through 13 exhibit.
this is a 155-page document. This is 30326, redacted exhibits S1 through S13 to the
Okay.
state's amended supplemental response to request for discovery RE expert testimony.
I just
They
wanna
got
pull
these,
it up on my
yeah,
tablet.
they got these gigantic names. It's the first one, and it's the only one in 2026, 3326.
Mhm.
Okay, so this was going to be Jenny's testimony here. She's going to also testify to the DNA evidence, maybe did a crime scene. She's going to go through all that. How they determine what after swabbing the surface, the swabs are allowed to air dry, put in a package. See, I'm not reading all this stuff.
Yeah, I bookmarked
So
this
we
all
go
the way
down
through,
to
and yeah, I just was like, "I'll come back
page
to this one."
6. Well, I have to go through them if I want to figure out which ones are worth talking about. So go
Oh, no,
down to
I know, I
yeah.
yeah.
And I just started with the first one because I'm not going to let it overwhelm me. And I don't, Dylan's text messages, my God, I already know what most of them say, and that girl's going to break my brain. All right. So this one is just going over some of the exhibits that would have been in the trial. Let me start right here. Okay. So regarding redacted final cast report, the following, so they get some of this up here is repetitive, right? The records that they're showing: AT&T records for Brian Koberger, AT&T records for Madison and Xana. Um, regarding the final cast report, the following testimony is anticipated in conjunction with the presentation of the report. Page 2 to 5 will serve as visual aids for redacted to explain how cellular technology works, as previously discussed, and the methods utilized for redacted to conduct the analysis. Now, page 6 serves as a legend. So they're going through what is here. Okay.
Mhm.
They
I
will be
liked how they
presented.
did that.
Yeah, they will be represented on a map specifically for phones associated with Brian, Madison, and Xana.
Oh, I
Page
do want to
7.
say this. Yeah, for
Go
page
ahead.
6, a lot of people don't realize why they just looked at Xana and Maddie because they missed
Yeah.
the fact that they're on the same carrier as Brian. So they were trying to say, okay, we know that Xana and Maddie's phones were at their home, so basically they could see how accurate it was,
Yes,
also for him.
exactly. Comparing how these phones are reacting to
Right.
that tower and
And
compared to
only
how.
them because they're on the same carrier.
Right, exactly. So, page 7 shows examples of call information boxes that are used throughout the report and explains what each record in the box represents. Redacted will explain how this information comes from records obtained from the provider and they are simply transferred here to show specific records. So, they are kind of explaining. Page 8 depicts examples of how drive test data previously discussed will be represented on a map. Um, that's the drive test data that Ann was like, I want to know about your calibration. I'm like, oh man, you need to go
Mhm.
watch his testimony over there in that damn, what's that dude's name? Chad Daybell. Because he explains this particular FBI agent, the same one, mind you, explains that drive test beautifully, ma'am, including your calibration issues. It pays to go watch it. It's a beautiful testimony. That was who was set to testify in the Idaho 4 case. We didn't get there. Page 7 shows the examples. Okay. Page 8 depicts an example of how the drive test data was previously discussed, indicated on the map. I would have liked to have seen that test
Mhm.
um, because it was super important in the Chad Daybell case. It was so important to pinpoint what was going on in that backyard. And so I know how much it mattered there, and I was really wanting to see it here. Page 9, especially since the same guy did the cast report, yeah, I want to see it.
Yeah.
Page 9 represents locations of interest provided to redacted during this investigation. So that represents locations of interest to the redacted person, investigator. And the icon will be used to represent that on each map. The red icon labeled CS represents the crime scene in the Idaho in Moscow, and the yellow BK icon represents Koberger's residence, located in Northeast Valley Road over in Washington. Page 10 is a map of Moscow and Pullman, or Moscow, Idaho, and Pullman, Washington. Redacted will use this map to depict both locations of interest from 9, as well to show where the AT&T towers in the form of blue circles are located. That's the map of the towers between his apartment down the highway toward Moscow. And all those pings will be there that the PCA talks about. Page 11 represents the subscriber's sheet associated with the 8458 number. That's the new number, right?
Mhm.
From the area of West Yellowstone, Wyoming to Pullman, Washington on
Mm.
June 30th. So there he's traveling to Washington now, guys, from Pennsylvania. So on the 30th, they've got him in the area of West Yellowstone, Wyoming, headed toward Pullman, Washington, showing where
Mhm.
Koberger moved. So he was still traveling on the 30th.
Right.
Page 13 depicts cellular phone usage for the 8458 number on November 13th, and redacted is expected to testify that when the 8458 phone interacted with the AT&T network at 2:47 a.m., the phone was not at the Brian Koberger residence marked BK on the map. Rather it was southwest of the Brian Koberger resident as depicted by the drive test data. So when they did the drive test data, they're timing it, right? And
Mhm.
how long would it take to get from here to here? And that's how they're guesstimating or analyzing that time frame. It is also expected to testify he analyzed additional handoff data that occurred during this session. Well, Ann don't like that handoff data at all. 8458 phone stopped communicating with the network at 2:54. So 2:47 was his last handoff at the tower or ping at a tower. 2:54, that phone's going offline.
Mhm.
Page 4 provides the time period that the 8458 phone did not communicate with the AT&T tower during the early mornings of November 13th. Page 15 depicts the interactions of the phone number had with the AT&T network on the 13th, starting at 4:48. That's when he turns it back on. Pages 16 through 18 show the general movement of the phone number on the 13th, consistent with the traveling from South Moscow to Pullman, Washington, and ultimately using a cell site that provides coverage to the residents. That's when, because he leaves Pullman or Moscow and he goes the back way, basically to the countryside back home. And then he starts pinging closer back to Pullman. Pages 19 and 22 show the general movements of the 8458 phone on the 13th, consistent with departing Pullman, Washington, and traveling to Idaho, then returning back to a cell site that provides coverage to the Koberger residents. 23 and 24 pages have the general movements of the phone on the 13th, consistent with traveling from Pullman, Washington to Lewiston. Consistent with their surveillance videos, it shows Koberger in Lewiston. So that would be the evening of that day on the 13th, Dolphin, right?
Hold on a second. I'm sorry. Which set
Okay.
of pages? I looked away
Page
to read
7,
something.
23 and 24, the general movements of the phone on the 13th, consistent with traveling from Pullman to
Mhm.
Lewiston. And they got the
Mhm.
video also of him. So that evening,
Right.
guys, they know that he's back over from Pullman, Washington. He is now in Lewiston from what, 5:30 to 8:30, or was that the time he was offline again? But we've got the video that's come out
He
now of
was,
him
yeah.
in that location. So that evening, he travels back over to Lewiston, Idaho, um, and spends some time out there, and is seen on video. With the Costco is out there, and the
Mhm.
the, the Cup of Joe, Kate's Cup of Joe. Is that what he was? What he was trying to
Yeah, he stopped there
coffee?
for a few seconds. Mhm.
Yeah, the wall, all the things he's out there doing. Okay, page 25 depicts the time when the 8458 phone had historical periods of no interaction. So there's times when the phone had
So these
historical
are when he was
periods.
just offline from,
Yeah,
going back to June 23rd when he got the account to the night, or the day of the
yes.
homicides. Mhm.
So under the new number, the
For more than
8458,
an hour and 45 minutes.
that was from from the
Mhm.
23rd all the way to the 13th, like she said. So for more than 1 hour, 45 minutes. So that's during the whole time. From June all the way to
Mhm.
November, that phone was only off for an hour and 45 minutes after several months, right? The pattern is it would normally be on. Included in this analysis is the time period of the early morning hours of the 13th of November 2022. All right, so
Right, so anytime he's ever been offline between those dates.
was only an hour and a half total.
No, not only an hour and a half total,
Let's what it,
because remember he disappeared after, the
but
13th,
I don't.
after going shopping and stuff like that?
Yeah, but it doesn't say those 3. I don't think that time period is included in this because it says an hour and 45 minutes right there. It says, "Interaction with the AT&T network from June 23rd to November 13th for more than 1 hour, 45 minutes." So I don't know if that's saying the phone only ever showed it was off for, like, an hour and 45 minutes during that whole time span. So did that include the evening trip to Lewiston, or what is this? So more than an hour and 45 minutes, the phone would normally be off at times, including in his analysis.
No, the way that these people wrote that, it's basically depicts times no activity, right? Uh, for more than an hour and 45 minutes. So they're looking at times that he was offline for more than an hour and 45 minutes, and they listed all those time periods.
It doesn't
Through
say how many times that happened. It
No.
appears that when I'm saying it only appears that it was around an hour and 45 minutes that phone was ever offline between June and November. I may be misinterpreting it, but they're not
Yeah,
specific about
it's
that.
the way that they wrote it incorrectly. If you chop that down,
So what does it mean then if they wrote it wrong?
it
That he was
literally
way over, way more than an hour and 45 minutes that he was usually offline?
what it means is they're looking for times that he was offline for more than an hour and
which
45
would match
minutes.
what he was offline for during the time of the crimes,
Right,
right?
basically. Mhm.
So that would match up with that, but they don't see any of that activity that he was ever turned it off because it doesn't appear his pattern of behavior is not going to be to normally turn the phone off at night while I'm sleeping, like some
Yeah,
people
I
would
don't
do.
know where they came up with an hour and 45 as a determination to search, but think about
I
this.
don't either.
His phone went off at 2:54, but then it didn't come back on till what was it?
It almost 4,
Almost 5?
5. I mean, yeah. So
Yeah.
it was
So
way
that's
more
way
than
more than an hour and 45
yeah.
minutes.
And
But
we've
maybe
always
somebody just said, "Oh, this is a good average," because if you think, if there's a network outage or whatever,
what if they
or the
were
phone
guessing at that
reset,
time still?
maybe they just guessed and said, "Well, let's
Yeah.
go back to this," because they didn't want to make it too long and say, "Oh, 3 hours,"
Yeah.
that he's been offline or whatever. But yeah, just who's this? Who wrote this document?
Oh,
This
I
this
don't know.
part,
It's
this
a
is oh, this
155.
is the FBI agent,
Yeah, this is
right?
the FBI stuff.
Yeah,
Um,
these people don't write clearly, but yeah, this
oh,
is
I know. I've read
yeah,
I've read so many documents on here. I know how it can be weird. I'm just
yeah.
saying they just it Rachel, yeah, Lewiston is bigger than Moscow, but here's the thing, Rachel. He normally would go to Moscow to do his shopping. All of a sudden, the day he commits these crimes, he decides to go to Lewiston to go shopping,
Mhm.
not Moscow. There's the other way. He was not his normal pattern was not to go to Lewiston to go shopping. But that day he did, and he got turned away at the Costco.
Mhm. And then his phone went dark too, remember?
Yeah. Yes.
Mhm.
After that, for 3 hours, wasn't it?
Yeah.
5 to 8?
Mhm. Because they ended at 8:30. It's like 5 to 8:30, and then they did not say anything after that
Were you
in the
taking a trip
PCA,
over to the
remember?
Lolo Mountains during that time? Did you take a
That's what I
trip down to
think.
Johnson Bar
Mhm.
Campground at 3 hours offline to do what, sir? Down
Which
there
is
near
weird because remember he had also talked to his mom in that
oh,
time
I
period. So
know.
I was like, "So how did you know he talked to his mom?" You
Yeah,
know?
yeah.
But he's offline supposedly during
Well,
that time period.
yeah, and if
Mhm.
you go down there and look around so when we all found out he went, because 'cause we've known for a long time he went down to Lewiston that day. So when we found that information out, some of us I went right to the maps. What's around 3 hours offline that evening in Lewiston? What are you doing, sir? Turns out there's quite a few places you can jump off the beaten path near Lewiston and take care of some business if you need to get rid of some things. I'm speculating. He was doing something for 3 hours offline.
Mhm.
I'm certain it was hiding stuff.
Oh, yeah.
So 26 and 27 show the usage of phones associated with Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle during the morning of the 13th, during the times when the evidence indicates that both phones were located inside the residence of the King Road home, depicted by the crime scene CS icon. These pages will be used to highlight that the drive test data is consistent with the locations of both cell phones when the evidence shows their location inside the house.
Mhm.
All right, page 28 shows a map that includes the King Road home, represented by the CS icon. Now, this is the one with the 100-mile radius, right? The icon
100
in the yellow
meter, yeah.
circle, or 100-meter icon and yellow circle that represents a 100-meter radius around the crime scene. Redacted will explain that he conducted analysis of all the cell sites in that area, provided coverage to the crime scene, and identified any cell sites that drive tests showed coverage that includes this 100-meter radius. Now, wasn't there information that his phone was within that 100-meter
Yeah,
radius?
yep.
Yep.
It was right within that circle that they were talking about, and a lot of
Mhm.
people
On the
keep trying to
prior
say
locations of
like, a
prior
lot of
times.
people wanna keep, trying to explain it away about, "Oh, he could have been sitting in his apartment and hitting this tower," but they're not
No,
talking about towers, they are talking about cell sites,
cell
you
sites
know? So
within a
those would
100-meter
be like
radius.
yeah,
Sitting in
yeah.
his damn apartment on the balcony? No.
Mhm.
No. He might have been walking all up and down La Walenta. I can't even say the word stalking legally. All right. Pages 29 and 30 represent any time that the 8458 number utilized a cell site identified as part of page 28 between the hours of 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. Separate instances between July 9th, 2022 to November 7th
So 23 times. And then July 9th is the day of the pool party that he
over
went
at the
to.
Grove.
Mhm.
He's like, yes, I'm gonna go to the pool party, wear my new swim trunks that I bought just for the occasion because my daddy made me a friend, and then I'm gonna go cruising tonight between 10 and 4 a.m. July 9th through November 7th. So that stopped right a few days before.
That's oh, yeah, 6 days before.
Yeah. So
Mhm.
the 23 and Dateline broke the first Dateline story before anybody knew 12 times near the Moscow home.
Mhm.
And then
Mhm.
the next time we had more information emerge, it was 23 separate times.
Mhm.
Okay. So now they've got this indication of all the times he was near that home, the 23 separate times. So from July 9th. So right after he gets there, though,
Yeah.
so goes back to, did he have his eyes on somebody before he ever freaking went over there? Or did he pick his target right off the bat? I got to go through all these photos super quick and find the perfect
Yeah.
one in the
I've
perfect
been
house.
wondering, did he follow somebody from the party back over into that area? Because
And
the 9th is the day of the party.
yeah, now there was a lot of speculation and rumor out there that Xana was always at that party, but we've not seen any proof of that anywhere.
Mhm.
We know the other women that were there, they've talked about it openly, right? What
Right.
happened at the party and his interactions there. Um, but none of the people at that party seem to know the victims in this case.
Mhm.
So it's like a different crowd almost was there.
Well, they were older too.
Yeah, exactly, like a different crowd was there. Alright,
Mhm.
so they will testify that the 8458
Oh,
number.
hold
Go
on a
ahead.
second.
You got a thought?
And you know what? Yeah. So this is 10 p.m. to 4 a.m., right? The night of the pool party to until 6 days before the crimes, right? The homicides. So,
Yeah,
and the ticket, the traffic stop, right, is also during that time period, right? I mean, and Rachel, she's from that area. It's like 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. There's nothing open over there, at that time period. And where he was on Farm Road, I said this on another channel in another chat that he was very close to the house. And, they were
yeah.
like, oh, no, that's not very close to the house. He was
Yes,
all the
it
way
was.
over by Walmart. I was like, if you pull up Google
Oh,
Maps,
Jesus.
you are
'Cause
looking at the neighborhood. It's like what? A mile, 2 miles,
we were
something
all
like that.
over
It's
that
right
map.
to the
Yeah,
west of that neighborhood. And depending on which streets you take, right, it's less than, the 2 miles or whatever, or
we've
mile or
done
whatever
shows
it
on
is.
it. Yeah, I
They're
think you
on the map. They're sitting there together practically. So
yeah, I
I
mean,
said,
when that document came out with the specifics about that stop and what
"Mhm,
all was in that particular area, we went right to the map. You can pull it
mhm."
up. We've done shows here on it. It's so close to the house.
And
It's right
answer
there.
this.
It's people are
Um,
ridiculous.
they are, because so answer this. The traffic stop, right? So he's
Mhm.
on Farm Road. Wasn't he turned like he was going north towards I-8 or whatever, that State Road 8, to
Yeah,
like,
back
because he was
toward
right
it.
there at that intersection
Yeah,
where all those shops are. So he was
right.
going back to Pullman, correct?
Yes.
Right,
Yes.
that's what I'm saying. He had just come skulking from the neighborhood.
It just
That's
come
why
from the
they were trying to
neighborhood.
use the traffic stop and
Exactly.
bring it in as the
The
404B evidence.
the traffic stop would have placed him near the home in
Mhm.
the white Elantra.
Right, they just
Oh,
said that, "Oh,
right.
we're just using it to show his car," but everybody's like, "Oh, they coulda just pulled his registration or shown something else." I said,
Mhm.
"No, they were trying to be sneaky about
No.
it." They
Yeah.
said they were trying to use it to show his car, but they were also trying to show, right,
This
he
place
was
is
in
here.
that area
Yeah.
at a weird time of night, late at night,
It's
when he had no business coming
yes.
from there.
It shows him in the car of in
Mhm,
question, in the area in question,
mhm,
during the times in question. Yeah,
mhm.
He's like, "Oh, what do you need my phone number for, copper? What do you need all my stuff?"
Mhm.
Weirdo. We played all of that here, and we did unpack that, and it's so close in relation to that how because the girls even shopped at that shopping center because it was right there.
Mhm.
It's the closest, so they were all there shopping all the time.
Mhm.
So I get,
Yeah, even
people.
if he had been at that shop, he would have not been down there on that end of Farm Road. Do you know what I mean? Like, he wouldn't have even had to have gone on Farm Road, even if he had been shopping anywhere in that shop. Just come over to those stores, go back to the west
Yeah,
to
but
Pullman.
it's the intersection though. You got the
I know,
highway,
but he was
Farm
below
Road.
the intersection is what I'm saying.
Oh, I
He
know.
was south of 8.
Yeah.
If he had just come shopping, there's no reason why he would have been south of 8.
I mean, if you're coming up to the shopping center, you could turn on Farm Road and then turn into the parking lot. That's the only
But you
thing.
would be going north. I think they stopped him south.
No, I don't know which way he was going anymore. I don't remember. Gotta pull it up to look anymore.
Mhm.
It's been
That's why
so
I was like, "Oh, I do wanna pull up that ticket again or whatever and see," because I'm fairly certain that he was south of that intersection. So, he was not
it was
where he
like
was supposed to have been.
yeah. Well, even if he was at the intersection, he's still to me, that's close enough. It's right there. The
Oh,
whole
yeah.
shopping center, the whole intersection, all of that is right there by the King Road home, and that's
Mhm.
right where he was at. Now, this was Taylor's, disclosure, and she's just gonna go through her CV and how you collect DNA. She's with the state forensics lab. Um, she's going to go, the consumption of evidence is using an entire sample for DNA testing. This is typically utilized when a low level of DNA is anticipated. She previously testified in this case during grand jury proceedings and can be expected to testify to the matter because this is going to go to the DNA for CODIS and stuff as well. Um, she'll provide an explanation of what DNA is, how it's collected, and how it can be used. We all know all that, most of that stuff. Um, how it can be used to identify individuals, link individuals to crime scenes. So the jury has to be explained all that. She will explain how DNA STR profiles are developed. Extraction add chemicals to break open all the cells to release the DNA, the quantification process, amplification, and the developing all the things. Then she talks about how it's then applied in profiles that can be entered into the combined CODIS. Now, the thing about entering the CODIS, it has to be a viable sample. There are rules to where it can be found in the crime scene, location, all of these rules that the FBI has set up about what you can upload to CODIS, right? Because there was a lot of talk about that. Well, some of the blood samples weren't even uploaded to CODIS. So this is where she comes in to talk about some of that. Let me look back at my notes here. We're going to down further is when they get into the male B, D, and A DNA we'll go look at. So Idaho allows for the entry of unidentified profiles generated from evidence associated with a crime when that profile is believed to be from the putative perpetrator. Idaho also allows for the entry of DNA profiles associated with the unidentified human remains or living people unable to identify themselves. The profiles are entered by the reporting analyst and reviewed during technical review. Each state also has one CODIS administrator who is responsible for ensuring only approved profiles are entered. She will discuss the length of the generation of the length at length the generation of DNA STR profile from 1.1 swab of the front strap of the knife sheath. She will concluded to be from an unknown male, which is going to be deemed male A. There are STR locations specific to the Y chromosome, which only males have. When a peak is present at these locations and it indicates that one or more donors are male. The conclusion can be found in Report 4. She will discuss the interpretations and conclusions regarding the mixture of DNA obtained from items 1.2. That was a swab on the edges on the handle of the knife. So there was a DNA mixture on the knife handle, guys. Um, Then 1.3 was the swab edges on the blade of the knife. And then again, a 1.4 was the swabs on the back of the knife.
Sheath. Mhm.
Of the sheath, yes. Now we would expect a mixture to be there because you've got 4 different victims, and then the
Mhm.
sheath is only gonna have mixture of the 2 upstairs,
Right.
Kaylee and Patty, because it was never downstairs at any point or
Mhm.
out downstairs, It was
Mhm.
there because it came in the back door and went up the stairs, but yeah, that's when it saw its light of day, I guess. She'll
Mhm.
discuss how individuals or reference samples are excluded as contributors to the DNA mixture as a source. Nanos, you need to get that mixture, people, on that damn DNA you got from Nancy Guthrie. We tried to educate the folks about it, but they weren't listening. Comparisons can be between evidence and references samples to include or exclude individual from single source or mixture DNA profile. For exclusion, because guys, there was not only single source male DNA on the knife, there was mixtures involved in this case as well. So when that came up in the Nancy Guthrie case, all of us well schooled in Idaho 4 already knew about all that, And there's a lot of confusion about there about hell, there's still confusion about people thinking that this case is somehow messed up because Othram was involved, and like what, you, you know, it's like, please. So we'll discuss the partial DNA profile obtained from 1.2, which indicates a mixture of 3 individuals, at least one of which is male. However, due to low level results, no comparison could be made. Low level results are results with limited data that are not suitable for comparison. So, if these samples they can't get, if there's such a low level and they can't develop a profile, you can't upload partials to the CODIS database. Determining if a sample is suitable for comparison. Guided by SPFS policies, but analyst discretion may be considered when appropriate. Now, I don't know what they would consider appropriate and what that discretion would be if you got a partial sample. Or is it like this might be a part of the crime scene? Indications are it's viable part of the crime scene because that has to be a factor. Um, so they go into all those details. She'll explain partial DNA profile obtained from item 1.3, which indicates a mixture of DNA from at least 2 individuals, at least one of which is male. However, due to low level results, no comparisons could be made. Boy, that's going to set the fuel on fire. That's the fuel to the fire right there for some of those people. She'll explain the mixture of DNA obtained from item 1.4. Too bad we didn't get a trial for that to get explained to a lot of people. Additionally, my check will explain how the DNA STR profile was generated from 87.1, which is a cutting from the Q-tip swab from the Parkside, Blakesley, Pennsylvania Police Department, which was taken from the trash of the Koberger residence. She determined the DNA profile obtained from 87.1 was from unknown male, deemed male E. Male E was not the same source of DNA previously obtained from item 1.1. So, because that is male E was Koberger's dad, right?
Mhm.
And
With
1.1
his
is,
dirty Q-tips. Yep.
yeah, and 1.1 is actually Koberger himself.
Mhm.
Um, so concluded that the DNA or that from DNA profile obtained from 87.1, which was male E, Koberger's dad, and that obtained from 1.1, male E cannot be excluded as being the biological father of male A. So this is going into the DNA or the DNA IgG of it all, right? So she made the conclusion using the single percentage index, and they go into all of that. How half of your DNA is obtained from your mother and half from your father. Compared several items in the case, including more items that are listed in different reports. And we're going to get into some more of that. She'll explain how low levels of male DNA or no presence of male DNA and other items in other reports. And we'll, as I said, as we move through it, they get into more of that. Now, this was Martinez, forensic scientist team there. She goes more into the DNA stuff. It can be Martinez can be expected to testify regarding her involvement in the case, specifically when obtaining a buccal swab from Koberger in January 2023. Martinez also collected hair samples and fingerprints from Koberger. Further description of this can be found in Haley Youngling's report number 21. She explains the process all over again. And we need to get down to page 19, actually. So y'all let me scroll down to it because all this is just going through. I read through it. It's like biometric identification systems and all this. I just don't feel like reading all that.
Yeah, that's why I read through it. I just bookmarked it and kept going. I was like, I'll come back to this.
Yeah, I mean, I went through like skimmed through. So Miller's doing this thing. So let me go with this one. Okay. The generation of DNA profile for comparison. This includes visualizing DNA profile, which looks like peaks on a paragraph on a graph. I want to get down to the ones I wanted to read. Okay. Okay. Miller can be expected to testify at length about her conclusions and interpretations made in Report 26, which is that the DNA profile obtained from item 1.1 matches that obtained from the unknown reference sample of Koberger. And then they go into all the comparisons. Uh, she will testify about the CODIS. CODIS is the database, and they go into the FBI stuff. Where is it? I wanted to read. Okay. In regard to a male B. The profile was not entered into CODIS based on the location of the profile within the residency and the proximity of the profile to the victims. That's the one that got everybody in an uproar. Why wasn't it ran through CODIS? It's a blood sample. There was blood spatter throughout the home. So do you go testing? They didn't even test some of the ones from the pony wall. This one they determined wasn't in close proximity to the victims, I guess, way they explained it in court, as to why they didn't test it. But Anne had a problem with it, which, I mean, I guess a defense attorney would have a problem with it, right? It just really depends if it was it found in the bedroom, though. Was it found, there's a lot of DNA all over this house. They don't even know how old that sample was. Um, This was a large residence occupied by several college students, heavily trafficked by other students who may not have lived there. The profile was located on the underside of a handrail within a stairwell. It's like someone grabbed the handrail and underneath it was the blood. That could have been on someone's hand. They grab it as they're walking down, which is frequently touched area that cannot be directly linked to the crime scene. It would not be uncommon to find unknown DNA on a handrail within the residence, and that go there in a manner that was not related to the crime scene. Also, the proximity of this profile to the victims makes it difficult to ensure it is attributed to the perpetrator. The probative value of male profile B is not high as that of the unknown male A, obtained from the knife's sheath, as the victims were believed to have been stabbed to death, and the knife sheath was located next to one of the victims. In regard to male D, this profile was provided from a gardening style glove located outside the residence in a publicly accessible area. No DNA from the victims was located on this item, and a direct link to the crime scene was not established. Is that the glove that McDonough found?
Mm-hmm.
How convenient. He just happened to roll into Idaho and, oh, look, I found a glove. How many gloves were found in the Nancy Guthrie case?
Yeah, a
Had
lot.
we've heard that a reporter might have planted one of them. I heard that months ago, but the story quietly went away and then back again. Had DNA from one or more of the victims been located on this item, it likely would have been CODIS eligible. Also, perhaps if this DNA profile had matched Mel B from the handrail inside the residence, there's a possibility it could have been uploaded because there would have been a link. So they had to do a presumptive test on this and get something back to know it didn't match the other profile. At the time CODIS eligibility was determined, male A DNA profiles A, B, and D were unidentified. and it was not possible for lab staff to know who would ultimately be linked to any one item. So if they couldn't get develop a good profile from any one of those, who do you even look at, right? You don't have a name, you don't have no CODIS eligibility. The determination was strictly made based on our evaluation of the probative value of each. Now, I don't think there was anything too particular in hers. Nolan's, there wasn't. She had a very short, just explaining stuff. Eric Seed, another. There was so many DNA people coming into here explaining the STR and the YTR and all this stuff. I'm not going to read all that DNA stuff. All right, so here, Paulette Sutton's report. We're going to look at some of the pages on this, and then Dolphin will go grab another one to look at, another document, because I don't know what all is buried in this 155 page yet. I know there's some more photos and stuff. I didn't go through the whole thing yet.
Oh,
It's so
hold
long,
on.
but I wanted to read some key points out of this one, just a few things, because it goes back to some of, because I don't even, I have not cracked, I'm not reading that damn book that that guy wrote, but in the
Right.
beginning, there was stuff coming out that I was paying a little attention to, and they make, because he made a big deal about the beer pong table, and everybody
Yeah.
was, banking on that table, and then Turvey comes out, does his interview, and says, "Oh, that beer pong table is useless. It's nothing."
Mhm.
I'm like, well, wait, the guy that wrote the book that's, bragging about you says it's everything, and you over here saying it's nothing. Y'all make up your mind. So that tells me your book is, I don't even know what the hell that is. All right.
Mhm.
So they refer back to Paulette Sutton's report because her report is vastly different, apparently, than Turvey's in his staged crime scene. Kaylee's head was moved a certain way and placed a certain way, and Paulette disputes that stuff, but there were only some key things in here. So this goes into here. The state is attaching a revised report from Paulette Sutton, revised on February 13th, 2025. This revised report includes a basis for revise. I wonder if she got Turvey's report, right? Which details the revision to the report. Sutton's revised report includes rebuttal testimony to Nodell and Brent Turvey. This just goes through some of the evidence stuff. Evidence, additional rebuttal to the reports, and again, against what Turvey and them had to say. She addresses the discrepancy in DNA testing results related to the following stains identified in the original report by Nodell. They had very different opinions. Nodell reported that the numbers reflected on the placards depicted in the scene photographs were not the same as the sample numbers. So they've been tearing that kind of stuff apart over there in the Turvey world, right? That um, he tried to say there was evidence problems with the knife sheath bags and all of that going to the evidence lab. So they address all of that with him. They go through that, and I don't want to read all through that, but that's what they're doing here. Stain F on the beer pong table in the living room,
Mhm.
results corrected. So to confirm, let me go actually start right back up here. All right. Nodell reported that the numbers reflected on the placards depicted in the scene of the photographs were not the same as the sample numbers. Okay, one needed to increase the placard number by 6 to correlate. Y'all need to get your stuff together before you go making it crazy, right? But here's what they do say. Stain F on the beer pong table in the living room, and they go and they correct things. But I want to get down to what they talk about the actual stains meant, what they did. All right. Deleted original conclusion 6 from the original report. The original conclusion read, a single spatter stain attributed to the blood of Xana Kernodle located on the edge of the west side of the table on the second level indicates that she sustained an injury in this area. There is no physical evidence to indicate that a significant amount of bleeding occurred in this area, is retraced. Um, Remember when they first came out with the crime scene images, like
Mhm.
not the ones that were released, but
A
the
very small batch.
no, 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 no. Let me rephrase that. When the case first happened and we got
Mhm.
images of the crew inside the house taking
Oh,
photos.
yeah.
Remember they were in the living room taking the
Mhm.
photos, and that was the beer pong table. Remember,
Mhm.
you can see her bending over like as she's photographing the floor. Is
Mhm.
there blood in that living room? We knew there had to be something in that living room because they
Yeah,
were working so hard and heavy in
and
that
looking
living room.
down. Mhm.
And the media that was on site were able to zoom in with their big cameras, and we got to see all of that, right? So we
Mhm.
always knew they were taking photos and samples of something in the living room, and that's where the beer pong table was sitting the entire time. So that all was when I was came back. That was thinking about that the other day. Like, remember watching that video, going, "Damn!" We always felt like an attack started in that living room. Um, So that's what that says. Okay. Observation 8 regarding the screening test conducted on the debris from the third floor bedroom. Floor is amended to reflect weekly positive zero Tolidin test when examined at the lab. Because they've all picked apart some of that stuff. I stopped looking at the analysis, but it was like, what in the world? Opinion 10 is added to the report regarding speculation about secondary footwear transfer stains. We had one in the whole house, didn't we?
Yeah.
Items examined on September 27, 2023. They were contacted by prosecuting attorney William Thompson Jr. and senior deputy prosecuting attorney Ashley Jennings of Latah County, Idaho, regarding the above referenced case. On November 6, I received a Seagate 1 terabyte portable storage device from Latah County prosecuting attorney's office via the FedEx ground. The storage device was password protected, and the password associated with this hard drive was sent via a separate email from Ms. Jennings on October 31st. Um, crime scene photographs were in there, and they go through all of that. Body cam. You know what? Somebody pointed out to him one of the documents because they got the report of how the agents from Moscow went out and interviewed Koberger and all that. Where's those interviews?
Hmm.
Don't tell it. Don't
They're
tell
trying
us
to get them.
Pennsylvania. Yeah, don't tell us Pennsylvania's got all that because liar, liar, pencil fire. Y'all interviewed him too. Where's it at? I already got to read that weird girl's text messages again and go, oh my God, she saw what again? All right. They go through all this stuff. So on December 21, I traveled to Idaho and examined the residence. At the time of my examination, all physical contents and areas of the blood staining had been removed. During this site inspection on December 21st, the following additional files were provided. Well, she snuck on in there, didn't she? I don't think media got footage of that. We got Ann Taylor going in there with her team of people, but we got prosecutors on site, but we never knew who some of the people were with the prosecutors. Some of them were experts. During this site inspection on December 21st, the following additional files were provided, and they go through that. 250 images on one folder, 411, then another 20. All of these pre-search crime scene photos, Koberger family home search photographs, the Hyundai Elantra photographs. They moved through all of that. All right. Exhibit D15, Brent Turvey, January 22nd. All right, let me scroll down to the where I want to go read at because these are not. They're just moving through all of the different pieces of evidence, autopsies, and all that. Okay. So here her report would have shown the ways to get into the house, the way the house looked, the possible ways in, all the vehicles that were parked there. Same thing here. Of course, we've all, you know, excuse me. Looking at some of these pictures now and not seeing them for such a long time is wild. All right, third level. The uppermost level of the residence is accessible via internal stairway, which we all know from the second level, and contains the two bedrooms. One of the third level was reportedly assigned to Kaylee and the other one to Maddie. And this redacted because this is going to show where they were at. Um, and there's nothing we can say to change anybody's minds, and I honestly do not care to try to change people's minds. I just want to unpack what's there, and some of it's not going to be relevant and some of it is. Hey, Firefly, the damn I know the Amazon stuff, right? The bodies of Kaylee and Madison were reportedly discovered in the bedrooms. Okay. So there's just reports between Turveys disputing was that sheath found on the bed originally? It was on the floor, all these things, and there's
Yeah.
no evidence to show any of that yet. I've not s It was always next to Maddie Mogan, right up under her between her body and the bed and the cover, you know? So this is what this picture describes, both a cover with a beige comforter, a white fleece item, which appears to be a blanket, is lying at the foot of the bed. Madison and Kaylee are lying on their backs. Gonzalez is partially lying on top of the right arm, right shoulder, and upper torso of Maddie, as depicted in the photo. And of course, we can't see the photo; we don't need to see it. But that's what Turvey's saying,
Mhm.
that it was all, staged. I don't know what he's got going on in his head. The posture and proximity of the bodies of Kaylee Gonzalez and Madison Mogan can be visualized when the comforter is removed. And they go through this stuff to talk about their injuries and how the blood flowed on their bodies with their injuries. And I just, a lot of it's heavy to read. We moved through a lot of that stuff when we were reading through the autopsy stuff. So it's kind of explaining the same things again. A lot of it was pretty self explanatory. But one thing here with Ethan, no blood on the bottoms or tops of Kaylee and Maddie's feet, which indicates they were not upright and moving around, right? Because we remember how we were curious. Did Kaylee come in, get started? Did she get started, leave her room, come into Maddie's, and
Mhm.
find what she found? Was there any
Mhm.
indication she was ever came in like that? And it
Mhm.
doesn't look like that she did. So she was probably right there the whole time with
Although,
Maddie asleep. Go ahead, because you and I have
yeah,
always debated this. We're always back and forth on this because
right,
we don't
right,
know.
but just because there wasn't blood on the bottom of her feet doesn't mean that she
I,
didn't walk in, because she could
I
have.
agree.
Remember, I always thought that she walked in and he snatched her and threw her on the
Snatched her and
bed.
threw her.
Mhm.
Yep, we
Or
both
he
had that.
punched her and threw her on the bed,
Punched her
something. 'Cause
because
there
of
also swipe on the door, the stain on the
yep,
side of Maddie's door, it's kind of like shoulder length or like shoulder height or something. It's very high up on that door. That makes me think that something happened at the door, you know?
yeah, we always thought that we could
Mhm,
see the smear. We wondered, did Kaylee was she in her room? Because we are never gonna know for sure. Um,
mhm,
did she leave her room, come to Maddie's, open that door, and there he was? And yes, like you said, did he? Because she was beaten so bad, right?
mhm,
That you startled me. How dare you
mhm, you
interrupted my
interrupted, exactly.
fantasy. You interrupted
Mhm.
my fantasy. How dare you? And I don't know why nobody can believe that may have been what happened with Kaylee.
Exactly, like, all these people talking about this, they don't seem to be, thinking that maybe that's the cause of all that, damage to
All
her
that
face.
rage.
Mhm. Yep.
That rage, because we don't know what his plans were for Madison Mogan.
Mhm.
And we don't know if Kaylee interrupted it or changed it once he got in that room and saw her there. Either
Mhm.
way, she may have interrupted all of his plans. Therefore, she caught the brunt of it. Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, we know Firefly.
Oh, we know. What which part? That she
She's
came
always
in
thought that
the
she
room?
was there in the
Oh,
bed.
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, the 3 of us have had many conversations, and we've
Right.
always felt that way, right? We've always yeah, she has always maintained in the bed, and we've always maintained the possibility that she walked in the room, but we
Yeah,
don't I
I
don't know
always thought that it was just weird that she would leave the dog,
exactly,
in the
and
other
why
room,
but then
especially since it was a
again
puppy.
But then again, if all the
Mhm.
bedroom doors were open and he was
Mhm.
already roaming around throughout the house throughout the night,
Mhm.
it would make sense. He may have just ran in there and hid because that's where he would normally go hide when things got crazy. He was
Mhm.
running around barking, according to Dylan. We don't know where poor Murphy was at running around barking, but at some point that dog came back in that house and
Mhm.
went to Kaylee's room and hid under that desk. Now, was he in that room the entire time? Who put him in there? Somebody had to put him in there. Was it Kaylee? We don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
We know
Mhm.
the girls were looking for him at one point. They walked him. So still a big mystery. Yeah, Firefly, the chance that she was in that bed is just as logical as maybe she walked in, right? It could be a toss
Mhm.
up. Either way would work for the not work, but it would show the level of intensity directed at her for either way. She startled him and wasn't supposed to be there.
Right. Mm-hmm.
All right, the blood visible on the bottom sheet is limited to the upper portion of the bed. So they're going to try to move through some of the staining to as to what happened in the room, right? So
Mm-hmm.
according to the prospective report, autopsy reports, no bloodletting injuries were reported below the waist or the backs of either one of the victims, Maddie or
Mm-hmm.
Kaylee. So it was all upper body. We knew that. Um, and they have more redacted images. Mogan's left leg is extended from under the covers. We read that in the autopsies as well. I just don't know if I really want to move through this. A lot of there's no really reason to read a lot of it,
Oh yeah.
um, because we get the gist of what happened.
Mm-hmm.
But this is one of the things here. Strands of hair on the comforter, and they talk about this referring to Kaylee. A large because it goes back to what Turvey's interpretation of the crime scene
Is it
was.
37? Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. A large pool of blood has accumulated at approximately the height region of Kaylee Gonzalez, even though, referring to the autopsy report, no injuries were reported in this area to account for this pool of blood. For this large pool of blood to accumulate, a source of blood had to be above this area where the bleeding occurred.
Yeah, she was sitting up at one point.
Yeah,
That's how you got the hair swipes on the wall
the hair
next to
swipe.
where she was. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. The distribution of the bloodstains on the face and upper body of Miss Gonzalez, the bloodstain on the south wall beside the bed, and the pool of blood Ms. Gonzalez's thigh region of the comforter indicate that her posture and position did change during the event.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Kaylee wasn't as intoxicated as Maddie, but if
Nope.
they're both lying there asleep, passed out,
Mm-hmm.
whatever you want to call it, and he begins an attack on because he has to start with one, the other one may start to
Mm-hmm.
get startled, wake up, hear some noise. I'm coming alive now, right? And that she's
Mm-hmm.
moving at that point. And when there's a report on Ethan, um, I think it's on page 59, they think he like went to get up and was up on an elbow because of the void of the way the blood on his blood is,
Right.
So
Right.
there was a little
Mm-hmm.
bit of movement by two of them that were just being woke up as because of what was happening.
Yeah, because exactly. Maddie, not so much
No,
movement, so that's why I think he started with her first.
but she was
Kaylee, if she heard it or whatever, then that,
well, Maddie was
explains a lot more movement, and obviously she fought back
right,
too.
and if even if Kaylee was in the bed with Maddie, Maddie's still the one on the edge, the first one you're
Mhm,
gonna come to. That she's the first
mhm,
one. She's passed out. It's quick. It's quiet. She's not moving as much as Kaylee and then the other victims. Spatter associated with the impact. They go into that now. The head of the bed, south wall, the north wall, but they go into the
mhm,
girls have some transfer in the stairwell. And then
mhm,
Kaylee's diluted blood over on the beer pong table. Ethan's blood on the pony wall leading towards Xana's room, right?
mhm.
Which tells you that's cast off from him coming out of the room with it on the knife. Um,
That blood on that half wall, I honestly think that that came from Hunter Johnson. Like, he might have stopped, like, he was, upset and stopped and put his hand on that wall.
you mean his blood?
Hunter, when he
I'm
went to
asking
check
you.
on in
I
Xana's
know. I'm
room.
asking you. Do you mean Hunter's blood or he transferred blood?
No, that he
Okay,
transferred blood
right.
from Xana's room back out to that
There was a
wall.
couple of cast
Like,
off.
he may have just tried to, like, lean and steady himself for a second. Mhm.
Yeah, maybe, but there was several spots on the wall. So I don't know.
Mhm.
It feels like as he's coming through with the K bar, there's probably yeah. I mean, he's probably trying to hustle to get out of there. Dylan didn't say how fast he was cruising past her. Um, she got a glimpse of some eyebrows. Spatter associated with the impact is noted on all four of the walls of the bedroom. Let me see which would. Let's go down to page 59. Talks about more of that. 56 and 59 about those particular patterns we're talking about. Again, unredacted photos. We don't need to see them anyway. Um, they go through all the transfer staining in some of the areas, but there's diluted blood. They're explaining that stuff before they get to this start. Okay, the mouth and nose injuries of Kaylee and Maddie, as noted in the reports, are potential sources of diluted blood. People are like, how did this blood get diluted? Y'all got to use your imaginations because we really can't describe in detail the gory details to you because we might get in trouble using big people words on the internet. But it doesn't take a lot to understand how a mixture can occur with a heavily injured body. There's fluids and all kinds of things coming into play. And I don't think people can wrap their heads around that sometimes. Um, and there may not ever be a clear cut, 100% clear cut, beautiful crime for everybody to go, oh, okay with. So this image, they cropped it. It depicts, let me move. So no wiping, smearing, or other connection is noted. And that's going to, because this is, again, this is this is rebutting the stuff Turby's report said about some shit being staged. But let me get, because I went through and read those and they're just going through different definitions of what patterns are and stuff. And then again, they show you the sheath and they show you the different specks of blood and all the where they found it at. We've seen these images before.
Mm-hmm.
Um, page 56 is where I'm headed, Dolphin. Let me get down.
Okay.
Oh, wait. I wanted to show these. Let me start here. Okay, so this goes into page 51. Stairwell from the
Yep.
third level to the switchback. Okay, this is the
Mm-hmm.
going up to the girls' bedroom, Kaylee and Maddie. The stairwell from the third level to the second level is depicted below. Transfer stain, designated stain 41, is indicated on the top. You can see it there, guys, in the image on the top of the rail of the banister. N and O are indicated on the wall below the banister. Presumptive testing for blood was positive with stains N and O. 41 is depicted in the image and consists of 2 patterned transfer stains on the handrail. The transfer stains were created when an object with similar pattern object, which was wet with liquid, made contact with the handrail. So are they saying the knife touched the handrail?
What, in 41?
Yeah, that's what it says.
Mm.
So let me read it again.
I don't know. Which, I'm looking at this and I'm just like, just imagine somebody coming down the stairs, just normally walking down the
He's
stairs, right?
walking.
Their arms and hands would be behind that wall, like within, you know what I mean? Like for
I
stain O
understand how
and
people walk down
N
the.
to have
Yeah, I
happened.
get that. You're not. People aren't flailing down the stairs. They're just walking down the stairs.
Right, right.
But this guy's not just casually walking down the stairs. Xana is hearing shit. He's getting.
That's what I was trying to
Yeah.
say. I think that something must have been happening here in order to get stain O and N,
Oh
you
yeah.
know?
Well, here's the thing. He's got blood on him. There's not a doubt in my mind he's got
Mhm.
some. If he's got the K bar in his left hand coming down the stairs, and I'm going to read it again. If it touches the top of that brown handrail, it could
Mhm.
spatter right down the side too and fall off of his arm, the hand,
Mhm.
whatever, the knife itself. But stain 41 is depicted in the image above. Y'all see it on the top there. Pattern transfer
Mhm.
stains were created when an object with a similar pattern object, which was wet with liquid blood, made contact with the handrail, knife, or his hand. Something made contact that was him making
Mhm.
contact, whether it was a knife that touched it or and then drop spatter down. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I know people just walk normally down. We're not flailing shit everywhere, but this guy wasn't just normally walking down the stairs. He was in a hurry.
I know, that's what I was
Yeah,
saying.
that's would
Mhm.
account for that. But I guess people don't realize maybe that you're in a hurry, you're going to be flailing a little bit there and stuff. Um, Pattern transfer stains are created when the object touch the okay. Swiping motion is visible within the pattern transfer as depicted by the yellow arrow inserted into the image. And they try to show it there where it's a little bit of a smear to it. Okay. Or swipe, I guess. 41 was positive with presumptive blood. DNA testing matched Madison Mogan. So you got Madison's Mogan's blood right there on the rail coming down. And he's transferring it there as he's coming down the stairs.
Just Maddie.
Yeah, Maddie's. There's going to be
Mm.
Kaylee's is
Mhm.
here. It's there.
In this area?
Yeah, I'm getting
Mhm.
down to it. All right, stains M and L are located in the inner side of the banister of the stairs between level 3 and the switchback. Stains M and L are light colored transfer stains. Presumptive test for blood. The location of stain K, as indicated, was you guys can see it there on the switchback between levels 2 and 3. Stain K is a light colored transfer stain on the wall at the switchback level. K can be seen in more detail in another image. Presumptive test for blood.
And that's right outside Maddie's
Mm-hmm.
door.
J is indicated in the image. Circled. There's Dylan's room. All her butterflies and her DM on the
You know something else I just thought
what?
about while looking at that and the stain and saying that it was just Maddie's only? What if he had just started down the stairs? And what if that's when Kaylee, if she had been in her room, came out and said, "There's someone here," and he grabs her and takes her back into Maddie's room?
I don't know. There's Kaylee's diluted blood is also in the stairwell. I don't know.
Mhm.
Because he would have had to, because she's gonna if Kaylee was in her room, that they're up at the landing there on the 3rd floor. So yeah, he could. I think if anything, she came into that room and caught him in the act. But because I
Mhm.
don't think he would have had time to do all that and then just run out of. I mean, he would have had time to do all that to Maddie and then run out if that was his only plan was to go in unalive her and then maybe run into Kaylee after he came out. But there was also the chance she was already in the damn bed. I'm not gonna, you know, I don't know. But her blood does show up in the hall in this area as well. Stain J is light colored transfer stain. Um, Presumptive test. It goes into it more detail once we get through that part. Okay. And then they showed this part. There's the beer pong table with the knife that Hunter went to the kitchen to retrieve and then lays it there. This depicts the living room area of the residence. Within this area, there is a sofa, a television, the beer pong table, a metal framed console table, which you can't see here. It's opposite of the couch. It's got the over there by the
It's the drink
yeah, the
cart.
drink cart over by the good vibe
Mhm.
sign. So the console table's over there. And the beer pong table. 2 overturned red cups and a partially empty Bud Light lime bottle is noted on the beer pong table, with a wooden handled knife. It depicts overall location of 2 stained areas on the beer pong table. Stain 39 is indicated by the yellow area of the top table shown in the greater detail. Presumptive testing of 39 was positive for blood. 39 demonstrates the appearance of diluted blood stain. This stain on the table revealed the DNA of Kaylee Gonzalez. The presence of an overturned cup in the vicinity of the stain is potential source of the dilution if the cup in
No
fact
shit.
contained a source of liquid. Well, you got to explain it for the people in the
Mhm.
back. They're like,
Yeah.
diluted as a cleanup.
Mhm.
Diluted means cleanup in the Idaho 4 case. So you got to shout it for the people in the back. But yes,
Mhm.
there's the possibility that this cup spilled and diluted the sample on the table. Or not the sample, but the deposited blood, the transfer. But yeah, common sense checked out a long time ago. I don't know. It is unclear if this cup contained a liquid at some point. So you got to explain to the jurors too, so we can't come back and cry foul later. Spatter stain F
Oh,
is
yeah.
on the edge of the west side of the table. It is depicted by the orange arrow. And we'll go back up, and you can't really see the orange arrow. Where'd it go? It's not
Below
there.
that picture.
Yeah, but it's going to be under. Okay, here we go. Sorry. The
Mhm.
extremely elongated shape of stain F is attributable to an acute angle of incident between the source object and the side of the beer pong table, which, for it not to even get knocked over, it, we don't know the actual position of the table in the beginning. Was it more straight, more, you know what I mean? Because it's turned here a little bit at an angle. Was it more straight in the beginning? Did it get moved during the process of the scene? Um, that appears there might have been just enough room for Xana and Koberger to run through there and never knock that damn thing completely over. But transfers being they're so close, it's close though, it's right there. But it is crazy it never got knocked over as she had to run from him. He had to chase her, and then he had to run back past it to get out. It's wild that it never got knocked over completely.
Yeah, I think they said there was 18 inches between the table and that cart, the drink
Yeah,
cart.
it's they
Yeah.
kind of they do describe it in here somewhere. It was a very narrow.
Mm.
Um, So this is another view looking across the table to toward Xana's room. Across from the beer pong table is the metal console table earlier referenced. Okay, on the right side of this image, one can see a half wall with a wooden ledge. That's the pony wall headed towards Xana's room. You can't see it here, obviously, it's redacted. Stain D is located on the north side of the wooden ledge. Now, this is going down. So
Yeah.
would be toward Bethany's room, right? On this is
Mhm.
right on the outside there. So we don't know because remember we
This
also
is the
saw the
stain I was wondering about Hunter, because it's on the side of that, like, maybe
because
he
it's on the
grabbed
side.
it.
I thought you
Mhm.
meant on the other side where Ethan's was found on the inside of the living room part. You meant this one on the going down the stairs. Um, so remember when they going back to when we saw the early footage of them in the living room taking the photos and everything, we were also
Mhm.
saw them looking down this
Down the
stairwell doing the
stairs.
same
Yep.
thing. Right
Mhm.
here around where this spot was located. Um, so this was presumptive test, also positive for blood. Stain D is a transfer blood stain. Subsequent testing of stain D on the ledge showed a mixture of DNA, Ethan Chapin being the primary contributor. Now, was that cast off as Koberger left the room, or was it from? But here's the thing about it being transfer from a Hunter. He never touched
Mhm.
Ethan. He only touched Xana.
I mean, he said that, but the guy was in shock, you know? I mean, I
Yeah,
don't
I
know,
guess
maybe
maybe he
because
did go touch you,
he said he touched, Xana. He
Xana.
did say he
I know,
checked pulse, remember?
I know. That's what
And
I. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He only said he checked Xana, so
mhm,
that's what. If he's wrong, he's wrong. But if he's right, he only touched Xana.
mhm.
So that would not be because of, if he only touched Xana, he wouldn't have Ethan's blood to transfer it.
Ethan's blood could have still been on Xana too, because
Then it would have been a
if he went
mixture,
back and
maybe.
forth.
Yeah,
Yeah.
ain't no telling how it got there.
Mhm.
There is no physical evidence to indicate that Ethan Chapin was ever outside of the bedroom after sustaining his bloodletting injuries.
Because plus that
Just
coming
look
from
at it.
Coburger,
Mhm.
the direction of that is on the ledge, right? That doesn't make sense to have come from Coburger, like, unless, I don't know, what, he
It would if it
stopped
was
there,
dropped. No.
right,
If
but
he's running out with that knife in his hand, I don't know
well, he
where
wasn't
blood.
running out, first of all, because
No,
he calmly walked past,
well,
what you
we
call it.
assume. I mean, well, she says he
She
calmly
said he
walked.
was walking
Either
past him.
way, so if he comes when he exactly. So what I'm trying to say is if you look at that though, it doesn't even look like a droplet. So it couldn't be from cast off is where I'm going. It could have been from cast off depending on how Koberger was carrying the knife out. But if you look at the spot, it doesn't appear to be it's like more of a smear almost.
Right.
Is what it looks like versus a cast off situation. But I still can't tell you how it got down there.
But what I'm trying to say is, Cobra walks out of Xana's room, right? He
Right.
would have to walk to the left of the table and then, like, walk all the way and make this spot, deposit this spot, and then walk all the way back around. Like, so what? Was he standing there and he, like, leaned over to see if he heard something on the first floor or
No,
whatever?
yeah,
I'm just saying it doesn't make sense for that to have come from him,
I
because
understand that
he,
too.
went
Yeah, I
straight
don't
around to Dylan's apparently.
Yeah, I don't think Koberger came down those stairs ever, unless he went through that firecracker outside of what's her name's door and then came back up. Maybe I don't know. I don't know how the spot got there. I'm not saying it came from Koberger because if it came from Koberger, I would be cast off of some sort,
Right,
unless he's
that's
got
why I
blood
was
on his
thinking
hand.
Hunter or somebody
And
else that
yeah,
went to the room before they called the
yeah.
police.
Well, it
Mhm,
could be the somebody else is going to be the roommate. Let's.
mhm. Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like the Nancy Guthrie case. I'm not even going to.
yeah.
Uh-uh.
Who also went and half
Ah,
closed the door.
where'd my
Remember?
screen go? My screen is gone. I think I lost y'all. Hang on.
No, I still see.
I
Oh,
know
well,
that. I
it's
know you
paused.
do. I don't.
Mhm.
My shit's gone. Hold on, y'all.
So while you're getting that straightened out, what I was trying to say was, we've seen, uh, like something that said that Dylan went up 2 flights of stairs or whatever, right? Before, like at 11 a.m. So this is almost an hour before that 911 call was made. That door went from being Xana's bedroom door went from being wide open to where she could see everything about Xana's position to half closed or whatever when Hunter Johnson gets there to go in to see what's going on. So it could have been from Dylan actually going to that room and discovering what happened before they called Emily, and everybody else came over. That's all I was trying to say.
Hang on. Hang on, y'all. Technical difficulty. Let me. Hang. Gotta. Something happened. Hold on. I may have to shut this down and come back up. I don't know what happened. Hold on. It's got me twice. Let me leave. No, I want the audio gone. Okay. Am I fixed now? No echo? I don't think I have an echo now. All right. Okay. So Turvey's a snake oil salesman. Yeah, I don't believe nothing that man says. It was hard to get even buy into him in the beginning of this case when he was, stuff was coming out. I only talk about it because I'm noting that this is the Sutton report was, heavily looked at of what the Turvey crowd over there. They're all over there fangirling and stuff, according to him. I don't
Yeah,
have
their loyalties change from report to report,
Yeah, I
you
don't have
know?
no respect for that man. He sat up there and said he said something disgusting about people were doing to reports on Dylan Mortensen, which he wasn't wrong, but damn, dude, settle down there, sir. Settle down. All right, I got to get this back up. I don't know what happened there. I was trying to do something and my shit went crazy. Okay. All right, let me get down here. Oh, Turvey indicates amount of time. Okay, let's get here to where they start. Let me get this where I need it, guys. Okay, Sutton's comments. Let's just get to that part because it's going to rebut the Turvey stuff. All right. I can't see chat. There we go. Let me get that up there. There we go. Oh, Rachel, I saw that was the Everything's a money grab these days, isn't it? Sometimes it's about the ego, sometimes it's about the money, whatever's hot. That book was nonsensical. Everybody knows it. The man ain't got no facts. We don't know who you are. You got sources. Everybody got a source, haven't you heard? Look at all the ones that run amok over there in the Nancy Guthrie case. Fuck. I don't know what. He's been interviewed by, pretty good platform here back in the past, being promoted for his work, Dr. Turvey. The term covered in blood is not significantly quantifiable. There is certainly evidence that the assailant in this case has some degree of bloodstains on the person or object in their possession, and the secondary blood transfers resulted by subsequent movement through the scene. The number and quantity of bloodstains that were secondarily transferred in the scene were relatively small, even during the violent activity associated with an assault. Only a small number of quantity of blood was transferred outside of the bedrooms. While splatter was widely distributed in both bedrooms involved, the amount of spatter in the surrounding areas where a perpetrator would be located as to create a void. If a perpetrator had been covered in blood, it seems a void would be inevitable and identifiable. Dr. Turvey himself points out that there is a lack of bloody footwear patterns in the scene in general. Precautionary acts. The precautionary acts in this case include the execution of living witnesses, the cleanup of bloody hands, feet, footwear, and clothing before leaving, and the disposal of said clothing along with the weapons used. Direct evidence of this cleanup can be found in at least some of the diluted blood transfer, according to Turvey, which was located in different areas of the home. Indirect evidence includes the absence of bloody transfer from feet and hands, despite the movement of suspects within the home. Of suspects within the homes, necessary opening of doors, and the absence of bloody footwear patterns at the scene in general. All of this would have required an extensive amount of time at the scene to clean, perhaps hours, which is inconsistent with the state's theory that these crimes were committed within a crime interval of less than 10 to 50 or 15 to 20 minutes subsequent to 4 a.m. So Turby's like, because there's no bloody footprints, I know a cleanup occurred. Not necessarily, but okay. We can examine the scene before we make that determination. Turvey refers to indicators of more than one assailant. How many of y'all have watched forensic files over the years and seen the crime scenes where there's a latent
Mhm.
prints recovered? It's not just in the Brian Koberger case. If y'all only
Yeah.
study this one case and you don't know nothing else about true crime and evidence, go binge watch old forensic files. And you can dispute a lot of Turvey's bullshit all by yourself. Turvey refers to indicators of more than one assailant. It is not reasonable to think that Ethan would have remained in his bed after waking up or be reasonable. Your reasonable and my reasonable might be very different, sir. It is not reasonable to think that Ethan would have remained in his bed after waking up or being awake while Santa was being attacked in front of him. This evidence and context begin to suggest the existence of a second attacker. This issue will be addressed later in this section of the report because everybody's done decided, somebody had to hold Ethan down while they took care of Xana. Somebody had to hold Kaylee down while they took care of Maddie. And we also have to take into account that Ethan was highly intoxicated in that bed. We don't know how loud Xana was actually being. We in our minds we're thinking this girl was being loud, but maybe she wasn't that loud. Oh my god, someone's here, and running, and then boom boom boom, it's all happening. I don't know how much actual screaming was taking place. It wasn't a quiet scene, but I don't know how much Ethan got stirred around before his attack started, because I don't think that Xana was completely unalived when he began the attack on Ethan to take care of that and went back to Xana. Okay. Seen an interview with who?
Oh, Turvey. Yeah, I
Oh,
don't think I've watched anything with him in it
he's on the custody
because I
queen.
didn't want to really hear what he had to say.
Oh, I did. I went
Mm.
and reviewed it. He was on the custody queens right after all this book shit came out. Uh, talking his mad stuff, gone mad at Ann Taylor. It is
Yeah,
not
because his whole "it's not reasonable to think that Ethan would have remained in bed," that comes from this, "Oh, Ethan was 6'4", he was a big man,
of
would have
course.
protected his girlfriend, da 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 da." And like
Well,
you said, but
yeah.
they don't take factor in that these kids were drunk, and those 2 were on something else. They had taken something else,
Mm,
in addition to just drinking.
yes,
Even, Ethan had been sexed up and was passed out while she was
exactly.
eating food and, playing on TikTok. Maybe Ethan sleeps heavy. I sleep so hard that in college, somebody vacuumed the living room. I was on their sofa. Somebody came into the living room and it never woke me up. You don't know what
Oh,
type of
wow.
sleeper he is. He could
Yeah,
be a heavy
it's true.
sleeper. It
He could
happens, you
be.
know?
And he could have been asleep for hours as far as we know, or at least a long time because, she was up to getting her hungry on, but there
Mhm.
was all that discrepancy about what time those 2 got back home and how long they were actually at that house, you
Mhm.
know,
I think they had been home for at least,
several hours,
hour and a
right?
half, 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Mhm.
then like you said, we both have our theory, they probably got it on, did all the things, Ethan's
I mean,
passed
he was
out.
butt naked except for socks.
Yeah. He's passed out right now,
Mhm.
and she's like, "I'm hungry now."
Mhm.
So,
She's walking around in her panties and a shirt, like
yeah,
she had been naked, but just threw something on, while
gotta
she's
get her
hanging out.
DoorDash,
And
right?
gotta get her DoorDash order.
All
Mhm.
her friends said it very early on, Xana was always ordering the DoorDash. Xana was always
Mhm.
hungry, they said. So, yeah, she's like, "Yeah, he's passed out, I gotta get my hunger on, I'm gonna go to bed, we're gonna be good." But and then it wasn't. Yeah, but a lot of people can't that you don't yeah, he was a big guy, big, strong guy. You would, good opponent for Koberger, but he was passed out in bed, like you said, and that it was all going so fast with Xana. She was so injured, he could very well just leave her right there in that floor and take care of Ethan because Ethan was going to get up and do his best to combat whatever was happening. Um, Number of suspects. At least 2 suspects were involved in this attack. This is indicated by the fact that multiple weapons were used against Kaylee. Again, this is Brent Turvey's interpretation. That multiple types of lethal force were used against Kaylee, and that Ethan and Xana appear to have been attacked at the same time. This is inconsistent with the state's theory, as these crime scenes were committed solely by one individual. I would have can you imagine this guy testifying in court to this stuff? Like, how's he gonna convict? You gotta convince me once you're on that witness stand. I'm the toughest juror in the room. I'm gonna listen to both of these experts, and I'm gonna hear them both out. Whoever is the most impressive is gonna win. It's just the way it is. At least 2 suspects were involved. Okay. This is inconsistent with the state's, theory. All right, Sutton comments, there is evidence that Ethan Chapin and Xana Kernodle were in close proximity to each other at some point after the assault began, as evidenced by the finding of Kernodle's blood and DNA under the fingernails of Ethan Chapin's right hand, and the findings of Chapin's blood and DNA under the fingernails of Xana's hands. Now, was that already there from before? They're in the bed together, but there's blood. Were they reaching for each other?
Which number are you on? Which letter?
Page 106, Sutton comments. There is evidence that Ethan Chapin and Xander Kernodle were in close proximity to each other at some
Hmm.
point after the assault began.
Oh,
As
this is
evidence,
hair in his hand.
what?
This is the hair in his hand, right?
No. This is blood underneath their nails.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about the hair. Go ahead. I'm listening.
No. There is evidence that Ethan Chapin and Xana Kernodle were in close proximity to each other at some point after the assault began, as evidenced by the finding of Kernodle's blood and DNA under the fingernails of Ethan Chapin's right hand, and the finding of Chapin's blood and DNA under fingernails of Xana's hands, both of them. One
Mhm.
assailant could contain two people in close proximity to each other, especially if the assailant is armed. So you know, it didn't take two people to kill them. They were in close proximity, but if they got each other's blood and DNA under their nails, they were trying did they try to grab for each other, because you can see her blood is right by the bed in the photo dumps that we had, right? They have the markers down there, and you can see, and I always wondered that, did it some how did Xana's blood get under Ethan's nails?
Is some of her blood on the bed? Did they ever say whether or not
There
some of hers was on the bed?
Well, there's blood all over the bed and there's spots. I would assume that some of the blood on the bed is from her transferred, or
Mhm.
spatter rather, right? But it's
Right.
under the nails, so I don't know. Did they grab hands at one point? Did they even touch it all? We'll never know. But I'm reading what it says in the report. And she
Mhm.
notes they have each other's blood and DNA under their nails. So y'all figure out how it got there. Um,
Well,
Single
the DNA
perpetrator.
is common sense.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I
Yeah.
said, the DNA would be there. They were probably getting
They
on.
were all together all night too. Yeah.
Well,
Mhm.
I'm just talking about, yeah, Ethan and Xana. But
Right.
the blood is different. The DNA, I'm expecting they were probably had sex that night. They were together at
Mhm.
a party. They're boyfriend and girlfriend. They better have each other's DNA on each other. But
Mhm.
the blood is different.
If there's some of her blood on the bed and his hand move through the pile, the pool of blood or
I
whatever,
get how that could
that's
have got
yeah.
there. But how did
Mhm.
his get under her nails? There's under both of them's.
Mm.
Chapin's blood and DNA are under Xana's nails. Her blood and DNA are under Ethan's nails. Y'all can use your imaginations. I don't know how it got there.
Mhm.
A single perpetrator can certainly use more than one weapon and can use multiple types of lethal force. Turvey indicates that an excessive amount of time would be required for a perpetrator to clean up after the assault. Well, yeah, it would. Whatever planning may have taken place with respect to this crime has resulted in an excessive number of victims, an excessive with an ex with if I can read, an excess of bloody transfer and bloody clothing on the part of the suspects. This took additional time to both affect and clean up before they leave.
Oh, I just thought of something else. Did you
What?
see that girl Asget Industries video? Or what was it
Which one?
her? Um, somebody, I
Yes, it
think it
was
might have
her,
been
but I don't
her.
know which one.
If somebody said something about the way that the covers looked on the bed or whatever, the way that they were pushed back. Actually, I hate to say it, it may have been some other fool who actually thought of something interesting. The way that the covers were pushed and the pillow was tilted on the right side of Xana's bed, and the phone was right there or whatever. They were thinking that Xana had actually been sitting on that top right corner of the bed next to Ethan, eating and scrolling on the phone or whatever. Because I just was wondering if the attack started there, you
Well,
know,
if it did, then that wasn't
had she been
Xana.
sitting next to him.
Then that takes her out of the kitchen, running into him coming out, heating up her food. She's already done all that,
True.
made it back to the room, and
Mhm.
now that's where he finds her. He wouldn't have, I don't think Koberger went looking for Xana in that room if she's just sitting on the bed. You know what I'm saying? I think he ran into her
Mhm.
coming down those stairs, and there she was. Otherwise, she may have got left alone just like Dylan.
Okay. Never mind. I just was still trying to figure out how his blood would have gotten under hers. I thought maybe if she was right next to him,
I
maybe
mean,
she
that
reached
could have
out for
been,
him or
but then
something.
that changes the thing, that changes some things
But
at that screen.
something definitely, like, her blood is closer to that bed too. Oh, you know what?
Oh,
It's
I
on the
know.
right side of the bed. She was attacked there, the end table,
It's all
and all
over.
that.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I've showed all those pictures.
Yeah.
It's It's all right there, and it's very close proximity to the bed. But the fact that they both have each other's under their nails is just a little odd to me.
Well, but
There's a
hold
thousand
on.
explanations for it, though. I know.
Yeah, yeah, but you know what though? Yeah, because Firefly said, "What about the plate on the floor?" Yeah, over by the door and that extra pillow over there too. I just thought about something too. What if
But
Ethan's blood was actually on him, and while he's attacking her, she's grabbing at Coburger,
it
and
could
she
be.
puts her hand or her fingers into some of his. You know what I mean?
Then it would be a mixture between under the nails. And it would be a mixture of their blood. That would say the mixture of their blood. Like the other mixtures in the house, they note is
Mhm.
Kaylee and Maddie in the mixture. Um, it would say mixture, but it doesn't say a mixture. So I'm only going by that. Like I don't know how the blood underneath their nails got there, y'all. Any like I said, there's a thousand explanations that we can. I
I
don't know
don't
what
think they would even reference hers being under her nails because, of course, hers would. I think that they just identified his because it was unusual, you know? Because, of course,
was
she's going to have it under hers, you know?
Ethan's.
No, hers. Xana, like, I don't, what I'm saying is, I don't think that they would have said, oh, there was a Xana's and Ethan's was found under her fingernails because, of course, hers would be under her fingernails. She's the one receiving all the injuries.
I'm
So
going
her
by the
hands are
blood.
there.
I'm talking about the blood alone. If there was a blood
I'm still talking about the blood
mixture,
alone too. I
yeah,
didn't say, yeah, DNA. I'm
yeah.
talking about the blood too.
But if there's 2 types of blood in there, it would still be a mixture is what I'm saying. I don't know what to make of it. Who
There
knows?
probably is. All I'm saying is they
Yeah,
did not identify hers because, of course, hers would be,
there's
they
both
didn't
say the
list
same.
hers because it
Yeah.
would be there. Yeah,
Well, they both say the same thing. It clearly says under Ethan's nails was Xana's DNA and blood, and under her nails was his. They say the exact same thing.
I
That
know,
that
but you said it
yeah.
would, they would have reported a mixture. And all
If
I'm
it
saying
had
is, yeah,
Yeah, who knows? I don't know how it
yeah.
got there. I cannot tell y'all. Xana could have been sitting right there by Ethan, and Koberger's like, "You know what? Let me go see if anybody else is in this house awake." And I'll also skip that blonde chick at the crack of the door staring at me. I don't
Hmm.
know.
All
I
I'm saying is it's redundant to say Xana's is found under her nails because it's redundant, you know? Of course,
it
hers would be under
I
her.
understand that, but it technically by law in the court, if it was a mixture, it would have to be identified as a mixture is what I'm saying. I don't know who all's I don't know how it got there. I don't know. I'm just as far as like the DNA mixtures, their diluted blood and all that, it would say it was a mixture found under the nails, but it doesn't specify that it was a mixture. But I get their DNA is supposed to be there, and I would expect each other's to be on each other, but it's the blood that's got the thing. I don't
Mhm,
think 2 people entered this house, and none of that. I just don't know how those 2 ended up with their blood under each other's nails like that,
mhm,
unless they tried to grab at each other at some point. I don't know. It could have been all coming off of him. Ethan could have reached up and grabbed Koberger and got it. He could have grabbed the bed and got
could have
it.
been
She could have,
flying through the air and landed
yeah,
on her hand, who
who
knows? Yeah.
knows
I'm
exactly?
just, yeah, the reporting or whatever is what I was talking about. But go ahead.
Yeah. Either way, I still think if there's a flat out mixture involved and they don't say that's a mixture, that's a problem at court. But it doesn't matter whose blood. It wasn't anybody else's blood. It was each other's. The precautionary acts in this case include the execution of living witnesses. The precautionary acts in this case include the execution of living witnesses, the cleanup of bloody hands, feet, footwear, and clothing before leaving, and the disposal of said clothing along with the weapons used. Direct evidence of this cleanup can be found in at least some of the diluted blood transfer, which was located in different areas of the home. Indirect evidence includes the absence of bloody transfer from feet and hands, despite the movement of the suspects within the homes. The necessary opening of doors in the absence of bloody footwear patterns, all at the scene, all in general. All of this would have required an extensive amount of time at the scene, perhaps hours, and which is inconsistent with the state's theory of the 15 to 20 minutes it would have took to commit the crime. So he's like, whoever did this had to stay here for hours. Like one of the survivors. Is that who, there were only 2 other people in that house. So he's, maintaining that a large cleanup would have had to occur and everywhere but the victim's rooms. Sutton comments, washing or wiping hands takes little time, especially if preparations for cleaning are made beforehand. Removal of protection clothing and shoe coverings takes seconds. We all wondered if he had the little booties for his shoes. We don't know. He was a criminology major. He could have gotten his hands on anything at this point. We can debate it 10 ways to Sunday. Turvey reports that the knife sheath was staged for the following reasons. Crime scene staging refers to an attempt to confuse or misdirect a law enforcement investigation by altering, fabricating, planting evidence in relation to a crime scene. Turvey notes that Chisholm and Turvey, 2012 report. And I wonder if all his crime scenes have all been staged. In the present case of K-Bar Sheath was discovered in the crime scene by law enforcement. Evidence and staging with respect to these items. There's an old video out there on True Crime with Sarge. He interviewed Turvey a long time ago. I watched it a couple times. The sheath was found precariously placed just slightly under the body of Madison Mogan and partially covered by the comforter that was placed atop the midsection of her body by the suspects. He keeps saying suspects. Notice that. It could not have fallen accidentally into the location. I don't know if Les Koberger tells us exactly his movements. We don't know if he took the K-bar out, laid it down, dropped it. It fell off his clothing. There's a lot of people tried to figure out why did he leave his K-bar knife sheath. I don't know. I feel like shit went really quickly, was going down fast, and it got left. It is what it is. Thankfully, he left it. But he says it couldn't have fallen down. Where it was placed was always a problem for a lot of people. Partially under the covers, partially under the victim, seen visible from the door, not seen visible. It was the whole thing. Sutton's comments back, the sheath could have become trapped under Madison's body when she moved her left leg out of the bed. I always wondered, because of the way the sheath was placed, I'm like, I got to wrap my head around things. Can I make it make sense? If I can't, I can't. If I can, I'm going to try. What would cause it to be partially under the victim? I always wondered, did that girl have a moment where she sat up and then suddenly fell back? And when she did, that's when it became lodged under her like it did, partially under her body. It could very well, because we do know her left leg was partially off that bed. All right. If she were hurriedly moving her leg, she would have not taken time to move the comforter, in which case the sheath would be trapped between the comforter and the bed. Yes, what I was reading was Firefly. I don't know, you may not can see the screen. That was Turvey's stuff, and this is rebuttal back from Sutton. The part about the staged crime scene, the attempt to confuse or misdirect law enforcement, altering in the case, all that was Turvey. And then Sutton says the sheath could have become trapped under Madison's body when she moved her left leg out of the bed. That's her whole report here, is to dispute what Turvey's report said. If she were hurriedly moving her leg, there would have been not have time taken to move the comforter, in which case the sheath could have been trapped. Okay, so they're trying to explain how that happened, or what could have happened. It would be reasonable for the sheath to be in this location because the evidence indicates that Kaylee and Maddie were both first to be killed. Dr. Turvey also concluded that Gonzalez and Mogan were the first to be killed. So Turvey agrees with that. You know that dopamine rush was in full effect. The sheath could have been, and then in one document it appears the suspect sat down for a moment in Xana's room on the white fuzzy chair. I've seen a lot of photos of that white fuzzy chair and the little bit of blood that's on there. How long did that dude sit there? Did he go, oh my God, what'd I just do? Let me get out of here? It was a very short time span. It was a tight timeline. We can't be giving him all that extra to get undressed, taking baths, washing hands, sitting down in the chair. What are we doing? The sheath could have been covered by the comforter during the assault. when and if the comforter was moved by someone other than the decedents, or even if when someone was searching for the sheath. There is no physical evidence, a yawn out of nowhere, to determine which scenario is more likely. Dr. Second reason, Dr. Turvey feels the sheath was staged. Turvey says the sheath was new and unused. Well, he just bought it, sir. Didn't you hear? I don't think he took it on those hikes to fight the bears. The sheath was new and unused, as indicated by the absence of damage or wear to the leather. Turvey. Y'all, did he not see the Amazon report about the dates when that thing was bought? Just a few months prior? How much did he wear and tear should it have had? Unsure why this proves that staging occurred, she says. That was Sutton's comment back. Unsure why this proves staging occurred, it could just as easily mean that the knife was subjected to only light use in the past, or that it was purchased for this purpose. Oh, Miss Sutton. Lightly used and purchased for this purpose. Third reason, Dr. Turvey feels that the sheath was staged. The sheath was face down and had received only a few areas of minute blood spatter, or impact, or aspiration, while resting atop a sheet with significant impact splatter all around it. The inconsistency of spatter, dispersion, and density indicate transfers occurring at different times, under different conditions, with different levels of intensity. Huh. Different levels of intensity would have caused the different conditions. And sir, what are you doing? I'm not even a crime scene reconstructionist. My God, y'all. Well, y'all, this might not be the document y'all want to dive into, but I just can't with Dylan Mortensen today. That girl will give me a fucking headache. And I don't feel like ripping a 19-year-old drunk girl to shreds today. I'm trying to stay in my peace. I want the goods on the Koberger guy. And this weirdo Turvey's out there spreading a bunch of fucking nonsense about a staged crime scene with his bullshit. So, yeah, I'm trying to dispute it a little bit and get through this damn document because I got more to unpack throughout the week. And again, Idaho, quit giving us a bunch of shit on that roommate girl and give me the goods on your guy here. Give me the videos. Sutton says the difference in the amount of spatter on the sheath versus the amount on the fitted sheet or even the comforter is simply, I don't think people want to know the details of the crimes anymore and how this guy did anything. I feel like across the board, YouTube, we got to have, I don't even know what to say. I'm going to get myself into a lot of trouble in a minute if I keep running my mouth. I'm going to shut it up now. The difference in the amount of spatter on the sheath versus the amount of the fitted sheet or even the comforter simply proves that the sheath came to rest in this location where it was discovered at a different time during the splatter producing events. It does not prove that it was staged in this location. The sheath could have been another look. And again, these roommates, not the roommates, let me take that back. I don't really care what's going on with them because that's on the state of Idaho for continuing to release document after document on those roommates. But the victims are still being drugged to this day. Kaylee and her titties are still talked about. Them and all of their whatever people want to make up about them is still talked about. And there are a lot of people on the internet right now who don't like when victims are come at. But it's okay in the Idaho 4 case, and that bothers me. Why no one takes that seriously. But by God, don't you be doing it to other victims everywhere else, right? So I'm going to always speak up for the victims, and I want Turvey's bullshit squashed here because I know my people are seeing it and they hear it. Some of them do anyway. I know that much. And I just feel like if we can unpack some of it and get through that, right? Because I don't want to sit in this in the weeds of things, right? I just can't with that anymore. Like true crime's true crime. The weeds are the weeds. The sheath could have been at another location when it was spattered and then moved here at a later time, he says. If the perpetrator moved the comforter as Turby believes, the sheath could have been moved to this location when the comforter was moved. Like this guy was just like making up shit for the like he don't care. As long as I get out there and make it sound good, the defense, I'll just get more and more people will hire me in the future because I can do this and that. Like it's all going to ride on his testimony. The fourth reason Turvey feels that the sheath was staged, he says, the sheath was placed at the location without receiving bloody transfer from the hands or fingers of the suspect that did it. So where'd they get Koberger's DNA, I wonder? When they planted this sheath, who got Koberger's DNA and planted it on the sheath? Turvey, can you explain that one? That's my big question now for you, sir. We're going to do all that. The sheath was placed at the location without receiving bloody transfer from hands or other fingers of the suspect that did it. So there's no blood from him. This means it was done after the attack, supposing, but also after the suspect had washed their hands subsequent to the. This guy don't make no sense. It's scary to think he's examines crime scenes out there, guys, and makes these determinations. Makes me want to go look at some of his other reports. You know how we're unpacking some of that other shit these weird doctors do out here and when they evaluate prisoners? We should probably evaluate some of these cases that Turvey gets in on.
I mean, he's just doing what all defense experts do. You know what I mean? They're paid to look at it, or say something that's favorable to the defendant,
I understand that,
whether
but
it's
he's going and
crazy or
doing a
not.
little extra. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
His is a little extra. I I'm just saying. I know. His expertise is a little bit extra. It kind of reminds me of that one lady at the Letitia Stalk, the psychiatrist witness. Like, lady, can you sit down with your
Hmm.
nonsense? Because you ain't selling that shit to us. Turvey, same thing.
Just like the psychiatrist in the Jodi Arias case. What's her name? Alice Violette just ruined her reputation
Yeah,
getting up on the stand talking
it
about
sounds
Jodi
all right.
Arias,
He may be heading in the same direction. He's already out here bad mouthing the
Hmm.
attorney and everything, right? So he this
Yeah.
now may not work out for Turvey. I don't know if I'd wanna hire his weird ass, like, "Wait, dude, I need real if my client really didn't do it and you can dispute that, then bring me the real I gotta take real shit to court, not your made up
Yeah.
stuff." I wonder what Ann thought when she read all this. Like, "Dude, what? What? I got proof he bought that
She
gay
was
bar."
probably smiling because she was trying to,
To some ex
introduce her alternate perpetrators theory too. So she was probably like, yes,
yeah, but
yes,
she didn't go all in on Turvey's report, so that's obvious when you listen to Turvey, but you did not, so I don't yeah, I get that, but yeah, she didn't buy all of Turvey's report, okay? She's like, "Dude, yeah, I could get" like, so I'm saying, "If you're gonna bring me evidence to work with, please bring me something I can work with." None of this says alternate suspect, it says clean up. It was just always gonna lend itself to an alt suspect, but, um,
Well, multiple
yeah,
suspects is what
she
he was also
but she
saying.
doesn't
Yeah.
name who any of them are, that's still up to Ann to figure all that out for her little alternate
Hmm.
suspect stuff. But she did not go all in on Turvey's bullshit. And when Turvey talks about it, he lets you know that. All right, so Sutton's comments back. It
Wait,
is
wait, wait.
true.
She had a problem with is that what he said in interviews? She had a problem with his report?
Pretty much. I can't remember exact verbatim what he said. I have to go back and watch it again. It's been a while since I
Oh,
watched it. But
okay.
yes,
Because since they didn't have
and
a trial, she didn't have a chance to use his report, really.
we know. But you have to go watch him. He talks about it. I can't remember
You said
exactly
who
what
was
he
he
said.
on Custody Queens?
Custody Queens, and he's got
Oh, okay.
Ann Taylor's even come out since then and put out a statement
I
about
do know
Turvey
about
coming
that.
up. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Turvey talking. She does not agree with Turvey. All right, so Sutton's comments. It is true that there are no bloody transfer visible on the knife sheath, but the significance of the findings does not attempt that the placement of the sheath was staged. It could have gotten in this location without having been touched by a perpetrator or even there after washing the cleaned hands were cleaned or gloves removed. Again, we don't know if Koberger wore gloves in the home. No, y'all can dispute that all you want. I don't know. Either scenario would explain the lack of contact staining without staging have occurred. Um, A lot of us suspect he'd wear gloves, but who knows?
I mean, he definitely owned nitrile gloves. They found
Yeah,
gloves.
yeah.
Mhm.
I
So
mean,
yeah. Yeah.
they all do these days, don't they? Wear the nitro gloves or some sort of glove. I thought that was like
Mhm.
criminal 101. Take a pair of gloves, man. Fingerprints. Now it's DNA. Like it
And
would
that's the
not
one thing
shock.
that he did know was how not to leave something at a crime scene, other than what
Exactly.
he dropped, or
Exactly.
left.
And it's
Mhm.
not going to be surprising if the guy wore some little tight black gloves. Jesus Christ. I can't imagine big, bulky gloves, hard to move my hands with.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, common sense, people. ABA or ASB technical report. I did not get this far. This is page 110 of 155. I think, yeah, I don't know what's in past all this. So we might skip this one and go to another one. So they go into the terms and definitions of the spatter or patterns, bloodstain patterns, directional angle, drip pattern. Well, the people trying to unpack what was going on in Nancy's front porch needs to read this with their, because there's a doctor out there who believes all that blood in the Nancy Guthrie case could be staged. I wonder if he listens to Brent Turvey's stuff. Imagine that. Yeah. Even got some of those cops on board. Yeah, they could have used a turkey baster. You fucking freaks. What is that of?
These are sample spatter and stuff, and then she goes on to list specific stuff that from 1122.
Examine the static aftermath. Okay, so then the gravity pull. Oh, goodness, I'm gonna get in trouble by the YouTubes. All right. And she has different pictures, guys, here in the document with descriptions and showing you the way it would look. Drop formation, gravity, surface tension, different ways to view the blood spatter. Um, Sorry, I had to cough. Allergies are acting up. It's so dry today. Okay. Um, Going into all of that, we've all looked at these kind of some of these before. Because you got to, what the hell? Cast off from perpetrator's injured hand. Different. Shows you diluted blood. Okay. Lordy. Okay. Redacted photos. Redacted photos. Hang on. Let me get this where I can manage this thing better. Okay. Is it going back up? Did it? I don't want to go that way. So these are more photos of the inside of the home again, and the different views they would have seen. Again, with the knife recovered from the bedroom, the sheath rather. Knife was never recovered. Going through that evidence again, it looks like this is what this is. Yeah, this is redacted photos, more and more of that. All right, so Tina was another forensic scientist. They're going to talk about, she will explain why friction ridge skin is, what latent prints are, do all the different things. That was Exhibit S10. It would have took probably 2 days to get through all their experts CVCs, all the different ones they were planning to bring in on this particular stuff, on the comparisons and such. All right. Talk about inconclusive as an examiner's ability to reach a conclusion of source identification. A lot to explain to the jury. Catherine White was a forensic scientist in the field of biology and DNA. She was going to talk about the STR mixtures, the reference in the samples again that were collected, extractions, quantification, amplification, how all that's done, developing the DNA profile. Again, see, they were right there. Why it's anticipated to explain what presumptive testing is and all of that. Swabbing, so that was going to be her job. And this is another one. Wilt was another forensic scientist they were going to bring in to do the same thing. Blood stain, how you add the chemicals and do all the stuff, the testing for it. So yeah, I think all this is going to be that. There's Youngling's report. May discuss the process of photographing the crime scene. Larger items like computer towers, monitors do not fit into standard evidence bags, and they're going to go into all that so the jury can understand all of it. So that's pretty much the gist of that document. Going through all of that. All right, let me get me back up here. All right. Okay, Dolphin, you're good. Why does it... Boy, my screen is just going wonkers today, y'all. I don't know what's happening here. It is so different than what I'm used to. It acting funny. Okay, there we go. I'm starting to get hungry. It's time for me to go grab something to eat, y'all. Well, thank you, Karen. I don't my no holds barred approach. I sometimes like to cut through the bullshit. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's like I'm a little too much. I know, but goodness, we got to get through it, man, to get on with it, right? I wonder, Simi, the same thing. Was always my biggest thought was, this guy's the kind of guy, like, the second you realize you forgot your sheath, are you smacking yourself in the head going, you idiot? The self-hate comes out and all of that. I can picture Koberger doing that. Was he in his car driving and he's going through his head and he's like, oh shit? Or did he get to this dumping ground and realize, who knows when he realized it, but I would love to know his reaction. And did he contemplate going back in that house the next morning, or at least walking the grounds behind the home? Because he called mother, took a shower, sent her a thumbs up picture, called mother. They had a conversation on the way back to Moscow. He gets to Moscow, he hangs out for a few minutes right there by the house, and then he drives away. So he decided not to go in and look for it, if that's what he was doing. I think he went back because he knew he left that sheath and he was wondering. People are like, oh, he went back to, how they go back to the crime scene sometimes to relive everything. Did he go back to see why it wasn't on the news yet? Were the cops there yet? Could have been all those things, but I think the biggest curiosity was, has that scene been discovered? Because maybe he thought he killed everybody in the house. If he never saw Mortensen, he never saw Bethany. If he really never saw Dylan and never knew those two girls were home, he thought everybody in that house was dead. So you got to keep that in mind. What was he thinking as he's sitting there looking at that house when he went back over there? How close did he get to it? That's what I want to know. How close did you get to it when you went back? Did you ride around Queen Road Apartments one last time? He didn't seem stressed in the Firefly, but was that fake for Mama? He seemed a little... He was pale, but, that's normal. He looks a little, but was that just a thumbs up, Mommy, I'm good? But, as soon as he got off, he's like, fuck, I'm good, but my sheath. I'm good, but my sheath. I don't know. Yeah. He might have said, you know what? Sheath don't matter. I know I didn't leave my DNA on it. I had my gloves on every time I handled it. Or at least he thought he did, right? Everybody, I don't know. I don't got this guy figured out. It's been years and I don't got him figured out. I've just been trying to figure him out, but I don't got him figured out. I don't know if I can ever have any of these killers figured out. I thought about writing him a letter, though, and asking him some questions because I don't think nobody else has. They just want to talk about, Koberger's freedom. Koberger's going to pull some last minute shit. And I'm like, well, fuck, I'll write him a letter and ask him. It ain't gonna hurt. Y'all can FOIA request it. I don't got to use my real name on the envelope. Jesus Christ, I'm not an amateur. Jeez. The American Psycho photo. There was always that calling card theory, right, Firefly? We wondered that in the beginning, right? Was it a calling card left on purpose? Any of that? Did he think that, oh, if I leave this, my DNA is never going to be found on it and they can never trace it back to me in any kind of way because it don't have a serial number stamped on the side, right? Like a gun, like like a physical weapon like that would have a serial number unless you file it off. There's ways to get around that too. Yeah, I don't know if the sheath was completely. I feel like it was probably accidental because I feel like things got out of hand in the bedroom and didn't go as planned. So if it didn't go as planned, it makes sense that it got left accidentally in the chaos, right? That's always made people like, why would you leave it? Well, I don't think it could have been done on purpose, but I don't think it was like gently laid down and then like, oops, I forgot it. I think it just happened and everything else was going down so fast, there was no time to think about it again until after the fact. That's when it dawned on him that I don't have my sheath. That's my opinion on it, anyway. Could be completely different. We all want to see that interrogation video. We want to see him speak, right? It's like, what are y'all doing? And don't sit there and say, oh, Pennsylvania's got all those records and y'all can't get them, because y'all had to enter it in your evidence at some point. You had to.
Yeah, they did.
Exactly. We got proof of it, but I'm just,
Hmm.
people want to throw shit. If we want to call out Idaho, I'm the girl first in line because I'm tired of the bullshit. It feels like y'all really are covering up a lot of things about your boy. I don't know why. Don't make me go there because he said he did it and I believe it. But why would you not release all the stuff on Brian Koberger? Don't tell me we got to go back in time and redact slowly but surely. We'll get there, Salty. Okay, well, I'll be waiting. Fine. I'll just keep waiting. I'm fine with that. But we need to see them because I'm telling you right now, if you go to YouTube, you can pull up how many videos have been released. Let me go see. Idaho 4 body cam. Oh, I know what happened. Google up or Chrome updates doing this weird tab thing now for me. Okay, I got it. I see what happened here. Um, Showalters disturbing the peace body cam. Idaho 4, one of the friends. Well, he's got two there for Peter. Kennedy, she's got one. Showalter's second interview. Showalter's first interview. Kyle Frey's interview, Trent and Ryan's interviews, WSU Assistant Chief Don Daniels' testimony for the search warrant, Michael Koberger voicemail, Wesley Rebuck interview, Drew's interview, John's, Mason's, Conrad's, Kelvin's, Officer Morris, scene security. More of his scene security, part two. The Humane Society call regarding Murphy. The body cam worn by Warner. Uh, Rachel's interview. Kaya's interview. Idaho 4 Scott Perky interview. James Fry, audio only. Jordan's interview. I could go on and on. Rosinski's body cam. Simon, Tyler, and Matthews interviews. Uh, Canvassing of the Queen Road apartments that went down, Eric Gowers, I mean, on and on and on. Where's Brian Koberger's? We don't have it, but we got everybody else's. I want to see the Bearcat roll up at the house, Rachel. She says, I want to see the transport. I want to see the Bearcat roll up at the house. They say that they got it, so it'd be nice to see it. It really would.
So which one are you working on next?
Oh, no, I just figured out what was going on with that screen. I'm like, "This thing tripped
Oh,
me."
okay.
My thing just got, because I forgot that I did get that notification last night when I was sitting here about that update, and that's what happened a minute ago. I was like, "Wait a minute, that's a new feature that I saw." Okay, it's for my streaming. I think the interruption from Xana caused the sheath mishap. Um, yeah, I mean, it depends on what I if she even ran all the way up there, partially up
Yeah.
there, or yelling up there, yes, there was so much going on that, yes, it was all boom, 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 yeah. It could have been part of from the interruption from hearing Xana, or just, "Oh, shit, there was 2 people in this bed versus 1, I gotta get out of here as fast as I can," and then who knows, did which came first, running into Xana or just panicking to get out of there, leaving the sheath, and then running into Xana. Right. We've been screaming it long enough, haven't we, Firefly? Give it to us. We're done with it. We're sick of waiting, you know? So hopefully with some of these other documents that come out later. But I've got to finish going through some of these documents, Dolphin, here this evening.
Mhm.
Um, we got to do so. There's ones now with more of what was in some of those text messages between the roommates.
Mhm.
Dylan describing what she saw again, which we all know is wackadoodle to start with. To think she could have, God. See, you could have seen and heard all this, but yet nothing was going down. Okay, I see. It's hard, hard, hard for me to do that, girl, y'all. Because if I was the defense attorney, I would have ate that girl alive. I hate to say it, but I just would have. I couldn't have
Yeah.
helped myself. It would have been my job. It would have been my job to eat firemen with a vacuum up. Because I'm telling you right now, that was problematic. Um, But there's a lot of documents to unpack there, and I will get to them, guys. I don't want to continue on. It's already, what time is it? 3. We can go for a little bit longer. Which one did? Let me see. You sent me that one. Let me wait. Which one's got the text message? The bushy eyebrow stuff. Let me go look at the list, guys. Hold on.
Oh, I know you don't wanna start on Dylan right now.
No, but I'm gonna look at something. Let me.
Okay.
Actually, Jesus, I don't like this thing.
So I was
All
gonna
right.
say, 'cause I gotta pick up Pipsqueak in,
No,
what,
I'm
two
getting
and a half
hungry.
hours?
Yeah, I'm getting hungry. I'm not going to be on here too much longer, but
I still got a breakfast burrito sitting here, so I just microwaved it.
I got a puppy that needs to go. Let me go. I got to go let her outside. She went down for her nap. She's been actually very quiet. She's sleeping right this second.
Let's
So she's
see.
going to be up soon. All right, let me go through the 2025. Where's my master list at? Where did I do with my list? Come here, you. Here we go. All right, there are a bunch of exhibits from the different experts that were going to be coming in. There was the penalty phase expert stuff was in the 331 document, the 327 documents about the bushy eyebrows, Seat, Miller, Mycheck, White, all their
Mhm.
different documents were in the expert testimony, the text messages. There's also a text messages and testimony that was proposed transcript hearing redactions. I don't know what's that one. Okay, let me. Because you guys, I do try to do my homework before I come out here and bring y'all. I don't want to bring the bullshit full force. I want to try to go and see. Because if you look at 324's dates on the docket here, 32425, you see all of their exhibits were dropped individually. Martinez, Youngling, White, Mycheck, Miller, see the ones we were just reading about
Mhm.
in the big report. So those are their individual ones. And if I read those, they're going to be pretty much the same as what we were reading. This one is redacted exhibits 1 and 2, defendants objection to state's motion in limine, text message testimony. That's the one that's got all the.
There's,
Uh,
yeah,
that's what you were talking about.
no, I think it was the bushy eyebrows one.
Is the one you mentioned? Okay. Let me see how many
Mhm.
pages this one has in it.
Oh,
Oh,
girl.
a 63 pager. Oh, oh, and it's got a hot because it's going to show all the exhibits with the different phone. Looks like the Karen Reed text messages, y'all. Let me skim through this. Let me scroll down a minute. Is it just showing all of those sources, activity, timeline, the source? Seriously, that's all it shows? It doesn't even show it the. Oh, okay. Yeah, it shows what they say. Okay, that one's kind of just Dylan's text messages. Okay, let me go back and start at the very beginning. There was one in 20, some documents from 2024. Were they a part of it? I think they were. I'm going to go back and go from the back up. Or they were all 2025. Yeah.
You mean the ones that were just unredacted?
Yeah, the last batch that just came out were all 2025 and one in 2026.
Yeah.
All right, so let me go to the beginning of the list of 2025. All right, go back all the way down here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, because I'm not reading those individual reports of those guys. So if we get, so there is redacted exhibits to defendant's supplemental response to request for discovery expert witness or expert W. What is that one? That one's from January of 25. 1,045 pages. What the hell is this one? Uh, Reports, a bunch of reports. Cyree doesn't have the actual reports yet. Okay, Ruth Ballard, testimony. She's DNA. Biology report. Oh, let me see if this will work. I don't know why. I'm gonna have to go through this document before we sit here and go through it live because it's so long. Like for real. Look, I'm gonna tell you
Yeah.
what all it shows. You see it?
Uh-huh, I've got it open.
Got it open? Yeah. Terms and abbreviations. It goes through all that. Chemistries and instrumentation. Of course, they're gonna go lay through all that. I wanted to see if I'm showing you guys. So they're going through the whole description of the scene, evidence collection and testing. So it seems like a lot of these documents are just going to be about that. And people were like, "Oh my God, why are all these documents?" There was no reason for so many of these to ever be sealed to begin with. It just fueled speculation as to why all that sealing in the Idaho case, right? It's got to be all this weird stuff. Here's what was sealed, people, and it's bullshit. A bunch of DNA stuff, explanations, right? Again, unknown male D, trace human DNA was recovered. Now, this is on item 40.4. 2 swabs of the entire inside surface, trace human DNA. This was from the glove that was item number 40, black polar penguin glove. And it goes into all the detail. The black knit fabric on the top side, on the inside, textured rubber. All of this is the stuff that was redacted all that time that people were just losing their shit over. That it's got to be this crazy stuff. The conspiracy theories were insane, especially every time Miss Ann filed for new discovery. Like, oh my God, she has to keep begging for it. They won't give it to her. Like every time they gave her a report, she's like, I need another report to go with that report. And when I get that one, I'm going to request another one. Your paper in the court to death, ma'am, and you know it. I've heard tale of that from these YouTube lawyers. I've learned me a thing or two by watching them. Reference head hair used for microscopic comparison to evidence hairs. They go through all of that. We're not going to do all that. Kernodle's body autopsy. I'm not doing all that. So all this is, yeah. Look, there's what they took from Showalters. And this one is decor. Let's see. Lab item 34, 2 hairs from a shirt. Morphologically consistent with the decedent Gonzalez's own reference hair. dissimilar to Mr. Koberger's hair. What? Residents of Showalter. Uh, wait, item number 37, swabs from red brown stains. One swab from the south entry hallway, equivalent of 6,083 human cells worth of DNA, was recovered. The single source male DNA profile came from an unknown male dubbed male C. The swab from the west kitchen wall, an equivalent of 2,067 human cells worth of DNA, was recovered. This single source male DNA profile came from an unknown male C. Kitchen. Residents of John Showalter. Hoodie Guy, also known as Hoodie Guy, the guy who walked the girls from the corner club down to the grub truck, last to be seen with the girls. Showalter's apartments was right there at the Queen Street Apartments. Item number 38, swab of red brownish stain. The swab tested positive in a screening test for blood. An equivalent of 14,167 human cells worth of DNA were recovered. The single source male DNA profile matched the profile of Showalter. So it was his own blood out there. One swab of red brownish stain. This is item 39. Remember, because we knew there was blood recovered in his apartment and on the outside, right? The swab tested positive in a screening test for blood, an equivalent of 1,258 human cells worth of DNA recovered. The single source male DNA matched the profile of Showalter. Now, his blood was not found in the King Road home, but people are going to argue, well, some of that untested blood could have been his, so salty. Could have been, I don't know. I wasn't there. Koberger's residence at Valley Road Apartments, Adam 28, 2 hairs from debris on the pillow. This is the stuff that was in the search warrant return, remember? The vacuum container, and then item 99 was 1 4-centimeter brown hair. Okay. Dissimilar to the reference hairs of decedents Chapin, Gonzalez, Kernodle, and Mogan, which was the 2 hairs on the pillow. Number 61 was the vacuum container, dissimilar to reference hairs from the decedents. So they didn't find any evidence of the victims in Koberger's apartment either, guys. It just wasn't there. Item number 99, 1 4-centimeter brown hair. The original analysis by the ISPFS crime lab found insufficient root material. Well, we got a lab for that. Look at there, they're talking about Bodie too. We're not talking about Bodie. How about Astrea? Astrea's got y'all beat, Bodie. Microscopy. Okay, for DNA testing. The sample was later submitted to Bodie Lab for additional analysis. Bodie assigned the sample as evidence item E06A1 and excised the entire root for DNA testing. The entire root. No human DNA was recovered. Astrea may not have been able to test it back in 2022. They could do it now. Couldn't they, Rex Sherman? Pretty sure that's where they've sent the hairs in the Nancy Guthrie case. Whether or not they're relevant is yet to be seen. A swab stain on the kitchen counter, west sink, negative. Cutting stains on an uncased pillow. The swab tested positive in a screen for blood. I keep yawning, guys. 783 human cells worth of DNA were recovered. The single source male DNA profile matched Koberger. So remember the cutting swab they had taken? That was his own DNA. Since no trial, there at least they can do is release everything on Koberger. Yeah. Why are they having the kid gloves with this case? It's crazy. What they're choosing to have kid gloves about this case is what's crazy to me. They want everybody, not to do these bad things on the internet to the survivors, but yet they keep releasing more crap about the survivors. It's insane. It makes no sense. But yeah, this is a long one. The key fob for his vehicle tested negative, or a screen test for blood. The gas pedal was negative. The brake pedal was negative. Is that where it starts? His car. The seat belt tested negative. The floor mats were negative. Trace material was collected, but it was not tested by the ISPFS lab. It was later submitted to Bodie Lab for analysis, where trace human DNA was recovered. The single source male DNA profile was consistent with Mr. Koberger. Huh. Only DNA he's got left in his car is his own. The headliner near the visor. Let me go back up here. Okay. Koberger's vehicle, the 2015 White Elantra, also known as Suspect Vehicle 1. Yeah, they're picking and choosing. You just stop it. It's a criminal case, and we demand transparency. I mean, it's wild. They got another case on their case of interest page now too that I kind of glanced. I was like, what is this girl on here for? What did she do? So of course I had to go look. I went and looked at the affidavit. I was like, oh, chick, I'll get back to you in a minute. Uh-oh, guys, I gotta go. Hang on, it's about to rain, and I gotta go do something super
Yeah, I was
quick.
gonna say we got thunderstorms coming up here too. I was gonna probably go pick up Pipsqueak early.
Do you need to go? I'm gonna read through.
Yeah,
I'm
because
gonna
this is a
read through
long
this.
document. Yeah.
Oh, I'm not gonna read this whole thing. I'm hungry. I'm gonna read
Um,
through this car stuff, and then I'm probably gonna go for the day. I might come back tonight and unpack some more of it. You know what I mean?
hmm
Because there's a lot here. Give me a
Yeah.
chance to go through it. What's really important here that we need to go through? Because
Yeah, because there's data in there that we've already seen. You know.
Oh, yeah,
hmm
exactly. A lot of stuff we have seen, they're just unredacting some of it now, and a lot of it, like all these reports. There's 1, 2, a handful of reports here that I don't know if we're going to read those or not. It depends. I'm going to
hmm
look through them, but yeah, if you have to go, I understand. I'm going to read through the rest of this, and then I'm going to head out too for now. But I will be right back, guys. Let me go check something real quick before this rain starts. I'll be right back.
Sorry, I was just drinking some water. Yeah, I went through a few of these last night, but I've still got to go back and bookmark some stuff and highlight some stuff. So I definitely do want to go through everything, just for my own curiosity. I think I missed what you were talking about, Rachel. You said so his DNA is from after his cleanup in the car. What are you talking about? I might have missed that as I was checking the forecast and whatnot. Been getting alerts, for like, I don't know, 2 cities over. And I saw something earlier about a car fire not too far from here. So all sorts of little things have been popping up on my phone while I've been sitting here. Mm. Oh, the only DNA in the car was BK on the visor. So he cleaned the car and got rid of his dad's DNA in the car too, huh? Interesting. Because his dad just spent like however many days it took them to drive back across country. So his definitely should have been in the car. Hmm.
Okay, I had something sitting out back on the deck that I had to move out of the rain. Okay,
Mhm.
had something out there drying. All right, so I'm gonna just read through this before we head out. So Koberger's vehicle. Yeah, Rachel, I think I had my phone in my hand, Dolphin, when I was walking outside and I heard you talking to her. It sounds like that after he cleaned it, it was going to be only his DNA in there. So it was probably something he deposited after the cleanup. Um, Okay, so FBI lab items 65 and 75 are hairs. All hairs were microscopically dissimilar to reference hairs from the four decedents. The item 67, 70, 71, and 74 are animal hairs. Decedent's Gonzalez dog Murphy was excluded as the source. Now remember, Koberger has a dog at his mom's house. ISPFS lab item 104, cutting from bottom of seat cushion that tested positive in a screening test for blood. The ISPFS lab did not perform any DNA testing on this item, but it was submitted to Bodie by the defense for analysis. Interesting. Bodie recovered sufficient DNA from the profile for profiling, and single source male profile matched the defendant. So ISP didn't test it, but Ann says, "Hold my beer." And Bodie developed a profile and tested it, and it was Koberger's. 105 was the back seat cushion tested negative in a screening test for blood. Trace materials was collected but not tested. 106, section of headliner near the visor tested negative in a screening for test for blood. No DNA testing was performed. Lab item number 107, the seatbelt buckle, tested negative in a screening test for blood. No DNA testing was performed. Item number 111, the floor mat, tested negative in a screening test for blood. Trace material was collected, but it was not tested by the ISPFS lab. It was later submitted to Bodie for analysis, where trace human DNA was recovered. The single source male DNA profile was consistent with Koberger. Now that's the floor mat. I guess he got in there barefooted, or maybe touched them with his hands, putting them back in, and got a single source male DNA touch transfer all over it then. ISPFS Lab 112, the seatbelt, tested negative in a screening test for blood. No further test was performed. Brake pedal, tested negative in a screening. No further tests performed. The gas pedal, tested negative in a screening test for blood. No further testing. The key fob, tested negative in a screening for blood. No further testing. The gas pedal, the gear shifter, both tested negative for blood and no further testing. The seat, a swab of the seat belt buckle, same thing. The gas and trunk release, both tested negative in a screening test for blood and were not, no further test performed. Swab of the radio controls, negative for blood and no other testing. The turn signals, negative. The shift knob and boot were both negative. This come from the home, his parents' house in Pennsylvania. Item 76 through 80 are animal hairs. They did not match Murphy's. 79 through 96, various specimens obtained from trash pulls to obtain Koberger's reference profile. All these items were not crime scene evidence. I will not detail them here. We have another, they're described in another document. 115, pair of spider gloves in room K. This item was tested in a screening for blood, and of course it was negative. His balaclava, a beanie and a balaclava found in room K. The beanie was visually inspected for possible bloodstains with negative results. No further visually inspected. What color was
Visually
it?
inspected a black
I,
beanie and
thank you.
balaclava. Oh boy.
It says, well, specifically the beanie, Beanie. The beanie was visually inspected for possible blood stains with could that be the item they took a picture of but left behind?
No, that was the tablet. Remember
Yeah, yeah,
that they couldn't take because it was in the common
yeah.
area?
I always wanted it to be something different.
Yeah.
Let me in my dream. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Visually inspected. Okay. As for the balaclava, this item tested negative. They were like, "We got to test that thing." That girl said he had on some stuff. All right, all she saw was eyebrows. So they tested the balaclava. No further. It was negative, and no further tests performed. Don't know if that's the same balaclava that Dylan saw. ISPFS lab item 117. Radiance gloves from K room. This item was negative for blood. The gloves and the beanie found in room N. Pair of Rosignol gloves. This item tested negative. The spider gloves, negative. The Dickies beanie. This item was visually inspected. Again, blood stain. Okay, so
Oh
they're just
Lord.
visually inspecting beanies. Yeah.
I just saw no, not what you're reading. I just saw a
What?
notification that was is questioning who answered Ethan's phone at 4:24 a.m. because again, people are misreading things, right? There's a screenshot in one of these reports of, the phone activity and everything. And it says, Ethan Chapin and it says answered 4:24 a.m., but the records are from Dylan's phone. And now they think they're getting ready to go out here and say that, oh, somebody answered Ethan's phone at
Oh my
4:24
god.
a.m. Oh lordy.
Y'all be safe out there when y'all people wonder if I know enough about this case or not, because I'm being snookered.
Mhm.
Othram was involved after all. Like, okay. Well, they're gonna they're gonna do Lord, they're gonna twist anything they can. Look, it's that way across the board with any of these cases. If it doesn't fit the narrative, now let's make it fit. Just like
Mhm.
over there in the Guthrie case, like it's living large there. When it don't fit, we're gonna make it fit.
Mhm.
And we're just gonna visually inspect stuff and say, I don't see anything. Do you? Nah. Let's
Or
let that
we're
one.
gonna rush to judge something and say, "Oh, this happened." Da da da.
Yeah, we
da.
don't know. We're all out here speculating,
Mm-mm.
right?
Yep.
Jeez, they've left a lot to the imagination. Old Idaho has here. ISPFS lab item S1 external reference case show a sample from Showalter used to develop his DNA. That was his own sample that they used. Coles, Connors, Jack's reference blood card from Jack DeCore used to develop his DNA profile for comparisons. The cigarette butts collected and tested as secondary reference for Jose Cruz. We always wanted to know whose cigarette butts they were trying to get that time. Remember when it came out very early in the case that a cigarette butt, they had followed somebody and got cigarette butt? There was also a cigarette butt found on the scene, but they followed somebody and got a cigarette butt too. So they didn't redact no names here. Oral reference sample from Henry Clark. So people can say that, well, they didn't investigate the case, or they weren't investigating Brian Kober because they didn't know who the fuck to investigate. They had a sheath. Well, it may have some DNA, but in the meantime, we got to start interviewing all these people that have gathered outside this house, and boy, all these names are now flying around and people, and we need samples from all of y'all. I don't even know if they knew they had DNA at the time they began to collecting all these profiles. What if there was on that, there was a possibility that sheath would yield some DNA or anywhere in the house. So you got to go collecting all the people's stuff. But damn, they probably got to. We in the Ramsey case alone, over 1,000 people volunteered their DNA from that community. They probably got just as many now in Idaho over here in Moscow. They got all y'all's DNA now. It's crazy. It's a little exaggeration, but y'all know where I'm going with that. So, oral reference sample for Jeremy. 45 reference head hair sample for Koberger. Um, oral sample for what's his name here? Don't make me say it. All of these samples. Okay, yeah. So we're not doing all that. They got Bethany's. They got Dylan's. The pink fleece, excuse me, the pink fleece blanket with the red hearts. Everybody was so in an uproar about. Item 44, reference hair sample. This they took Murphy's hair samples to reference against other samples. The status of unanswered is coming from his voicemail picking up the call. Yeah, well. You could probably go over and try to explain it to them, and they're not,
Oh, girl, she'll give me some snotty whatever trying to shoot me
Yes.
down, just like she tried to shoot me down about the that traffic stop or whatever, you
Uh-huh.
know. And I was like,
Well,
whatever, y'all go look at a map.
yeah, I know. You just can't with some of these people. So all I can
Mm-hmm.
do is try to bring out the facts as we know them, like I've always set out to do with this case, because there's been so much out there over the years. To bring the facts as we know them in the Idaho 4 case and unpack what's in these documents. Of course, we speculate and wonder about things, but it's all we know that Brian Koberger is the real perpetrator here. I think we all are like minded about that here. If you're here, that's probably how you think. Um, Countdown to Julia freak out. I don't. Oh, you mean somebody else? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she knew who
Oh,
I
I
was talking about.
Oh, I knew. Yeah, I predicted it. I predicted it. Firefly. I was like last night. I was like, "Oh, what these fools realize these documents have dropped, right? And it's going to be on." And we knew who the go-tos were going to
Mm-hmm.
be. Um, but I figured they'll start tearing at the Dylan stuff first. Who knows? Who
It
it could
might
go?
be funny just to see who they think answered his phone at 424. God, that's so crazy.
Probably Dylan
Yeah, that's
or
right.
or
In the midst of the cleanup, that's right.
yeah. She had to stop. Ethan's phone's ringing. Let me stop. Bethany, stop cleaning up and answer the phone. Damn, it could have went down that way, but I think there would have been real evidence of a cleanup, sir. Like traces of chemicals in the home, chemical
Swipes and
cleaning
swirls
products,
from
the
mopping up and
smears.
all that.
If you've ever seen forensic files, you know when they light it up like a Christmas tree, those smears are present.
Yep.
They're there. Oh goodness, guys. All right, well, I'm getting hungry. I need to go grab some food. For real. Let me finish pouring through some of these documents, guys.
Oh my God. Hold on a second. The full
What?
title is Who Answered Ethan Chapin's Phone at 4:24 a.m. after he was already, deceased
Uh-huh.
and SV1 left the scene. Oh my goodness. She's live now with this.
No, hang on.
Oh wow.
No.
Lord, Lord,
Couldn't
Lord.
wait for that one. It probably took off work and everything else.
Mm, mm, mm. And somebody else said, thank you. I've been asking the same question. I've been trying to tell people, but yeah. Oh my goodness. Okay.
You know what? You can go over there, lady, and have all the opinions you want, but you really need to slow your roll on that family just a
Mm,
little bit.
mm,
It's
mm.
like none of your business. Go focus on the documents and do
And
what you
learn to
do.
read the documents. And that would be a nice
All
start, right?
those all those times I couldn't anymore. I was like, when they were reading documents, oh, it don't make sense. Make it make sense. Like,
Hmm.
okay, well, there's
Yeah.
a
When
little
you
thing.
get to this document, you'll see what she's going on and on about right now.
Oh,
Hmm.
I've already seen things in these documents that I knew was gonna make them go on and on and on. I don't.
Yeah, but I'm saying you'll be able to see how she's
Oh, yeah.
misinterpreting it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I already yeah. Yeah, if I watch her, I might not. I got a couple of the things I'm gonna review later too. I've already got set to review. So I might get back to her eventually, I don't know.
The people that are staying in the room next to me last night, they were being loud and slamming doors and going door to door, doing all kinds of stuff. I literally turned on the TV and turned it up when she was on, right? Like I turned on YouTube for her show, turned her up loud because I know she's annoying, right? Just to annoy them when they finally settled down. So,
Oh,
yeah, it
goodness.
was funny.
Oh, man. I don't, yeah, I can't stomach it for no more than about 5 or 10 minutes. I'm like, "Oh, hell, things ain't never changed." Um, that's can breaking my brain over it. They're not nothing I can ever say over here is going to change any of their minds, and but it's just crazy that they get things different than we do. Like, take it
Mhm.
differently, they share it differently, they read it differently, view it differently, all the things, and when it doesn't fit the narrative, they try so hard to make it fit. Like, making up you like and misinterpreting what they're seeing too at the same time, you know? Um, and using tactics to manipulate the viewers to play along. That's a really bad across the board. Y'all, those of you who follow my posts may have seen that the other day because I'm really frustrated about it. You know, when I turn on the YouTube and I see somebody actively manipulating people, and not only by your sad story, but you also want to throw that subliminal music in the background, sir, sir, it don't take a genius doctor to know what you're doing right there. And people, as you know, feel like they're not easily duped. There's at least one other place out there, and I'm not going to name a name because I'm not about to have a war with the people or the person, but his videos are very manipulative, manipulating people into thinking I'm the smartest guy in the room, and you should only, and here's why, and it's going to get, it's just, it's almost like an art, these to these people. And I'm so over all that. There's nothing we can do about any of it. So if I try to ignore it sometimes.
Oh,
Um,
yeah.
there Especially with that Idaho 4 crowd, it's gotten out of hand, and just like in the Nancy Guthrie case, you know, they're all out there, cease and desist are flying now, and, uh, names are being put out there still, it's
Mm.
no better than the Idaho 4 case, not at all, and one of the main players wreaking havoc in that case wreaked havoc all in the Delphi case. It's just like, I can't, I know too much, I see too much, I know when to let it affect me, when not to let it affect me, and when not to try to allow it to affect me. And that's hard as hell sometimes, right? When we're all trying to just get through all of this stuff. Um, you know, I mean, the best thing I can say, Firefly, I'm not going to say names. I'm just not going to do it. Okay. But when y'all are watching somebody,
Oh, she was talking to you. Mhm.
I guess it says who question mark. So I'm assuming I just looked down and saw it. So I'm assuming they're asking me who. I'm not gonna name names because I know what happens when you do on these
Mhm.
mean YouTube streets. Um, but you should be able to tell by the videos if they're trying to manipulate y'all or not, by the way they talk to you, um, pull you in, like, I, without saying it, I'm the smartest. You know, it's just I'd have to show examples, I guess. I don't want to be a crama drama channel, and I don't want to be at war with a bunch of people because I said something about a creator people like. Let me just put it that way.
Yeah. I mean, this case has been going on for almost 4
And I'm
years,
not
you
talking
know?
about her, by the way, I'm
And
not. This is something different.
oh, okay.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
got nothing to do with Idaho 4. This is other people in the Guthrie case even,
Mhm.
and we saw it in the Sebastian Rogers case. There's no need. I mean, if I wanna do all that, I'm gonna make a separate channel and start calling out the bad guys and be that channel, but that's trust yeah, Nonsense does a really good job of tracking all that. Y'all can go check her out. I've been in there lately, hanging out a couple times. I was in there a little bit this morning. Um, I just don't, you know, I'm just saying y'all need to be careful out there. And I'm the kind of person when somebody's like, when I feel like they're trying too hard to impress me, I already know there's a red flag I should be looking at. You're trying too hard, you know, and I can pick up on it, I guess. And but I know a lot of people are tripping all over them videos. So I'm like, I don't see it that way, but I'm just not going to, do the name thing. But y'all go have a great rest of your afternoon. Go have a
Okay.
nice dinner. Forrest, I don't know if you're still here hanging out. If you are, there you are, Forrest. Have a great rest of your day. You deserve it. What are you going to do later, Forrest? Are you going out for a bit? Forrest, are you going to go cut a rug and hit the town? Or have a nice dinner and just chill? I would probably have the dinner and chill. I might hurt myself trying to cut a rug. I don't know. It could go either way. You don't like being talked down to, Rachel. Yeah, maybe you know what I'm talking about then. A little bit there. But yeah, anyway, y'all go have a great rest of your day. I'll dig into these documents a little more, Dolphin, as you're going through them. If you run across something really interesting, let me know which one it is,
Mhm.
and I'll move through them, guys. Y'all know I don't like to go out there and just start going through them trying to find the stuff. I want to find it before we get here. There you are, Forrest. Oh, look at there. Going to a little Bavaria for dinner. What is that? Schnitzel City? He's in Canada, guys. Yes. Enjoy. Enjoy yourself, sir. You deserve it. And drink that margarita. Isn't that what you were going to have? You deserve one. Get a good one. All right, guys, we'll keep our eye on some of the things that are popping up in the cases we're following. Anything new comes along, I'll bring it back to you. We'll be back in the morning with another show. May come back later on the night just to do a little more document or two. Depends on what I find as I'm going through them. Um, until I see y'all again, thank y'all for coming. Dolphin, thank you for coming up and hanging out with me today.
Oh, no problem.
Um,
You're welcome.
moving through these documents. Forrest, you have a blessed day. And guys, I'll see you back here tomorrow, or if not tonight. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love from little Yas to